Yo, what's up, chat? What is going on, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Obviously, we're starting pretty early today, and for no particular reason. It's just kind of when I got up today. We actually went to bed pretty early last night, so that's why I'm here. Hope you guys are doing great today. Absolutely love all of you so much. You look fantastic today, for the most part here. Where the hell am I? Hey, what's up, chat? What's going on, guys? Good morning. Man, I can't get this camera in the right spot. I don't know where to put this camera. I don't know. Whatever. Hey, chat. Good morning, guys. I've actually had this idea for quite a while. And then I was waiting for a day to do. I look homeless. Oh, shit. Well, fuck me, man. That's the last thing you want to hear. I'm starting to believe that maybe my desk isn't actually like aligned with the wall. Like, oh, it's hard to move. Hello, Ray. What's up, guys? Damn, I would love to watch you play other games for today, dude. The second channel's popping. Chat later today. We will be playing. I'm thinking about playing League of Legends today. What do you guys think? I'm tempted to make some League content on the side. On the side, you know, like a side thing. You know what I mean? It could be fun. It could be fun. I think it could be enjoyable if we wanted to do it. We'll definitely think about it though. Hitting the needle, yeah. Hitting the needle, dude. See, that's the thing, man. Some like MSI makes me want to play League again, dude. The not the finals for MSI, but the match beforehand with T1 versus BLG was pretty freaking sick. So that was pretty awesome. Have you heard of the new game modes coming out? I have, yeah. The 2v2v2 mode looks really, really fun. We will be playing it for sure. Absolutely, we'll be playing it. Chat, remind me at the end of this to move my webcam, just so I don't forget, if you guys don't mind. Where should I put my camera? Like here? Here's probably fine, right? Here's probably where we should put it. Yeah, that sounds good. I have a Hearthstone club that's in a tournament that you should check out. It's a Grim Patron Warrior. Maybe a different day. At the moment, we're gonna do this for sure. I was gonna say I actually haven't played Prod Night in a really long time. But I was looking at least Google Trends yesterday. Chat, all I do, guys, is so awful. All I do is just think about YouTube. I don't know how to stop, but it is what it is. But I was actually looking at this. I am kind of surprised of how popular League of Legends actually is. I didn't realize that, like, at least worldwide, it's popping kind of. Like, compare this to Hearthstone. You guys ready for this? Go a bunch of pop. Look, what the fuck? Like, damn, Hearthstone is slacking, bro. What was this? 2023? I don't even know what this is. I guess this is the new expansion. But my fucking god, man, I feel like fucking Christ. Can we watch the Rainforest Cafe video? Dude, I've seen it already. I've seen it twice actually. I'm a huge fan of Eddie. I love that. I love his channel. But fuck me up, man. So and then if I compare this to, like, and I'm still playing Clash Royale for the record, chat. I was playing this morning. I'm still kind of popping, I believe. But if you compare the Clash Royale, like, it's kind of fucked up. So I might actually do some World of Warcraft career. Or I might actually stream some League. We should stream some League. You guys want to watch League? Would you guys watch League of Legends? There's a video on the second channel for it. It seems like it was popping. What the hell? Holy shit, the trajectory is insane. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't, like, Genshin way more popular than League? Well, let's test it out. It might be, to be honest. A lot of anime users. Oh! Yeah. Definitely cool. Okay, all right. So here's what we're doing today, chat. Here is what we're doing today. We're gonna watch every single world championship that Hearthstone has had. I should reference this again. We're gonna watch every grand finals from every Hearthstone World Championship to basically answer one question: how much has Hearthstone changed? I was thinking about this for a really long time, and it's really hard to gauge how far Hearthstone has come over the years. But we have, like, actually a great way of seeing it with the grand finals and all of them. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna have a nice, relaxing day. Your dad here had way too much to drink last night. That's a blatant lie. I didn't have anything to drink last night. I just wanted to do this. But let's see. Obviously, I went through and I found every single one that I possibly could to find it. We're not gonna watch all of it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm gonna watch 2 hours of gameplay, bro. No shot. But I will be watching at least some of it. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. Yeah, Duck Duck used to be I want to say a producer. That kind of reminds me of Draven. Draven, does it? No, Draven's is spicy. 2 times speed. Nah, I don't like 2 times speed. 2 times speed reminds me that I have ADHD. A lot of Drew good vids you recommended, dude. I love Drew. Drew's actually my favorite YouTuber. Mr. Sully's. You fucking, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I actually do love Drew Gooden. He's my boy. He's my favorite YouTuber, man. All right. Most importantly, chat, before we even get started, how are the videos going? Do you guys like the videos this past couple of weeks? Did you guys like the worst legendary video? We didn't include the incident, obviously, but did you guys like it? Thought it was good. I really liked watching it. The Prison Break one did pretty well. I was pretty happy with that. We got some bangers. I recorded one with Raffle off stream, so that was fun. Watching more Narrar. Yeah, what's up, Cheese? What's going on, man? What was the incident? Shh. Don't ask what the incident was. Don't ask what the incident was. You don't need to know what the incident was. You really see 3 worst legendary videos? It's kind of confusing. Gal, what the hell are you talking about, man? If I look up worst legendary on my channel, I did the stream for the video. I posted the video, and then I did one video last year in literally January of last year. So my man's smoking. My man is smoking over there. Smoking. Doing well. Currently Carterway 3, the Crack and the Shark gameplay. Dude, has anyone played the Outlast Trials? Dude, I'm tempted to try it. It looks spooky as fuck though. And I don't know if I necessarily want to get into that. Hold on. I'll pull it up for people who haven't seen it. It looks spooky. It looks spooky. Where is it? It looks spooky, man.
Why does Rarran remind me of a Frox from Totk?
Frox? The hell's a Frox? I'm gonna look it up though. Dude, Zelda's been sick. Zelda has been... How to beat Frox in Zelda? Oh. Well, fuck me, man. Fuck me. So let's say you should do the Outlast series. I have played the first one. I have played majority of the second one, but I think I stopped playing it because I got bored. I didn't like the second one nearly as much. The first one was good though. But this game looks fun. Might get into it. We'll see. We'll see. I'll buy it if you play it on stream. Let me think about it. We'll talk about it later. Shh. Talk about it later. Anyways. The Frox comment hurt my feelings. I'm gonna warn you. All right. Sorry, I got distracted. Let's do this.
It's Tiddler!
All right, chat. Let me know if this is loud enough for you guys. First and foremost, what the hell? What happened? Hold on. We gotta hear it. POV, you're watching the Hearthstone World Championship in 2014, and you hear the following line.
And Tiddler's opponent, none other than Firebats.
Poggers. Was Poggers a thing back in the day? I don't know. Anyways, this is a pretty impactful stream, or impactful stream. This was a pretty impactful moment in Hearthstone history, right? This was like, I believe this guy's from China. This was from North America. Firebat was one of the most popular creators at the time. Pretty great moment. Also, we got to do a drip check real fast. Excellent drip from both sides. Absolutely love the vibe in here. This is what true gaming is. None of this Jersey ass shit. This is what peak gaming is, chat. All right, let's get to the gameplay. We don't need to watch the... We don't need to watch this. So this is what the... Let's see. I miss it. Okay, so let's see who was in here at the time for old people. I'm just very, very curious what this was. So who do I recognize? I remember him because obviously he's here. I know Teray. Kranich, I know. Kalento, obviously. Kaor, I don't remember Kaor. Firebat, obviously. Strife Crow used to be one of my favorite creators. I believe I actually messaged Shrivecrow if he was interested in talking, but he never hit me back, which is a bit unfortunate. I don't know who this is, unfortunately. But anyways, we ended up here in the finals, and we'll talk about this. So let's get to the actual game. Okay. So let's look at the classes that were brought. This is classic Hearthstone, I believe, 2014. When was this posted? Actually, we could 8 years ago. Doesn't really help me. Chat, does anyone know what expansions were out at this time? I believe it was Naxxramas was also out, but was it legal at the time? This was 2014. So Naxxramas would have been out, and that's it. Okay, so this was just classic and Naxxramas. You can see that both players bought you can see that both players brought Druid. One of them brought Priest. We're not going to say which one of them. If you don't know, spoiler alert. But one of them loses this, and I can tell you it's not the person with Priest. Warlock was brought.
I meant hot poorer.
What the hell? I'm not gonna look that up. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. Warlock was brought. Warlock was Handlock. Hunter was, I believe, Face Hunter at the time, or like maybe a little bit more to the mid-range variant. Rogue was Miracle, obviously, and both players bought Druid because Druid was the GOAT. Druid was the best class in Hearthstone for a very long time. So basically, Undertaker Hunter came out, but I believe maybe this was when Undertaker was nerfed, which was probably good. We'll see how this goes.
Accuracy on what they're gonna do and what they're gonna ban. That's what he told me.
Yeah, based on their leads and what they're gonna, what he anticipates they're gonna lead with and what they're gonna ban.
You can't confuse this guy.
No,
All right, let's see what the game looks like.
Druid is gonna have a lot of close matchups in those. You know, when it's behind, it's looking like the 40.
Maybe I should I move myself, chat? Is this not a good spot? Like, we probably want to see the players' reactions here, so I'll probably move myself here for the time being, and then we'll move our way accordingly. All right, let's just take a peek at these opening hands, shall we? God damn! Shade of Naxxramas. Oh my god, I used to have anxiety leaving this card on the board. Chillwind Yeti, an absolute classic. Druid of the Claw in its OG state. My father himself on the main stage. Karen, looking great. Swipe, Sunfairy Protector. This is the Druid mirror, chat.
55% range when it's ahead, it's looking at about 55%.
This is the Druid mirror.
You know, nothing crazy. You're looking.
What the YouTube? What is going on today, bro?
Actually, Firebat has he's Sunfairy Protector in there.
All right, so hold on. I want to see if we can see the reaction of the most impactful card in the game. Okay, so Wild Growth was arguably one of the, I wouldn't say one of the most impactful cards ever to be printed, especially the 2 mana. And they both got it. So, you know, it's an even match when both players got
This is a mirror match, right?
their Wild Growth. Can you make the video a little bit louder? Yeah, sure.
He's Sunfairy Protector in there. He's going to use that in combination with cards like Spectral Knight to really help put a lot of leverage on his opponent's ability to pick through his board. Hunter specifically with Kill Command and Hunter's Mark. And of course, you see Tiddler. He's running Haunted Creeper in this instead. So a little bit of a difference coming in.
Well, getting that wild
Oh my
growth
God.
is important, but both players
So
have wild
I
growth.
think it's important to note before we really get into this, right? This is what Hearthstone, this is what the broadcast used to look like. What do you guys think of the overlay? I think the overlay actually looks pretty great. It's actually a really, you know, for what it was back in 2014, simple to watch, gets you to the point. Hearthstone's also sponsored by DirecTV. What a crazy time.
Something very nicely, so all's well that ends well. We're not going to have a blowout, at least by the mana curve tempo.
Oh yeah, certainly. Both players also have a Yeti. So
Also,
right now
it's important to note too that so Blizzard currently, if you are on a tournament, they will give you an account that actually has every golden card. Hearthstone at the time, I believe, would force you to use your own account, and it's cool to see that some of the cards are golden, some of them are not.
important who will get the lead because Druid has.
Is that a Yeti?
You don't have that many comeback mechanisms. You have
Oh,
the
that
combo.
sound.
This is a very tricky matchup, by the way. Like you have to focus on trading more. You can't go for face.
Oh my god.
You should get an edge, whatever you can.
Is this not peak Hearthstone gameplay right here? Is this not peak Hearthstone gameplay?
Think of that swipe. That swipe's a really important draw right now.
Yeah.
Both of them have swipe, both of them have big game hunter and Wild
Spectral
Growth
Knight, another really
answer
cool
when
card.
you start things off. I guess they're evenly matched, right?
The damage, yeah. You go and face Firebat, absolutely. I actually don't know what the format is at the moment. Is it just first one to win in all games? It has to be Conquest, right?
This Sylvanas
Queen
is very popular.
Sylvanas.
She has high
Oh
impact.
my
She
god.
doesn't mess around.
He is the keeper of the grove.
Back when Froden was casting too.
No, it doesn't have a silence. And this
Ooh.
is presenting a problem already for Firebat. The board means a lot in this matchup.
It does.
So what
Board
do you
is
do
a
if you
big
can't
deal.
go with Sylvanas? Do you just ignore Sylvanas and go for face? Like, this is one of the strategies that the players can apply. But maybe there is something better.
Yeah, if you take a look, I mean, he does
In
have
the
12
words
points of
of
damage if he
Rayman,
chooses.
You know a card game is balanced when a card with no text is played.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's, I mean, Rayna did say that. Now, chat, we're going to play a little game here, okay? I got to make this a little bit more exciting because obviously we could just watch them play this. But chat, we're going to guess. I haven't seen these in a really long time, okay? It's been a really long time. Now, I am a rank 1 legend player. Every single month, I am literally going to tournaments day in, day out. We're going to try to predict what Firebat is going to do here. Now, he has 6 mana. This is the board. What is the play here, right? Do we taunt up? That seems a little weak, but it does stop the Sylvanas from dying. Lothab is probably a little weak because then she just trades into the Sylvanas, or Sylvanas trades into the Lothab. Doesn't feel great. Ooh, we could go for the Druid of the Claw and going all face and just shove it down this dude's throat. That's pretty spicy. I kind of like that. I kind of like going everything face. I like the face plan. Let's see what Firebat does. So if this was me, I'm going to go Druid of the Claw, aggro, hit face.
To charge this Druid, and that really sends a big statement to your opponent. Something that you're worried about, of course, is whether or not this Sylvanas is going to die next turn. If your opponent doesn't have a Wrath or a way to like give your opponent minions 1 power, this Sylvanas
this is a lot of thinking.
is gonna stay on the board for another turn. So even through something
Because
like
the benefit of that play is that Sylvanas doesn't die to what you can see on board, right? We're obviously not paying attention to the hand.
Things can really influence you. So Firebat's got to think about how his opponent's going to respond to a scenario like this. Is this going to be too much charge
The
damage?
thinking here, man. This is big thinking.
Not worth enough to be putting this kind of pressure on? Can he turtle up? Is there a possibility he can kind of trade down this?
Oh, so he's going for the Wrath. Oh, so he's going to trade into the Yeti then. Okay. No, I like the full face plan, and clearly I am a world championship winner, so I don't know why you didn't listen to me. And then he plays the big game hunter. Oh, the top deck roar.
Might be headed straight to the dome.
He doesn't pick up a trade at all.
So he trades the Spectral Knight over to the Yeti. The 4/5 goes face.
Could be wrong. We'll see what happens.
Oh, 4/6 face.
That really
Okay.
a statement to Tiddler. So
Okay.
Tiddler right now, he's very aware that his opponent is trying to be on the aggression.
Wait, this gameplay, it's fire.
Gonna piece together
Anyone else super invested? And I've seen this. I watched this live.
What's very important in this matchup also is that you are not running many taunts. We are seeing this Druid of the Claw.
See, this
but
is
other than
this
that,
is close,
most
man.
Players are not getting Defender Vargas or.
He has double swipe though. Let none survive, dude. The nostalgia just showered over me, man.
And even with Vengeance Floor, you want to draw the cards to be able to get.
I really like Firebat. I hope he wins this.
I like Firebat too. I'm also just North American, so I will be going for Firebat regardless. I really hope he does win. I agree. 100%. Okay, so this is obviously really interesting. We can see that how different the game is at the time, right? Like Swipe was still in the game. Swipe's not in current standard anymore. Wild Growth is 3 mana. Harrison is it in standard? I don't even think it's in standard anymore. Really good play from Celestial though.
Although it is nice that he has Sylvanas still alive.
Sylvanas
I absolutely like
with
way
the
he's
swipe
playing
still on
Sancho, but,
board.
you know,
Firebat's in an awkward
Firebat,
position, but
recognizes his
for those of you who
opponent
don't
is
know,
going to put the pressure on this.
Savage
It's
Roar
instead
in
of
Force of Nature was one of the best plays in the game.
value that it gets straight
And
away,
obviously,
the damage value. And
if you don't know, Savage Roar in Force of Nature was one of the best plays in the game. If your opponent was at 14 life, they had to consciously think about how do they actually survive against that with nothing on board.
to your face. So now he's got the option of whether he wants to play this Lothab or charge. And I think he's
Lothab is great here, and Lothab was just such a good card. And it's still a really good card. Not better than Patches, though. Shout out to people who know that.
He also is playing Sunspring Protector. This will be important in this matchup because you can't protect yourself and just continue going for face.
It's gonna be interesting. Again, I don't remember any of this, so it's gonna be really interesting to see how he responds to this Lothab. Are we just gonna play the Harrison? There's no weapons in Druid at the time. Ooh, see, that's tough because that's just 5 damage face. If it's Force of Nature off the top, you might as well just say GG, right?
But now the play is right back on Firebat now because he's in almost the exact same situation he was with the Sylvanas. Does he want to take out this Harrison Jones?
Ooh, great draw at the top. Shade, swipe the Harrison easy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Make sure no Savage Roar shenanigans can happen. The swipe's going to clean.
Yeah, you got to think about Savage Roar in the reverse. This is so good for Firebat.
Next turn, Tiddler's going to need. I imagine the swipe's going to be coming out, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
It's probably just GG.
Yeah, this is so tough for Tiddler. He needs to clear the
He
board and
swipes, he
just
can't, he plays the
multiple
BGH behind it. That's super weak, but he kind of has to, right? Because you can't let the Savage Roar live, or you can't, you have to think about Savage Roar. You can't let Loatheb live.
He has an edge right now.
All right, Force of Nature off the top. Here we go. Is it lethal?
Yeah, he's got 13 right now.
Ah,
Oh, another Druid of the Claw.
This is so much damage coming from Firebat. Do you
Is it
use
lethal?
Hunter, though, this turn?
no, it's not lethal yet. It's close. It's getting there.
You know, continue doing.
So we're 100% going Druid of the Claw and the charge form, just dome and face. Don't even worry about the big game hunter. Probably keep the shade stealth.
Got more than enough damage to kill him at this point. So Force of Nature, Savage Roar.
Oh, you could even Sun Fury Protector your Druid of the Claw just for funds, right?
+2 to everything that you control on your side of the board. That big game hunter
See what
is
this
more
does.
power than he needs.
Well, everyone love watching this, loving the idea of watching the World Champions. Thank you. Thank you. I do. I thought this would be a fun idea.
Either one of these guys go into taunt or to see this shady next round and straight away.
You can also like charge the cat, deal 4 points of damage, and then.
Druid run Ancient of War. In this version of the deck, it is very unlikely that a Druid will run an Ancient of War. Often the card was too slow, and especially in the Druid mirror match, Keeper of the Grove would absolutely take a dump on that card, and that would be so much tempo lost.
Doesn't kill you.
I think it's great.
I'm going face here every single time. I'm not playing the taunt. I'm playing the charge. I'm putting my opponent on the clock if I'm Firebat. Obviously, yeah, see, look, guys, world championship here, right here. I've won 5 of them. Wait, you want me to go get my trophies? I can't actually. They're at my girlfriend's house. She goes to a different school. Oh, we're attacking with the shade.
Is going to have a big onus to clear this board as best as he can.
Oh, I love this play from Firebat. Damn, dude. Let's see what we got. Savage Roar on the back. It's not great though. The Wrath doesn't feel good, especially because you don't get the cycle. What do we want?
I think you got to use this.
Yeah, you kind of need to kill the 4/4/2. You're in such an awkward position, right? We're basically just saying if he has the Force of Nature, we lose. But I believe this is lethal no matter what, right? It's just GG.
That's going to do it for game number 1. Firebat has a lot of damage. Now all he has to do is piece it together.
That's tough not to
Can Firebat piece together lethal? I'm having a little bit of trouble. Oh, it's free. He knew.
This is over. Firebat is getting the elite.
GG. Yeah, see, you got to consciously think about Force of Nature in this matchup. Druid was really good. Really, really good back in the day.
That was an intense game. Back and forth.
So that's game 1. We'll just go to the last game. Again, I don't want to watch every single game in here, chat, because if we watch every single game. So let me get something straight. Let me just look at the format here. So the format here is it last hero standing? Because Celestial can no longer use Druid, which is probably the worst case scenario. If this was Conquest, it might have been a different story. But last hero standing means if you lose with your hero, you can't use that anymore. So if you get that advantage, it is really, really good for you because, you know, you can just constantly counter your opponents, which means Firebat's in a great situation, which also means that Firebat has the capability of playing Druid again for the very last game. Did he play Druid? He literally played Druid for all 3 games? Did he 3-0 him? All right, so yeah, Druid was pretty good. Druid was pretty good. Pretty good format. Or pretty good class. All right, so this is Handlock. This is one of my favorite decks of all time. I really loved Handlock. It was one of the best ways to play Warlock by far.
That's going to allow him oftentimes to be able to just hero power it down instead of having to worry about trading off his Keeper of the Grove for it.
Druid was really good back in the day. It's a shame Druid has never been good since. One thing, listen, Hearthstone has changed quite a bit, but one thing's for sure. Druid is still stupid. 100%. 100%.
Do you think Twilight Drake is a good card right now?
Oh, look at this hand, man. I loved having all these cards in my hand as a hand lock. It just feels so good.
Silences, like you mentioned, you have to deal with the 4-attack minion, but when you have something to play preemptively, then it becomes a lot.
Just playing the Sunfire Protector, completely respectable.
Against a really high health.
Turns out gaining a lot of mana very fast is good. Well, it's not just gaining mana, right? It's just Druid had everything. Druid had life gain, they had big minions, they had very versatile minions, they had the insane combo that really forced your opponent to always be on the back foot. Really, really good class back in the day. What did pros always play that card with that battle cry? So in some matchups, right? And this is a tough thing to, this is what really makes a pro player like a pro player, right? It's important to understand what you are in each individual matchup. In this matchup, Firebat is more the aggressor, right? He won't win this game if Celestial has the advantage of just dropping big giants, that he will lose this game. So Firebat understands very quickly that he needs to be the one to put pressure on his Warlock opponent. And that's why he just plays it. The taunt is not going to really make a difference in most situations.
Twilight Drakes, which means you can coin out one and then play at the next turn. But we do know that there's a perfect response twice in a row from Firebat.
Right, that second Twilight Drake.
Also, in this case, Firebat probably thought really far ahead here. I wouldn't have thought this far ahead. But he's going to silence the Twilight Drake and have an answer for it, which is a really big deal. And because he has both Keeper of the Groves, it lines up so perfectly.
End up costing him a lot in this. Sort of a reversal of fortune here. He's got two Keepers of the Grove, so both of them going to get taken out straight away.
Oh, and he emotes. Oh, what a guy, dude. That's so mean.
Good old American manners.
Yeah, just hits it. Huge deal.
By being Fiddler here, you don't expect the second Keeper of the Grove, so you do follow
Yeah.
up with the Twilight Drake. That was the original plan.
It's still not awful for the handlock, but...
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, the old Sorry emote. Yeah, we should definitely talk about that. So, hold on. If we go back here... Oh, God, I'm going too far now.
Got two Keepers of the Grove, so both of them going to get taken out.
So, at the moment, in 2014 Hearthstone, I should say, in 2014 Hearthstone, we had the Sorry emote, which was, I think, probably the most BM emote because... You know, saying sorry to your opponent could be taken in multitude of different ways, and most of the time you feel awful when your opponent does it. What did they change it to, chat? A mistake? No, because oops is there. What was it? What is it now? I couldn't even tell you. I don't emote. I'm not a piece of shit. So what is it? Oh wow, that's what it is. Yeah. Which is arguably actually more BM.
Straight away.
I would rather get sorry than wow. But that is ruthless.
Good old American manners.
That's messed up, bro.
By being Fiddler here, you don't expect the second Keeper of the Grove, so you do follow up with the Twilight Drake. That was the original plan. For sure you are disappointed that it was a Keeper.
Hearthstone streamer, by the way. So he drops the second Twilight Drake thinking to himself, there's no way he has the second Keeper of the Grove. And he hits him with the second Sorry, dude.
And he can use his hero power and not even trade away his minion.
And he hero powers it, dude.
Firebat, he's squinting like, oh god, this is I feel bad for this guy.
Well, he'll feel really bad.
Oh, it's so mean, dude.
Yeah.
This is our champion, chat. This is our champion. Our champion says sorry. So yeah, he dropped the Mountain Giant. This is okay. So again, I will give credit here. Hearthstone is a big mental game. Absolutely, right? It takes someone very special to not even do an emotion to the two Sorry emotes. Firebat, on the other hand, feels so good right now because he's so far ahead and he knows he still has 2 decks to deal with this. But
To be the big game hunter.
let's see how he answers this. Now, he has to deal with the Mountain Giant here. This is where Handlock can start taking over the game slowly. Druid always has to be, being careful of like these giants on board. We can't leave too many up because then they get taunted. He's also used both Keeper of the Groves.
Do you want to kill the giant?
Canadians getting excited over the Sorry spam.
I'm not sure it's actually your best course of action at this moment, simply because there's so many different
All right, what do we do here? So let's think about this if I'm Firebat, right? What is the play here? We could play the Loath up here and just hero power and go face, put some pressure on my opponent that he is forced to react. There's not really a better play. Karen's also not that bad because the benefit of Karen is that it's a really awkward minion to deal with. But let's see what happens. Just drop the Loath up.
Trade your opponent at this stage, so it's all those things, of course, going to be in his mind.
You just want to double Twilight Drake. If you kill this giant, then Warlock might not have many more cards to pressure you.
The Loath, it's kind of presenting a fork in the road here for Tiddler now. is Tiddler thinking his opponent's going to go for lethal? Like maybe he's got a Savage Roar and a swipe in his hand, something like that.
Oh, dude. So the Shadow Flame there was really, really good because it would have enabled Firebat to go just face into Shadow Flame. So the loath up here was huge.
Like Hellfire, Shadow Flame, any of those cards. Yeah, so
And he has to trade. He has to trade. Constantly worry about Force of Nature Savage Roar, right?
This swipe will be amazing.
Oh, he's got a Wrath too.
Wow, he can
Oh,
actually
this is
wrap the
gross.
Mountain Giant.
Yeah, and,
Gross.
because he was afraid to play Kieran. and that
Is the Ancient
Shadow
Watcher there
Flame
for a
was really
potential
kind of
taunt minion? So Ancient Watcher was there because against aggro decks, it's a 2-mana 4/5, right? So we see Yeti was a 4-mana 4/5 with no text. Ancient Watcher was there as a 2-mana 4/5 that you could taunt, and in the early game against a deck like Zoo Warlock, you would absolutely roll them because it's so much tempo, even though you can't attack with it, and it gives you so much time.
Well, he can actually safely drop that down. Oh, a lot more safely drop it down before his opponent has to use.
What does he do here?
in order to get rid of it.
This might be the Karen play, right? You Karen and Wrath the Giant, and then you feel pretty good.
This Druid, because as soon as he picks up Savage Roar, that's going to be the key moment where he can flip the switch and find a way to end the game.
True.
Yeah, so I imagine this means there's going to be no attack here from Firebat.
Yeah, there is no need.
Oh yeah, you can also silence it with the Owl back when Owl was 2 mana. Guys, dude, oh my god, I just had a nostalgia blast. Hold on. I realized we were watching this, but I have to mention this because this was one of the craziest moments in Hearthstone's history. Crazy. Dude, who was there for this nonsense? You remember who was here for this? Dude, this was one of the weirdest times in Hearthstone where they nerfed this card to 2 to 3 mana. And this card went from being one of the greatest cards, not one of the greatest, but pretty great, into absolute poo. Absolute poo. What a crazy moment. Holy moly. I just had a nostalgia blast there. Jesus.
Needs an Iron Big Owl to take out that 4/5.
Jiraxis in the game. Lotheb in response. You can tell how much these Keeper of the Groves just sent Firebat so far ahead. Firebat was drawing very well this tournament. Azure Drake into swipe here is strictly illegal, and it's 100% the play. So let's see what he does.
He has a lot of options.
Oh, he can't swipe. He just played Lotheb. See, that's why I'm not a pro player.
So he has everything in his hand.
We're dropping a Yeti. It's Yeti time.
To the combo. He has
Full trade into the Sludge Belcher, into the Yeti. We're so far ahead here. So the one problem with this play is the Shadow Flame on the other side. It really makes you vulnerable here because now Lotheb can trade in Shadow Flame and we're pretty behind.
There's a really good chance that Firebat actually loses his entire board if he goes for this Chillin' Yeti here.
So maybe you hero power. This is not overcommitting from Firebat, dude. And that's what makes you so good at this game. I think most people would have just been like, it's a Yeti angle for sure, like I just said. Crazy.
Still very likely to lose his whole board here. I think this looks like a really good Shadow
So you trade, you Shadow Flame, you develop potentially something behind it. I don't even know what you develop.
Big swing turns
Dude.
that Handlock uses to try to get control of his matchup.
Chat, you know what's the most cursed thing here in this entire screen right now? Do you know what's the most cursed thing here, chat? If we look at the card that was just drawn from the Warlock player, if you look, let's just go back a little bit for a second. Okay, let's just take a peek. Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. Don't say me. Okay, this card right now, guys. This card in the game is 4 mana, man. Oh god, I'm old.
Still very likely to lose his whole board here. I think this looks like a really good Shadow Flame turn. You can attack this Cairn, still have a 5/1 left, and then Shadow Flame everything out. This is one of those big swing
huge play here.
that Handlock uses to try
NC 0 play, also true. Also very true.
Druid needs it scaling and then to back that up. But
that
instead,
Shadow Flame just cleared the board.
yeah, he's just been swept
Huge.
out now. So
But
Tiddler had a massive control of this game.
Firebat did think about that. That was a pretty good play. But again, Warlock has to be constantly worried about that Force of Nature Savage Roar play, right? Yeti, probably Druid of the Claw for the charge, I would assume.
But still.
Oh, we're going for the Shade. Okay, fair enough.
Much card draw other than having the ability to cycle.
Hero power, we hit face always here. There's no reason to hit the 3/3.
So Firebat does have ways to do
Yo, Jonas, thanks for coming to memer, dude. Appreciate it.
because very soon there's going to be a point where Handlock will just be drawing a lot of cards.
Now, we definitely don't play Jiraxis here. We don't ever want to set ourselves to 15. So what is the play? We're going to Hellfire, full clear the board. Can't play that Molten Giant yet. We're 1 mana off. Ancient Watcher to a taunt. Looks pretty juicy. Oh, we're going to force here, though. Okay.
Heal yourself. 90 points of health. That's super secure.
I don't remember how Firebat wins this game. So I'm kind of excited for this. It's like I'm watching it again for the first time. Like I watched this live. I know who wins.
It is a
But
possibility.
interesting. I tried classic today and it felt like an old man playing chess in a park. It's a different game. It's a different game for sure. I wonder if this is just Drew to the Claw to Drew to the Claw. YouTube trolled.
Defensively, the handlock player we
Oh, the music too, man.
see does have sight stolen. That just easily deals with
To
the.
Drew the Claw into Drew the Claw. Maybe you go for one taunt actually. Maybe two taunts. It makes it so much more awkward to actually get through, right?
And then you just get straight up mortal coil. It's like whatever you do, pick your poison.
Okay.
He's gonna go with the taunts here.
You think Twisting Nether would see play for 5 mana? Yeah, it'd be broken.
Wow,
you can just
taunting
play
that so
Sylvanas.
7 mana seems like a good place for Twisting Nether at the moment. Ooh, Sylvanas top deck. I don't think you ever go for Jiraxis here, right?
It seems like Firebat ran out of steam. Even though he has
Wait, what is this play? This is so... I mean, that's not really greedy if you get taunted, sure.
Just building a wall.
That's going to be really difficult to
Tap
do
last,
through.
forehead?
And
All right,
even if
we're
he
not
does
tapping.
go pick up,
Ooh, huge drop.
Oh, this is a
one of those
very
cards
nice card to
ends
get.
up getting stolen. Ancient of Lore is excellent. Though.
Ancient Lore is a ginormous card. This is very awkward though. How do you deal with this, right? So it looks like okay, I'm gonna pick this play here, chat. This is my expert analysis coming through, right? You don't want to play the lore, even though you really want the card draw. If you play the lore, you're putting yourself in a very vulnerable spot for Sylvanas to take it. So what you probably do is you trade here, you swipe the 3/3, and then you hero power the 4/6 when it goes over to the other side. Let's see what he does.
So much tension is building on this board too.
But he has played the lore. Wow.
Towers being built, and I don't think that Firebat's willing to attack this turn.
Oh, not attack.
Do you
That's
just
also
play
insanely interesting.
Extension of Lore?
Well, the alternative is to set up a removal, so that way you can easily transfer over like a weak pair and then just be able to remove it.
What about attacking Sylvanas?
What do you do here? This is a play. Ancient Lore is a powerhouse back in the day. Yeah, Lorenzo.
Sylvanas triggers and steals
I don't know what he does
one
here.
of the
You're hero power at the
sounds
4/2
like
if it
wipe
gets
and then
stolen.
Extension of Lore next turn.
I certainly think it's
Yeah.
worth thinking about his ways to set
You're
up
right. You're right. You can't do that. You're right. Just get lucky,
Yeah,
forehead.
that's a very different turn.
Whoa,
I was
whoa.
thinking about something way different. So
So he used the Force of Nature there. Not Force of Nature, the Savage Roar to trade
Outcome, essentially.
and to draw 2 cards. And he high rolls because he's sick, but it makes it so he can full clear either one.
A lot weaker minions on the board. Still has one of his features.
2 Spectral Knights.
2 guards deeper. I like
The Warlock's a little bit of an interesting spot. They don't. Okay, so like the thing about the Warlock side is Warlock really doesn't want to play the Sun Fury Protector for tempo, right? They definitely want to get the taunt.
part of that was critical.
So
too.
is this a
He decided to
Jiraxis
take
turn?
the 1 health Druid
Maybe you
Claw,
just jam the
2 health
Jiraxis
Druid
here.
Claw.
Right.
That really could have changed. Well, no, he Savage Roar.
Yeah, Lorenzo does. Yeah.
Because the Mortal Coil.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was
That's-
a fantastic play. He was able to develop the board and get rid of Sylvanas at the same time.
Oh, he doesn't. So he's going for the Siphon Soul and the 5/5. Definitely a respectable play. The problem with this play is you don't really develop anything behind it, right?
Play Jiraxis before he gets this Molten Giant on the board. So I would.
Interesting. So this is a double Spectral Knight every day of the week, 100%.
But until then, these are untargetable and a little bit hard.
When
to
are the
deal with.
fan matches with you, Rarran? I have no idea, man. I don't know.
Damage.
I have no idea. Tomorrow will be Heroic Brawl, guaranteed.
Man, a Molten Giant.
So I have no idea.
You can.
Well, he did use Savage Roar, right? So you feel like he has one less possibility of hitting to the combo.
Tapping for the Sludge Belcher. This is a really awkward spot for the Warlock to be in.
And Firebat, he only has 16 points of health.
But there's a little bit of risk associated with
What do you
this
do
play, but
here?
I think it's fine. Your opponent's only got 2 cards in the hands.
Oh! The Black Knight is what you do. Oh, dude, his reaction right there.
Picks it up.
So tense, man. Imagine, okay, so I don't know how much money they actually get for this, but again, this is the first world championship of Hearthstone, right? You have to be stressing. You could be the very first victor of this game for the rest of time in this children's card game.
A Molten Giant and a clear.
This card's 4 mana, by the way, for people who don't know now.
Just trade. I think you just trade those minions.
And it's
now-
still not really
You don't wanna
played.
invoke the Wrath of Molten Giants and lose your board pretty easily, right? So, I mean, it's, at the same time, he does have direct damage to follow it up, right? He has 2 swipes that can hit the opponent.
Right. He's.
So what do we do here? Do we swipe
Yeah, I
face?
agree with Nimsh on this one. I think I'm totally content just taking out these minions.
Yeah, maybe you swipe the 3/3 here.
2 swipes in your hand. This is 20 points of damage that you have sitting on the board. So if your opponent doesn't take something out, the lethal's a
There's a
little bit
4/4,
more hidden.
true.
Of course, your
Was Leroy
opponent's
4 or
gonna
5
be
mana? I
forced
think
to
at this point Leroy was still 4.
think
I think Leroy was nerfed.
8.
when GVG came out.
About double swipe, that's one that I think a lot of players often forget about is that sort of potential.
It's also interesting that he can attack with shapeshift. 70 points of health. It's not good for the Warlock. He won't be able to play
Okay.
fan at the Vargas. But you can see exactly right now. So what do you do being Fiddler? It seems like suddenly you're in a weird position.
Yeah, his best chance to survive is Molten Giant.
2 Molten Giants. See, this is the problem, man. The Druid slowly took over the board, and it's all off the back of the Keeper of the Groves, man. Imagine if those Twilight Drakes were still in the game. It's GG, bro. Double swipe.
I think all of those cards are looking mighty good right now.
Oh!
Oh my gosh!
That's enough, right? He has the hero power damage with the swipe.
It's just double swipe is just lethal, isn't it?
Clear Firebat will be your Hearthstone world champion.
He doesn't. Wait, he didn't even need the Savage Roar. Oh my gosh! Firebat
It's a good moment.
is the 2014 Hearthstone world champion. GG.
Good moment, man. All right, we'll see the part where he picks the trophy up.
Partaking in what an emotional moment to capture.
I just like
Firebat.
ladies and gentlemen, Firebats. And here to present the Hearthstone trophy for the Hearthstone World
He's so
Championship,
young,
Mike
man.
Morheim, President, CEO,
He's like,
and
what, like
co-founder here
17 at this
Blizzard.
point?
Mike,
You just 3-0'd that guy with Druid, bro. Is that a Moz in the back? Yeah, Moz probably would have been there. Raynad's probably there. All the boys are there. Good moment.
So, big, huge congratulations to Firebat and to all of our Hearthstone contestants this year. You guys have been an amazing esports audience. So,
All right. So anyways, obviously Firebat won. Really good moment. If you were there, it was awesome to watch. It was the start of something spectacular. Hearthstone didn't peak here. Hearthstone kept getting better from this point on. So we're going to move on to the very next World Championship. But this was a really good moment. Cool moment. Congratulations on the trophy. Yeah, that's actually me. That's me. All right. Anyways, so then we move on to the 2015 World Championship. And this is versus Hotform. I always pronounce this guy. This is between Hotform and, I'm going to say his name wrong, but here we go. Askaka. Anyways, moving on. All right. So what?
16 players entered, only 2 remain. That's right. It's time for the grand finals here at the 2015 Hearthstone World
Askaka?
Championship.
Whatever. I'm going to hear him say it.
I'm joined on the caster desk with Brian Kibler and Kaparian and
So this was a star-studded casting crew here, by the way. This was a good World Championship to watch. Frodan is the GOAT. I fucking love Frodan. I hope he's doing great. Kibler, great caster. And Crip was on the casting booth, which was very, very awesome at the time. Really, really good casting lineup.
to bring you guys the conclusion of a year's worth of journeys. Brian, what's it like being here at the grand final stage?
I mean, it's been incredible. I was not.
All right, anyways, we can watch this on this.
right now as you head
Whoa,
into this final
whoa,
match?
mic quality.
I guess I should say I already feel like I've accomplished a
Okay, so anyways, we're gonna move on here. So I don't know what format this is either. And at this point in time in 2015, I'm assuming that TGT was released. I'm assuming that Blackrock Mountain was released as well. And we also had GVG. League of Explorers might have been out at this time as well. League of Explorers was the very last thing before Whispers of the Old Gods, if I remember correctly. So this also might be where it is. Anyways, I don't know what format this is. We're gonna see this. This is post Patron nerf, so this was definitely TGT. So let's see what we got here. I don't remember any of the decks that were played at this World Championship. So let's see what people are playing here. I do know who wins, but I won't spoil it for chat. I can't.
God, why is Kibble so hot and good at HS?
I couldn't tell you. Maybe you should ask him when he's streaming next. Joe, I hope you're doing great, man. What's up? I think this is all the way to the grand tournament. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll definitely recognize if it's League of Explorers. We'll see what we're playing. So what do we got here? God, look at these decks, man. Is this Freeze Mage?
everyone know that the grand finals begins now.
Oh, this is going to be an explosive match.
All right, so let me move over here now. They changed the overlay. Chat, you like this overlay more or less than the last one? See, we're gonna look at all the overlay changes over the years too. So this is a very interesting moment in Hearthstone, right? A lot of the, I want to say, like broken cards from Classic were kind of nerfed at this point in time. Leroy was definitely 5 mana. It was a different time in Hearthstone for sure. The class panel had the Grand Tournament logo. So you think this is Grand Tournament? Okay.
Freeze Mage versus the crazy Tempo Mage of Hawkform. Now, a few players brought Tempo Mage to the tournament in the round of 16, but Hawkform was the only one to emerge with the deck. And it has been a pretty rough journey in some games, but more so recently in the games I've seen in our finals here at BlizzCon, it has had quite a good success.
I mean, we saw Hawkform just have an incredible
Staring
comeback with his
combos.
Tempo Mage deck against Kuno and his Paladin deck. You know, those Flamewakers just firing off shot after
I'm
shot,
curious to see
killing
it.
things
Okay,
everywhere.
okay.
Not
Let's
really
get into the gameplay here. We don't need to see the mulligans.
Minions, but the minions that they do have can have dramatic
Okay.
impact. With
Ooh,
Doomsayers,
so
with
Emperor Thorson,
cards like
Freeze Mage, great time, dude. This was a different time in Hearthstone, absolutely. So this is when, one of the things I've noticed a lot in Hearthstone recently in 2023 is that combo decks don't generally need a setup turn. In 2015 Hearthstone, when Emperor Thorson was released, it was a good card, but at least telegraphed what was about to happen with you. Same with Alex Straza. Alex Straza was a really good example of like something was about to happen here. So let's see what this is.
Freeze Mage, you want to ultimately keep your hand count high.
Oh God.
Or count low. And then you
This hand brings me back, bro. This hand brings me back.
Frostbolts are really good cards.
Sponsored by T-Mobile. You guys can't see it. I'm gonna keep paying attention what we're sponsored with. MasterCard sponsored Hearthstone. What the hell?
But as it so happens, Hawkform has a more slowly.
Yo, Crip Caston's actually kind of fire.
Flamemaker, but he actually decides to push it out as fast as possible.
Yeah, the key for the Tempo Mage deck in this matchup is to apply pressure, able to get
Okay.
Freeze Mage decks.
So Tempo Mage was a good deck too, by the way, chat. Freeze Mage was good. This is a really good play from Hawkform too, to really like force your opponent to react, because there's not really a good answer to this. Flamemaker is a card you don't want to leave up on the board. It does so much for you.
In this matchup in his hand. Those mirror images, great against decks like Paladin, which he just faced in the
heal bot,
in the
man.
semifinals, but not so good here.
That's right, but I mean, they do still serve as 2 face damage.
Pinging.
It is an arcane shot worth of damage for the mage in this scenario.
And every point of damage really does.
Oh, Nexus Champion Sarat. So this is definitely TGT.
Will end up trying to pile as many life
I just don't know if League of Explorers was here yet.
pressure and damage in. Then Freeze Mage might
So it might have been just
multiple
before
ways
it.
to survive as opposed to kill.
We do see an interesting card picked up by Hawkform there, the Nexus Champion Sarad. That's a kind of a defining card of his.
Weird. It's interesting that Nexus Champion Sarad made it into Tempo Mage.
Spells come off that throughout this tournament.
It's weird looking at these decks in hindsight as like a different Hearthstone player, because the game has changed so much. I would be surprised. I guess the game was so slow that like the value you can get from Nexus Champion was good enough.
That can be pulled, which you don't really think about. But for example, Flare just happens to be a spell, and you can pull it for the next champion.
Interesting.
We did see Hawkform get a Tree of Light off of
Acolyte of Pain. Acolyte of Pain's really interesting against that Flamewaker.
Yeah, for sure.
Forces your opponent to have a weird spot.
Doesn't want to kill the Freeze Mage.
They don't want to give you extra draws. The problem with Freeze Mage was getting all your combo pieces, right? Because if you could drop that Thorson on turn 6 with everything in hand, you won the game easily.
But you want to draw an extra one, and sometimes you want to save it until 5 mana crystals to be able to ping it yourself. But here against the Flamewaker, I think Muskaka just thinks it's
Interesting.
not gonna happen.
Wait, you're beyond this in 2015. We're still pretty early on. Is TGT where Secret Paladin was? Yeah, Secret Paladin was a very popular deck, but I don't think anyone in here has Paladin, and I don't remember Paladin being nerfed, right?
Save up enough damage that they can break your ice block and then still burst down the following turn. So things like Frostbolt, like Fireball, they're actually very valuable.
Huge moment here. So much damage from this Flamewaker. What an insane play to coin it out.
Get those 2 damage in. Those 0-2s not really going to have an impact.
That's still pretty good. I mean, so far we've seen 3 spells played. The Flamewaker has done 6 bonus damage alongside the 2 that.
I don't even know what you do here.
Twice already.
It's crazy, dude. Mad Scientist was such a broken card back in the day, and it's
more so than
dude, we should really do like the best common cards of all time, because I would argue that is Mad Scientist a common or a rare? Hold on.
I think so too, and one thing that I do like that
Pick it up.
Hawkform prioritized that previous turn is card draw. One of the things that you can effectively do is make Tempo Rage run out of resources because it's so spell heavy.
Paladin wasn't weaker on the pro scene since people was weaker. You mean more weaker? I think Paladin just wasn't played because it was a very straightforward game plan, and if your opponent could answer that game plan, you just kind of lose, right? Skaka was targeting Secret Paladin in this tournament, according to one of his interviews. Oh,
Things might all in for damage, and then you have
Undertaker wins. Ooh,
hard to kill your opponent.
true.
Instead, he's keeping his hand count pretty high, so he has many resources to fight a long game.
Oh yeah, that mad scientist.
In his hand as well, and just squeezing the extra
Nuts card.
damage out of the Flamewaker. That's important. If he doesn't have a Flamewaker in play when he does play Mirror Entity,
The best card for each expansion. There's so many common cards though, man. That's the problem. There's infinite common cards.
Unstable portal to Frostbolt and another mirror image if he wishes. That's 6 more little pings from the Flamewaker.
Yeah,
that is so much more than I thought it would do.
What's in the box? Ooh.
Oh, pretty bad card there.
Medic with the
it is a lot of health though.
For 2, that can allow him to possibly, makes a surprise burst of healing to get himself
Interesting.
out of lethal damage range.
Yeah, healing definitely stalls out the
Oh,
game.
look at that overlay show up for people who didn't know what it was. TGT's cards were so low quality that they have to bring it up just to show people what it was.
And to put pressure on the control mage so it can't do.
They're like, I don't know. Do people know this card? I don't know.
Close it out. And when you have just a little
Ooh, the Frostbolt.
you often are just out of range and end up winning the game as a result.
The flip side is it's not the most aggressive.
Interesting.
Card,
So I don't even know what secrets would be played here. It's definitely Ice Barrier and Ice Block, but I'm not sure if any of the other ones were played. I doubt it. You definitely wanted consistency for the Ice Block.
Ultimately, healing 2 per turn is not really what makes.
So Spring Prophet Hunter was a good card, yeah.
Can you be too far out of the life range total for the first down?
Yeah, the big key is that it can just.
What expansion format was this? So I will mention, because maybe this is probably a good thing to note. This was before rotation happened at all. So this is everything up until TGT, I think. I haven't seen a League of Explorers card yet. So everything up until TGT was in this format. Next year is when we have rotation.
Heals the damage the freeze mage is capable of, but out heals the single turn burst while he still is able to buy time to actually finish Ostkaka off.
That's right.
Interesting.
All right, well, this is a pretty tough turn for us.
Pretty crazy game though. You can see how much difference there is between last year and this year.
Even though that Flamewaker has basically
People were fighting for board with minions. Now it's just, let me hold. I guess this is a combo deck, so yeah, there's going to be a lot of fighting.
Pretty low amount of damage.
It's a deceptively low amount of damage.
Right, but like you exactly, because there is a lot of potency with things like Fireball on the other end. Ostkaka,
I'm assuming it's Ice Block. Ooh, huge Emperor Thorson.
By 9 total mana, and also has opportunities for free Ice Lances. That could be just too much damage to overcome.
Yeah,
Oh, double Flamewaker.
Ostkaka with that Emperor is getting the reduction on the Frostbolts and Ice Lances specifically. It's
Wait, this is so much damage already?
It's really powerful in your cheap spells because it allows you to weave them in with basically anything else you want to do.
Oh, this is actually infinite damage.
That's right. And
Pretty tough decision here.
Frostbolt, Flamewalker, bro, this guy's a noob. Yeah, this guy's a noob. Oh my god, what the guy playing Freeze Mage? Oh my god, what an idiot. What a stupid idiot.
Sometimes you feel like you
There's still no nerfs at this point? Yeah, there was a little bit of nerfs. There was nerfs.
But sometimes it's very difficult.
There was
to
nerfs. There was
understand
nerfs.
What risks you really are taking.
Absolutely, there was nerfs.
Because they could be anything. It could just be more secrets. It also could just be direct damage.
So it's barrier,
which
okay.
Mounts up to enough damage to kill you. One of those things.
So you have to kill Thorson here. You can't leave that card up.
To kill his opponent.
That's one of the scariest cards in the game. I'm surprised how long this Flamewaker went up.
End up blinking and saying, you know what? I'm not going to try to
Very, very
play
interesting.
with fate here. I'm going to kill his Emperor, take it a little bit slower. That's been the MO so far. Now Ostkaka does have ways to clear the board and develop some stuff onto the board with the Scientist or the Loot Order.
We could really
Ostkaka
blizzard
also
this.
knows that Hotform has now used one of his Frostbolts and one of his Firebolts.
Interesting.
So his ability
It looks like the Freeze Mage is winning this one, right? Can we get a bit of a higher volume? Is it not loud enough? It looks like it's loud enough. I will say the audio levels on the actual video are a little whack.
Well, he can build up to those, though. That's in the immediate future.
Ooh, just dropping the Flamewaker is really, really interesting.
One copy of Fireball, one
What the
copy
hell?
of Frostbolt. Speaking of Archmage and speaking of an excellent card with ultimate reduced cost from Emperor last turn, Ostkaka can potentially, he can play Archmage Antonidas, fire off Frostbolts and Ice Lances, and generate 3 Fireballs this turn.
It does feel a little bit early to really go for an aggressive push right now, though.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels just a little
I agree,
bit
Crib.
too early. Your opponent's at 29, you're at 17, you have no secrets up right now.
If you kill this Flamewaker, it gets really, really hard for Hawthorne to win this game.
With direct damage into your hand and just burn your opponent for victory.
I mean, if he does, say he plays Archmage and Frostbolts and kills the
I don't know what you do here. Wow, he is going for the Antonidas. I guess it's like I guess it forces a response from Hotform.
out of range of dying himself.
Oh, I like this play, to be honest. When you kill the Flamewaker, you maybe... Oh, you're Ice Lancing. I guess you just rather have the Fireballs than the Ice Lances.
And he can make up a little bit of that damage too with
Now you force your opponent to respond. Oh! I like that.
So that way he can get some additional burst. I like that because free ice.
Great to see a Navi player having a Hearthstone, dude. So one of the biggest differences from old Hearthstone to like new Hearthstone, which we'll see coming up, obviously in the stream, is that brands used to sponsor Hearthstone players quite a bit, right? Because the game was super popular at the time, right? I don't know how many viewers there were for this World Championship, but I guarantee it was significantly more than what it is currently. Nowadays, there's not a lot of brands in Hearthstone, right? Even like Reynad's team, like Tempo Storm, not really in it anymore, right? The only brand I am aware of that is actually sponsoring Hearthstone players is Team Liquid. I can't think of anything else.
You can follow up a combination attack by going up to 17.
Do you think it's time to play the medic here? You absolutely can, but I feel you want to save that card for when your opponent goes all in with Alistraza. Just
You have a huge hero power. Who do you want to be sponsored by? I don't know.
So it wouldn't really be particularly impactful, but Osaka, how much burn
G2? Oh yeah, G2, true.
Fireballs, Frostbolt,
C9? Who does C9 sponsor?
That's very, very close.
It's close, but it does take multiple turns.
Well,
That is a big.
Oh, there's Alex. It's just GG. Just GG. So Alex next turn forces some kind of healing from their opponent. The Terminate Medic does add some spice to this, but it's just definitely not enough, right? Oh.
Closing out this game. We'll see though. Champion Sarad could swing things with one draw of a spell.
not quite what you're looking for.
Not great.
I don't believe he's running any of the neutral demons. So it's unlikely.
Yeah, that's a weird card.
And Imp Master's Imps.
Oh, you're right. The Imp Master creates more Ibs. Yeah, I guess.
So what you're gonna see right now, so chat, there are two cards on screen right now that were pretty toxic for Hearthstone. I'm gonna say toxic with air quotes here, right? But these were defining cards in the game. Ice Block was such a great card to have, and Alex Straza, which 100% he's gonna play right here. There's no way he gets punished for this. Just sets up lethal. And this card was the defining card in almost every single combo deck that was created at the time. Also, dope animation. Yeah, just free.
This is the game-ending.
That's just game. Yeah, just game ending. Yeah, exactly, Crip. Exactly. So the Tournament Medic shows up.
He's going to need a spectacular card from the Nexus champion to even be in this game right now.
Yeah, it really comes down to just
But he can use Demon Heart to kill off this minion, along with the water.
what this card is from Nexus Champion. That's just not enough.
And the Frostbolt and Blood Mage.
Just
Osaka
GG.
can actually play Blood Mage, 2 Fireballs, Frostbolt, and Ice Lance next turn. That's just way too much damage.
Yeah, and
Reincarnate
I mean that's it.
or a minion, then return it to full life.
Out of this for hot form here. He can remove this.
It's just GG, man.
Alex Straza.
Just GG. You can see how good Alex Straza was just as a card. Alex was a really, really good card.
But at the same time, I mean, I think Hotform played the game very well. He chose his aggressive spots. He could have been more aggressive, but it wouldn't have been aggressive enough in that situation. So I think he
Huge play. Yeah, just turbo lethal. GG. Nothing you can do there.
And that's gonna wrap up the game. That's right. Game number 1 starts out with a Freeze Mage victory.
All right, so Freeze Mage won that one. Let's just see what the format is.
We're not.
So they changed. This is important to note, chat. They went from last hero standing to Conquest now. So Conquest means if you win with the class, you can't play that class anymore. It was a pretty different time. Not a different time. It was a much better format because it didn't mean that you could see the same deck 3 times from your opponent, which Firebed did last time. It was a much different. Anyways, we're going to go to the last game here. Up to this point, we have another 2-0. Warrior ended up winning. What is Warrior here? Warrior was a control-ish mid-range deck. It looks like it was mid-range. Lothabs. Grim Patient was still played without Warson Commander. Interesting. Okay. We're going to go to this Rogue deck. So let's see what Rogue is playing at this point in time. Okay.
Osaka continue his rampage. No longer is he in the shadows of his teammates and his peers.
Okay, so let's just take a moment here. So we do see Force of Nature and Savage Roar was still in the game at this point in time. Still meta defining as it is in the finals of the World Championship. Really, really good. Rogue here looks like it was still going for the Miracle token package. At least that's what Skaka was playing.
He is in the spotlight, 1 game away from becoming the BlizzCon 2015 champion.
So let's see how well this goes.
Pretty good starts here.
Yeah, these are great opening hands. The wild growth, exactly what Hotform was looking for. Osaka has Violent Teacher pressure, which is one of the
It was it was Patient Warrior rather than Warsong Commander Range Shredder. Interesting, interesting. Count Dumpula, what's up, dude? Happy Tuesday. What's up, man? What a name. Count Dumpula.
Ahead on Druid is also really big.
All right, we're just gonna skip mulligans here.
and put the pressure on Hot Form to respond.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we saw how powerful Druid was in the previous year. Let's see what happens with Rogue for him to absolutely just dominate here. So this deck was running Ancient of War. Sap, dude. Sap was so good against Ancient of War, man. Krusty, I know I'm not saying the name properly. I don't care. Do I ever say the name properly? Yo, weird time here, chat, but I have to start the sponsorship. Oh, shit. Hold on. So Nvidia sponsored, right? Windows 10 sponsored Hearthstone, chat.
The preparation.
Oh.
It depends. I mean, Hot Form could hypothetically just draw.
2 mana Wild Growth was still in the game.
Keeper the Grove suboptimally,
This was nerfed. This was nerfed soon.
Those kinds of cards don't really help too much, and Osaka might be given his most valuable resource, which is time against Druid. If he was able to get
Gonna hero power here. A classic Rogue Dagger on 2.
that is the point where a lot of Rogue players would be like, yeah, it's favored against Druid.
Keeper of the Grove. Just playing it for tempo. Respect it. Edwin was definitely in the deck. But I'm not sure if Edwin was. What's up, Mott? 7 mana Sprint. What is Sprint currently in Hearthstone right now, chat? I can't even tell you because I don't ever play the card. But was it 4? Is it 4 mana right now? And it's still not played. It's 5 right now. 5, okay, and it's still not played. 5 mana draw 4 is not good enough in Hearthstone currently.
Just the Violet Teacher here seems fine to me though.
Take prep at this time was still discounting spells by 3 though.
That just starts to be explosive. It allows
So technically it's 4. So this card was really good. Obviously Druid has swipe, but if they didn't have swipe, oh my god.
Not really what he's looking for here.
Well, Hot Form is just going for it. Like I'm saying, this game just has to do with damage. Once one player is too low on HP, someone has to play so defensively.
So that's both Keeper of the Groves gone, which means if we get Edwin, Druid is in a really awkward spot, but they have that big game hunter in hand.
With getting tokens and then use preparation with either.
This is so many tokens if he wants it. Do we want it though, Scott? What do we want here, bro? Keeper of the Grove is now 2/2. Yeah, they ended up nerfing Keeper of the Grove because you could see how great this card was, right? It's pretty decent tempo, really good effect. So they ended up nerfing it and then didn't really see a ton of play afterwards. It was kind of a mediocre card after.
I think he might hold on.
And Edwin lose stealth. Edwin lost stealth in beta. So Edwin, when Hearthstone was fully released, Edwin didn't have stealth. Thank God. Thank God.
Has a reasonably strong board presence and has preparation sprint with that sap to take care of a big minion like the Ancient of War waiting in Hot Form's hand.
Yeah, I think if you use the preparation.
What do we do here? Violet Teacher, bunch of tokens.
A little bit aggressively in the start.
Violet Teacher was a card that saw
The full tempo
play before they did the core set change. So just backstabbing and trading, nothing else. Doesn't want to use any other spells. There is the option to go prep to sprint next turn, which is interesting. Wild Growth is a slow draw. Really? So I think this really showcases what Druid did, right? Sometimes you drew like an absolute god. Other times you were kind of stuck with this really awkward hand. And it's tough because I guess you have to Wild Growth. So you have the more mana crystals. You're playing that big game hunter for tempo because if you can't just hero power, it's awful. Oh, this is a turbo nuts turn.
In fact, he can prep sprint and play Deadly Poison afterwards if he wants.
This is Osaka is starting to really snowball an advantage in this game, allowing that Valley.
You start playing Hearthstone. I played it in closed beta. I have gold. I have a golden Galvin in my my collection.
That would take Hot Form almost his entire turn in order to deal with it. So that's one thing that the Rogue is excellent at.
Yeah, this is just so much tempo. Oh, oil! Oil is so nuts. Huge trade the Violet Teacher in. Make sure one of them lives to swipe. You know that Hot Form 100% wants to go for the Ancient of Lore here because he needs cards in his hand. He clearly did nothing last turn. You could telegraph what was happening with Hot Form here. This is just so much damage, man. For another sprint too? God.
Considers the Violet Teacher adding more tokens on so the oil doesn't always.
Well, it could just be. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
What do you even do here, man?
It depends, though.
You could go prep into the Tinker Oil. I think Blade Flurry still hits face at this point in time, right? Is this lethal? No, is it? There's no way it's lethal.
Well, the attack here does seem to suggest that.
But just instant damage here.
And I mean, that just sets up a 2-turn lethal, unless he has lethal this turn.
It's definitely a 2-turn lethal. It's not lethal now. Oh, sapping was so clutch there too. It's honestly crazy to me that Ancient Lore was good. Card draw back in Hearthstone was at a premium. They didn't print great card draw for every single class. So if you had good card draw like in Ancient Lore, people really loved it. And it was good. Good swipe here.
I feel like really a big part of this game was the fact that the oil landed on a minion that
It's just GG. That's game, right?
3 damage is quite a bit in this situation.
I mean, he's 1 damage off right now.
Oh, it's not. It's 1 damage.
Just needs 1 more point for Ostkaka to
Do we sprint here? We sprint and go face.
Find him and eviscerate.
You could also go for the Phantom Knives and just hope for the best. What could Druid do here? I guess they heal with the Ancient Lore to follow, and then you're in an awkward situation. So maybe Phantom Knives for lethal now is what you want to do.
Ostkaka is very narrowly away from just being able to kill hot from this turn.
I mean, keep in mind the burst of the Druid that could happen, right? I mean, some really bad things could happen on the other end. So it seems like he's going for a safe play here.
He's going for the tempo play. Interesting. Okay. So he's not playing around swipe anymore. He's just thinking to himself that if he draws Eviscerate at any point in time, it's just lethal, right? What do we do here? And you have to fight for the board. Ancient War's not enough. Yeah, it's just game, right? You saw both swipes though, so Ancient War is going to save you.
Looking at if maybe he can drop another minion or he needs the hero power.
Hero power doesn't change the breakpoint at all, right? Yeah, so you never hero power. He has Eviscerate, he has Eviscerate. That's got to be so tough, man. That's just GG. Azure Drake's lethal. Perfect gameplay. Perfect Azure Drake. Oh, he just concedes, I'm pretty sure. Crazy moment, man. 2015 was a good time. Let's see him picking up the trophy.
And you should be extremely proud of what this trophy represents. We're very excited to continue growing Hearthstone esports in 2016, but for now, this is your moment, Ostkaka. Congratulations.
Yo, maybe get the trophy in frame, cameraman. Maybe back up a little bit. Okay. There we go. Good moment. Good moment. What do we got there? Is that Language Hacker? There's Orange. Savit. Who's here? Oh, there was. Hold on. Let's see who's here. Team Archon. So Amaz. Nimsh was there. Ben Bro to the corner there. Ice. I don't want to go too fast here. I think that's Hacker. Could be wrong. Frodan, obviously. Kibler. They're all walking up. Oh, no. There's Hacker. That's Hacker. That's Hacker. I don't know who this is. Oh, there's you guys can't see Raynad. You guys can't see. There's Raynad. Raynad, life coach is there. Eloise. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. This might be Craneage. I could be wrong. Ooh, blast from the past here with nostalgia. Anyways, that's 2015 Hearthstone. It's still pretty tame for the most part. You can see that it's still kind of like classic, but there's just a little bit more, I want to say, aggressiveness. People realized that tempo was a pretty important aspect of Hearthstone. So it was cool. All right, now we move on to 2016. I will move my camera in a hot second. Hold on.
A full year of Hearthstone competition has reached a climax. Thousands of top players have competed around the world, but only 2 remain.
So Frodan was.
And now it's time for them to.
Frodan was no longer on the desk, right? This was what he was hosting it, I think.
For the biggest title in Hearthstone, it is time to crown a 2016 World Champion.
Yo, the drip check, bro.
Please welcome.
Watching the whole thing. I'm not watching the whole thing. We're gonna watch the first match and the last match. I can't watch all of them, chat. It's just not enough time in the day. Dr. Hippie. What a name. Still sponsors. A lot of sponsorships here.
His opponent.
Dude's got Riz. Froda's got mad Riz, bro.
Becoming the world champion the following year. Please welcome Pavel.
Pavel. Big moment for Pavel here, chat. Big moment. Okay, now, unfortunately, as much as this is a really good moment in Hearthstone history, we'll see who's on the desk. We have Kibler and TJ, classic. I do have to show you guys what led up to this moment because I think it's arguably the most important moment. Because we're not going to see it here. And we're not going to see it in the finals, but we'll have to see that. We have to watch this, right? Where can I see this? I guess here.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Copyright. Hold on. I need like a... Is there not like a clip of it, bro? Like where's this clip at, man? Like, do they not have the champion? What is this?
That belongs in a museum.
Okay, yeah, here. I got it. Okay. So we have to watch this for sure. This is a very important moment in Hearthstone's history. Okay. People thought that the winner of this world championship in 2016 was going to be Amnesiac. Amnesiac was absolutely killing it. Really, really good player. Absolutely insane. Okay. Hold on.
This is the one. After this one, you have to look up Doug's video on how he ruined this championship moment.
Doug's video? Okay. Remind me after this game, Dylan. Remind me after this game. Okay. Sorry. Were you also aware that 2016 was the first year after 2015? Not clickbait. True. Okay. So people thought that Amnesiac was going to be the winner of this, right? Because he was killing it. Also, if he won this game, chat, he was going to the world finals. But we have to watch where this meme was born and why Pavel might be the luckiest man to ever grace us in Hearthstone.
Tempo mage, they do not deal with a 412. No hard removal played in the deck, but
okay, so here we gotta set the stage here, right? He's losing this game at the moment. Malygos up means that the game is probably over. This tempo mage deck does not run an answer to the Malygos.
About to say, this is a decision that Pavel has made. Amnesiac does not play this card in his mage. This could be huge for Pavel.
The perfect answer to the Malygos. This is gonna blow Pavel, Amnesiac, sorry, out of the water. Oh, look at it. Oh my God.
The heartbreak on the face from Amnesiac. I think he actually...
That's tough, bro. Anyways, because of that moment right there, it basically led up to the point where Pavel was able to come back and win the series. All right. Which was a pretty big moment in Hearthstone's history. Which is why I had to show it to you guys, because it was a very, very important moment. Anyways, this is the finals. Let's go to the first game. So I believe they continue with Conquest. Let's see what happens. So Conquest last year was 3 decks from both players.
Here. And it's time to jump in. And you can see...
Okay, so hold on. I got to just double check. So in this one, this was now a best of 7 with 1 ban. So you had to bring 5 decks and people would ban. Now in 2016, chat, what was 2016? I have to remember correctly. 2016 was Whispers of the Old Gods, One Night in Karazhan, and Mean Streets of Gadsden. I would imagine at this time, some of the more annoying cards were broken, but we'll see what this was.
And now will this be which of these 2 players emerges on top? And both players, this
so the opening here will help me a ton. So League of Explorers, yeah. Also, this is rotation, by the way, right? I mentioned it earlier. At the moment, GVG was gone and Naxxramas was gone. Those were the 2 sets that were completely gone from the game.
Their lineup, these 2 players do differ on significantly. While they are both playing Warrior, Pavel is playing the much more controlling-oriented Cthulhu Warrior. He's looking to build sort of powerful late game.
Cthulhu Warrior,
Dr.
man.
Hippie is playing Dragon Warrior. He's looking to get out more aggressively and really put pressure on Pavel and force him to have the right answer at the right time.
Indeed, yeah. The Cthulhu Warrior has a little bit of a better
No Blackrock either. No, Blackrock should be in. Blackrock was 2015.
Normal version. Oh, he gets life tap too.
Yeah, that is huge. The Sir Finley Murgleton on turn 1 allows Dr. Hippie to replace
his life tap is huge. So,
and this is a matchup.
Sorry, Kibler, for interrupting you. Sir Finley Murgleton was in standard not this year but last year in 2022. And in 2022, Surfly Mergleton was not played at all. It was just not good enough to replace your hero power, because in Hearthstone currently, if you're hero powering, it's often not great. In 2016, chat, this card was giga nuts.
Where so much of what the Cthulhu Warrior deck is trying to do is run you out of resources. It tries to use its cards to answer yours, and eventually you just don't have very much left. But Life Tap will allow Dr. Hippie to use his life total as a resource and exchange that for cards. The Cthulhu Warrior deck doesn't pressure you very much at all. You can really Life Tap at will in this matchup.
Yeah,
Mean Street wasn't out yet for the World Championship, so only All Gods and Kerosene for 2016, and BlackRock, Grand Tournament, League of Explorers. Okay, so that's what
it does pressure you a little bit. It pressures more than normal Control Warrior with cards like Cthulhu's Chosen, with the 7 drops that they have, Twin Emperor Veclor, and the Ancient Shield
get
there,
3/4.
not as much. And Dr. Hippie actually has a pretty solid curve. He also has a cheap dragon and
Interesting.
Fairy Dragon, so if he draws,
I guess he kept the Fairy Dragon for a reason. Oh, just a card, True Heart, man.
Look at how fast Pavel plays. And this is a player we've seen playing here, literally the biggest match of his life, the biggest match that has ever happened in Hearthstone.
I think it's huge here, too.
This is the biggest prize ever being given out, and he is just playing lightning fast. It's the player who kind of seems to play on instinct.
Yeah, and
most players play on instinct these days. I play on instinct, chat. I always have the right play.
Better when he plays fast. He slowed down his play yesterday and had some crucial errors in some of his matches.
Dude, imagine, it's actually crazy to think about how he doesn't even care about the Froth. Like, he's just playing a 4-2.
He's playing to that instinct, and he's sort of trusting in that instinct. So it'll be interesting to see.
How is your name? Akino Code, whatever your name. Surfly was in the core set last year. It was with Reno, Elise, and Brand. They all came back. Surfly was in the core set. He was in standard last year.
And he does have that Cthulhu's Chosen on turn 4.
And he wasn't Blade.
Get a little bit developed on the board, but Dr. Hippie has a really good possible turn of his own. He can answer that pretty easily with Fiery War Axe if he wants to. He does want to think about the possibility of
Fiery War Axe 2 mana
overextending into Brawl. He doesn't just want to play out a bunch of minions and allow Pavel to clear out all of them with his Brawl. But that Fiery War Axe, which
my bad. Sorry.
Playing right here.
Here, I've been spam watching your channel lately. Love your content. I was also wondering, what is your favorite era of HS of all time? My favorite era of HS is next year's Worlds Finals with Ungoro. So we'll get there very, very soon. Ungoro is my favorite year of Hearthstone by far. I fucking love that year. Do more content with Raynad, guys. If we do more Raynad will be here soon. I got no plans with Raynad at the moment. Also, chat real fast for you guys. If you're liking the stream, make sure you subscribe and make sure you like the stream. Thank you so much. Okay, cool.
Along with Sir Finley to take out the Divine Shield, will allow him to clear that to Cthulhu's Chosen and just keep up the pressure with this board. So Alex Strauss's champion comes down, charging forward, and speaking of charging forward, that Berserker is doing a lot.
Damn, this is
oh yeah, I mean, he's
Pavel's getting rushed down here, man. No brawl in sight. Very slow start. I guess from his perspective, it's like, what is he gonna do differently, right?
Shield blocks, but doesn't find anything.
Oh, look how slow this deck is.
It's going to take a lot going into this next turn.
And this is one of the things that kind of
makes Dragon Warrior is such a
bit different than
an interesting deck.
Decks. It does have the ability to be proactive, a powerful, in some ways, inevitable endgame with Cthulhu, but so many expensive cards can just clog up your hand. Pavel has a handful of
my god, life tapping as Warrior.
Justicar, the Doomsayer. These
crazy.
Are cards that are powerful. The game gets to go a long time. But Dr. Hippie is not looking to make that happen. He's just putting on the pressure.
Are you gonna play this champion?
And
you play the champion every time, right? You don't.
That traditional Control Warriors
wow, so respectful. You can't play Justicar here. You have to shield block here to survive. There's the Brawl.
13 health. Yeah, this is a crucial decision because of Revenge. Revenge, if Pavel were to go down to 12, could do
Revenge is the card I forgot about.
Board rather than just 1. And Dr. Hippie with a very heads-up play of ensuring that he puts the maximum damage on Pavel with.
Did you happen to see the post about Fierce Monkey being strictly better than Alex Jodger from around this era? Maybe a while ago, but not recently. I can't remember what it is.
Allowing him to get the max value of that Revenge.
Yeah, so Dr. Hippie, I believe, is sitting 2 damage off of lethal at the time being, with 12 on the board, 15 from the Fireworks, and 3 from the Alex Jodger champion. It puts him at 18 total damage. He just needs 2 more to push it all the way, and he's actually putting below 12. This is the push that he needs. He realizes he can probably get Pavel low enough and has enough gas behind this to make it even through a revenge.
Easy brawl. So Berserker, I mean, he's dead, right? There's nothing he can do. Doesn't matter what lives here. Because the Core Chrono Elite plus the Fire War Axe is just lethal. He can armor up. Does that save him?
2 chargers plus that War Axe remaining. Pavel doesn't know
No, it's GG.
but this is going to be his last turn of this game 1.
Oh yeah, and I mean, this is just sometimes what the Cthulhu Warrior can struggle
to be fair,
with.
turn 6, turn 7, I guess, dying on Hearthstone. We're starting to get closer to where we are in Hearthstone currently, right? This is a pretty fast-paced, game. Really shows you how powerful Warrior was at the time. People make fun of Warrior right now.
His best chance is to survive. Dragon Warrior doesn't necessarily have too many buffs, so killing it is usually the same amount of health as letting it live.
Yeah, but we see the Core Chrono Elite going to come down.
All right, so that's the first game. Turn 7 lethal. Pretty great play overall from Dr. Hippie. You're new in his win condition is. Pavel didn't draw shit. You could see how greedy his deck was at this time. But this was the type of era where this slower type of deck could actually be playable in the current metagame. We could also tell here, I've closed the old ones, but I believe this is the longest one so far. This one is 1 hour and 22 minutes long. Anyway, so we're going to move on. I just want to see what decks were played at the time. So this was Tempo Mage. There was some kind of Discard Warlock. And then we had Druid still doing 2-mana Wild Growth things, Druid mirror matches. So we went to 1v1. There's a 2-1. All right, we got a Druid back into this Warrior deck. Let's see what it is. Does Dr. Hippie win this? Close. Pavel ends up winning this and ended up with this Rogue. So we got to see Cthulhu get played. So this was maybe the last match.
You have a defender of Argus. So the Dark
Hold on, I gotta double check. So Dark Peddler going against Rogue. Rogue ended up winning this. Warlock ended up winning this game. Rogue doesn't really have a great answer to this. Okay. Hearthstone was sponsored by Newegg. If you guys didn't see it, picture of Anduin on your wall. All right, so at this moment, it looks like Hearthstone's in a pretty good spot, right? This was a pretty good time for Hearthstone. A lot of versatility in what you could do in the game. There was combo, aggro. Well, let's see what Rogue was playing. Rogue was always the most interesting class to watch.
All right, well, here we go. Jumping into game number 6.
All right.
The final series for the 2016
See what we got here.
Championship Tour.
No one is running Renethal. Huge misplay for all players right now, in my opinion.
Only if Ranathal was in the game at this time. How crazy that would have been. All right, so Rogue's still playing Miracle at this point.
Can become a world champion, or Dr. Hippie's going to take this one to a game.
Also, I'm going to mention the sponsorships here because I think they're really interesting. Intel is sponsoring.
And Dr. Hippie going with his Druid. This is the deck that Pavel feasted on to make his way to the final.
All right, here we go.
In 2 straight matches, beat Druid 8 times. 4-0 in both of them.
Swashbuckler. 1-mana 1-1. You guys see Edwin in the hands? Love to see Edwin in the hands.
Dr. Hippie needs to win with right now. This is the wild card deck for Dr. Hippie that has probably given him the most struggle and has probably given Pavel the most success when he sees it on the other side. As you mentioned,
Sinister Strike was ran, so this is a much more aggressive deck. Interesting.
But you know, this deck isn't really about the minions, so I'm not sure how happy he is with that.
Good hand from the Druid though. There's no wild growth.
It does give you
Get better, Dr. Hippie.
Azure Drake later on. True. You don't necessarily have to invest.
Arcane Giant was also in the game. Yeah, that was a really popular card.
Can deal with that.
Gotta make sure Rarran sees the Dog video. How long is the Dog video?
Yeah, true. And I think Pavel is going to breathe a sigh of relief when he sees that Dr. Hippie has missed.
Ace is sponsored too. So I'm really intrigued with the sponsorships here. Hey, any companies want to sponsor me? Let me know. My DMs are open.
To get him that mana, to get him those cards.
This is the year that Standard was introduced. Yeah, this was the year. 2016 was the first time we saw Standard.
A big whiff for Dr. Hippie in this
and Wild.
Yeah, he has definitely struggled with
Innovate 1 mana here. I can't remember. I think it was after Mean Streets it was nerfed.
Just cycle through, try and find perhaps some actual ramp. He does have a Mire Keeper.
A lot of thinking here.
Also, the
so I guess Innervate is 2 here because you might want to go like Innervate coin into Nourish.
But the problem if you do use your Nourish early for ramp, you
2 mana crystal still, yeah.
On cards, but ooh, Dr. Hippie, he is.
I kind of respect this play.
Ramp up.
Dr. Hippie is 8 minutes. Okay, we can watch it.
And as we were saying, you know, this can lead you to potentially running low on resources later on, but he's looking to take control of the game with tempo right now.
Oh my God, why do they play so slow? Patrick. There is $100,000 on the line. $100,000 on the line, at least. I don't know the amount. Don't you think you would play a little slower, just a little bit slower, if that much pressure was there, dude? Just a little bit. Okay, thank you. Just kidding, man. Yeah, okay.
Because he has the mana to utilize them. He can also keep ramping up with Mire Keeper. He does have Wrath as cycle, but he needs some help. He needs second Nourish. He needs Azure Drake. He needs more tools to increase his hand size.
So Dr. Hippie took a really interesting approach in getting ramp with the Nourish, and I respect it because mana is great, but he may run out of cards.
That the sort of greed of this Malygos rogue deck can lead it to have dead cards this stage of the game, and Pavel, he's got both of them in his hand.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what Dr. Hippie goes for here. Ramp is, you know, the first choice, but is there ever a situation where since you ramped with the Nourish,
I wonder if you get the 2/2, yeah.
Oh,
Tomb Pillager.
Pillager for Pavel.
What a card.
Kind of hanging out in his deck until turn 4.
Oh my god.
Like he's got
dude,
an agreement with.
I'm gonna do a quick little story here. Let me tell you a story, chat. I was a wee lad. Miracle Rogue was kind of not really a deck. This is the card that kind of brought Miracle Rogue back into the game, because getting an extra card was an extra coin for a 5/4 was really great for Rogue. And I remember watching Dog play it the very first day, and it was a great stream. Sorry, I had to talk about that.
Show up on turn 4
Nostalgia overwhelmed there.
Grand finals, but that is actually
huge draw.
A crucial draw. Dr.
And that means Edwin's this Edwin here is peering around the corner, man. And I don't know if Keeper of the Grove is nerfed yet.
Not really helping him.
And crucially, that Tomb Pillager, if it dies, will give Pavel a coin. The coin plus backstab, even just firing off Sinister Strikes on his own turn, can make a giant Edwin Van Cleef. Dr. Hippie's deck does not have a mulch. He has no way to deal with a huge minion.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Hippie, I feel like that was a huge risk going with the Nourish for ramp early on in the game.
Oh my god, Mott, thanks for 50, bro. Holy shit. Thank you. Chat, bunch of pogs for Mott, please. Thank you so much.
If he had to wait that long to get that many cards, but he had the
dude, I wonder from his perspective if like he's thinking about Edwin Van Cleef here, right? This is such an awkward turn. And again, it all comes back to him using the Nourish for ramp. I wonder if that still haunts him to this day. I don't know if that's why he's going to lose, because he may have wanted the draw on turn 5 instead, right? He could have played the Mire Keeper earlier
on the big stage, not paying off yet, but I mean, if he draws into big stuff, he could get a lead in this match.
Yeah. He's got the Feral Rage, going to go ahead and remove that Tomb Pillager, but as we mentioned, that does give Pavel the ability to have an absolutely explosive turn 5.
Ooh.
All right, well, let's see.
Oh my god. Didn't draw Guff. All right, so
that he could actually use backstab.
This is an Edwin.
Power up the.
This is an Edwin.
Van Cleef a little bit more. It will be backstab. We know that's going to start things off, but exactly how Pavel wants to maneuver, how many of his resources
coin Sinister Strike into my dad.
Coin and a Sinister Strike as well.
Oh, he's going for it.
He is going for it.
Oh my god.
Shiv and backstab, Sinister Strike.
Huge moment here.
Cleef is coming down, and he is huge.
What is that, 10-10? 12-12?
Oh! That is a 2-turn clock for Dr. Hippie.
That is a card.
Just a couple of hits from that will absolutely knock him out of this tournament.
That is so big. Pavel on turn 5 was able to create a 10-10 Van Cleef. Dr. Hippie would need to have sort of the perfect answers here to deal with it. If you count up even all the removal he has in his hand, it's only 9 damage from
Dude,
spells.
I wish I could go back to these days. It's a good times, man. Good times.
For the draw, but now he just has
it just puts him in such an awkward position, right?
And hope that Pavel doesn't have a sap to remove it.
But he does.
So, fun fact here, chat. I just want to mention this. Edwin Van Cleef, as a card, showed up in the most world championships of any card. And I believe the stat also includes that the person running Edwin Van Cleef has won, or sorry, I should say Edwin Van Cleef has won the most world championship. Also, 4-mana Barnes, close your eyes if you are mentally scarred from this card like I am. And this sap is going to feel so good from Pavel.
Very, very
the sound. Everyone listen. Everyone listen. This is a good moment. I love the sound that this makes.
Game off with Bite plus Sinister Strike as well. He has 7, 8 more damage he can do this turn. He could.
What is Barnes in for?
Dr. Hippie down to just 3 life, but he can also just sap plus Barnes and all but assure that Dr. Hippie would be dead next turn.
I mean, you saw Pavel. He gave like a big sigh, realizing that he was that close to winning the world championship. Dr. Hippie's at 11 health, and he
Barnesford Malagos?
Oh. That he had no way
What's up, what's going on, man?
with that Edwin Van Cleef. He played the Arcane Giant with the hopes that Pavel wouldn't
have answer here is for Druid. Yeah, Druid doesn't have a great.
He's got the perfect.
Again, I don't know at this time if Keeper of the Grove is nerfed. So if Keeper of the Grove was nerfed, Druid did not have an answer for this card. Back in the day, that 2-4 that we saw in the last championship was a really big deal, or the first championship.
Yeah,
flies in 2 turns.
But the Sap here is so good, man.
Just needs a single window.
Just destroys the tempo. Sap was such a powerful card with Edwin.
And he's making sure that he puts on as much damage as possible. So even if Dr. Hippie finds a way to deal with Edwin, it means that he has enough damage in his hand, plus the SI7 agent to have lethal damage.
Dr. Hippie needs a miracle. He needs Raven Idol swipe. That does not look like he has quite enough. He can take down
Sap is OP in WoW as well, is it?
Yeah, he can take down the
it's pretty funny.
Spells that he has. I mean, of course, from his perspective, he can survive, but
he can live.
Has Bite. That's 4 damage. He has Sinister Strike. That's
just
3
GG.
damage. He'll have the SI7 agent on the board. That's 3 more. That's plenty of damage to end the game.
And we said
is Naturalize not a thing at this point? It might have been rotated.
Earlier,
but it also just might be in the deck. I'm not sure. I honestly couldn't tell you.
This is the last turn for Dr. Hippie for the World Championship, and this is the last turn before Pavel. He will do it. The bite, the Sinister Strike, the attack. Pavel is your 2016 Hearthstone World Champion. 1 game away.
Good moment, man.
From BlizzCon last year.
At least, so at least Dr. Hippie was able to win 2 games. It wasn't just an overall stomp, right?
And wins the World Championship.
But Pavel got really lucky this tournament.
His near miss last year as
all right, who do we recognize here? Don't know anyone here. Is that RDU? No.
Took him all the way to the title, all the way to the trophy.
Oh, Frodan here.
The champion.
What an impressive performance from that young man.
Okay, chat, while this is going, we're gonna wait for him to raise the trophy. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the wash real fast. We'll watch the Doug video when I get back, okay? Be a sec.
You worked hard this entire year battling out over thousands of people, and now you've won on the biggest stage. What do you have to say to all the fans who are watching around the world?
Thanks everyone for this huge support. I'm really appreciate that. Yeah. Super happy that I win.
I bet you are. What went through your mind during the last few moments of the match?
One more time, please.
Well, definitely a lot of emotions going through everybody's minds. And congratulations again. I want to take this opportunity to present the trophy with president and co-founder of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morheim, as well as production director, Jason Chaz.
Pavel, we would like to award you this trophy on behalf of Blizzard Entertainment, on behalf of the entire Hearthstone community. 2016 was an amazing year for Hearthstone esports, and we're incredibly proud to crown you as the new world champion. From everybody at Blizzard and from the millions of Hearthstone fans across the world, congratulations.
Poggers, I came back in the perfect time. Woo! Hey, there's Firebat. Thank you, everyone who's watched. All right, what's the Doug video called, chat? What's it called? What's the Doug video called? Just so I know. Also, if you guys haven't seen this video, highly recommend watching it. Very, very good. How I ruined the biggest tournament. Okay. Hey, man. How I ruined. I'll just look up Doug ruined Hearthstone, sure. Okay.
Well, I guess I'll try to play one game of Hearthstone. Or I retell the Pavel story that I told like 2 years ago when I played. We have to go way back to 2016 Hearthstone World Championship. Yeah, okay, this is it. Okay, so here's why I like Hearthstone. I started on YouTube making Hearthstone,
I'll look at
as,
a sec.
Some people here may know, and I started in 2015. And I was never good at playing the game, but I just like following it a lot. I think it's a very, very, very entertaining game to watch, and I just watched a shitload. This is also when I like started to really get into Twitch and stuff because it was so entertaining. So then in 2015, I was like, I should try making videos. Whoa, you can like make videos about stuff. So then I learned how to edit videos just off a random internet tutorial thing, learned video editing, and then that year just started making Hearthstone stuff. So then in 2015, I quit my job at EA and tried to make it as a Hearthstone YouTuber. Did not work, but I got a job at ESL, which is an esports company that ran a bunch of Hearthstone things among many, many other things. So anyways, 2015, I learned to edit videos and quit my job to try to make it as a YouTuber, but instead ended up in a job in esports. And so in all of 2016, I worked on the Hearthstone World Championship, which is like Blizzard's big giant tournament, big giant like tournament series that they did for Hearthstone the whole year. And I didn't know anything about esports, but then over the course of the year, they basically just like made me the lead, one of the leads of the production. This is the ending of that whole year. This is the Hearthstone World Championship. So this is at BlizzCon. You don't need to describe it. We've read your link.
It's loud, boys. It's loud.
Looking dapper. Ooh, just realized this match is Ukraine versus Russia. Anyways, so this is the end of like a year of competition. This is at BlizzCon. So there's like 10,000 people in the crowd or whatever. And so this is like the last show that year that I produced. So I was like organizing the casters, the players, various things like the production team. I was like the project manager basically. So managing many different elements of the thing, and most things going through me in terms of how it's organized. For example, like who's casting what matches and who goes where, and a lot of the creative stuff. So anyways, this is the final tournament of the whole thing. This is like the end of an entire year of build up to this moment where you had, I don't know, thousands of people compete for then the regional championships, and then that goes to the world championships at BlizzCon, and then this is the finals up on stage, and the stage is actually sick as fuck. So they have this really long match, right? It's Dr. Hippie and Pavel, two very, very good players. This long match goes. It's like an hour and 10 minutes, right? Hearthstone was hype. Oh, it's best of 7, that's why.
Okay.
The sinister strike, the attack. Pavel is your 2016 Hearthstone World Champion.
Okay, so Pavel wins the World Championship.
What did he do?
Now me as like the producer, one thing I'm responsible for in this case is making sure everybody knows what's going on in a way that the show can actually run well, right? So Dr. Hippie and Pavel do not speak much English. They are pretty young. Dr. Hippie was, I think he was in college. He might have been like 18 or 19 at the time. He really didn't like speaking English or being in the center of attention. Pavel's kind of the same thing. He was like a little more down to be out in the open, but these are like kids. It's very understandable that they wouldn't want to like be in front of 1,000. And there's like 300,000 people watching online, by the way. This is like a big fucking tournament.
Hearthstone was popping.
Numbers, which are always kind of fake. Then it's 1 million. Like 1 million people potentially watching. This is so big moment, and understandably, somebody who's just played Hearthstone in their room up until this, and then just randomly is on stage in front of like 1 million people, understandably, you'd be really nervous. So before both of these guys went on stage at the beginning here, like right before they walk out, so they like come from off stage, literally right before he walks on stage. I'm right behind it. And I talked to both of them and I said, hey, so if you win, we want to make sure it's like a fun moment with you getting the trophy. So when you get the trophy, be sure to hold it up in the air so that, the camera can see it and people can celebrate. And so both of them were just kind of like, yeah, okay. And they just sort of nodded and were like, yeah. And that's, from what I remember, that's all I said. But I told both of them that, like, hey, if you win, I know you're thinking about the match, but if you win, just remember to do that. Which is important because there have been some really awkward moments in esports of people, like, accepting trophies. Like, it's been, for anybody who's, like, a diehard esports fan, there's some super, super awkward
moments.
Trophy ceremonies where people, like, hold things or drop them or are just, like, uncomfortable or just leave and don't even stay. So it's trying to avoid a situation like that. So we get to the ending, right? And Pavel wins it, and he comes out on stage, and I'm like, okay, this is great, and it's going to be a great moment. Everybody's like flooding in. I think that's me right there.
Hey, Doug!
That's my shirt. So they talk for a little bit.
Thanks everyone for this huge support. I'm really appreciate that. Yeah.
Great guy, by the way. Both of these super great guys. So really happy he wins. And so then they go through this, and here comes Mike Morheim, the president of Blizzard, to give him his trophy. You had hair. Shut the fuck up.
I'd like to award you this trophy on
That's so
behalf
mean.
of Blizzard Entertainment, on behalf of the entire Hearthstone community. 2016 was
There's
an
Admirable.
amazing
Hi, Admirable.
year for Hearthstone esports, and we're incredibly proud to crown you
Do we get
as
to
the
see
new
Doug in the
world
corner?
champion. From everybody at Blizzard and from the millions of Hearthstone fans across the world,
Am I there?
congratulations.
Doug?
I don't see me.
He
Whatever.
does.
So he gets it, and he holds it up, and I'm sitting over there. I'm like, yes, he's doing it, dude. Yes, like what a good shot. This is awesome, right? Look at that. And he like, imagine the worst case scenario. He just holds it and like kind of walks away, or he drops it or whatever, right? This is awesome. Look at this shot. Look how sick this is.
Good shot. Good
And I'm
shot.
like, fuck yeah, Pavel. This looks awesome. And he's still holding it.
I was gonna say he's holding it for a
It's still
while,
a good shot, right?
but he's still holding it.
And he's still holding it. And now, I remember turning. I was next to Sottle, I think. I remember turning to him and saying, like, okay, he's good now. Yeah, Sottle was right there. So Frodan starts closing it out.
For 2017.
It's clearly, there's me. It's clearly established that it's over. Frodan is taking this out.
Join me in one final round of applause for our world champion, Pavel from Russia.
And he's still going. I think the camera panned away because he's like, he hasn't moved.
Wait, don't tell me he's still holding it. Dude, he's still doing it.
And it's still going. Raven is, they're like, people are like looking around in the back. Like, what do we do? He's holding it still. Look, you can see me. I'm moving in because I'm like, somebody needs to go tell him to turn it down. I think this is TJ to try to tell him to put it down. Okay, there he goes in. TJ saves it. But like, it was so long, man. It was so long. And people like joked about it. That like, Pavel is still holding the trophy.
Dude, that's so funny, actually. His arm almost broke. GG. That's so funny.
Beautiful hair. Anyways, I always felt bad about that. Probably better.
Holy shit, that's funny. Yeah, you don't really notice it when you're watching it, to be honest, because I guess you're just so like, you're so invested in him winning. But when you actually watch Doug's perspective, it's hard to enjoy that moment because you're so worried that he's just gonna break his wrist or something, man. Holy moly. Not only did he have to win Hearthstone, he had to hold his arms up there. Jesus Christ. The abuse to these players. All right, Mom, what'd you send me?
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie. You are my dad.
Thank you, Mon. Okay. All right. Anyways. He just told him to do it. It's funny. It's just really funny. It's really funny. I can't even imagine like being Doug there and being like, is he gonna put this down? He's gonna put this down. Why do you think Hearthstone doesn't pull the same numbers now? What dropped the hype? This used to absolutely be massive looking back. All right, let me give you a couple things here. Number one, it's Hearthstone's an older game. Number two, Hearthstone has done a really bad job of showcasing personalities, in my opinion. I think what makes Hearthstone such a great game, at least beforehand, was that the personalities were the forefront of the game. Now it doesn't feel like it's the same thing anymore, and I don't know why. That's what I don't really know. I think Hearthstone, there's just also other games that are just more fun and don't require as much as an investment to get in. Hearthstone was also the leading game in a new genre that people didn't really have, right? Card games were not that popular. Hearthstone comes out, it's a huge thing. Also, Blizzard is probably the real answer here. Yeah, it's probably just Blizzard. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, Blizzard. Fuck. Anyways, 2017 comes around. And we have Frozen versus Tom, which is another banging series, to be honest. Again, this is my favorite year of Hearthstone. I loved Ingoro. I loved it. And I think people often, when they think about their best moment in Hearthstone, if people don't tell you it was classic, I think a lot of people remember I think a lot of people remember how great Ungoro was. Legends say the trophy weighs 2 tons. Shit. Ungoro was a really good moment in Hearthstone. Chat, I also want to say, guys, I have tried really hard to try to bring people to the game and give people a reason to be excited for Hearthstone again, but I don't think I can do enough. I've tried really hard. I've tried so many different avenues for Hearthstone content that I'm hoping that more people get invested, but I think the game is just past its prime. Okay, anyways, Frozen is the chosen banging line here. Let's see what we're looking with. All right. So I will say this, I'm going to start giving you guys a little bit more context of players because now I'm getting to the realm where I kind of remember a little bit more. Frozen was a really good player. Frozen is one of the best players that North America has ever brought to the game. And so is Tom. Tom is really good as well. And both of these players after this year continuously played Hearthstone and were both very, 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 very good at the World Championships and just in Hearthstone in general. So let's watch the first game here. I just want to see what the format is. Can we see the format? Did they just get right into it? I guess they get right into it, right? They don't even show you.
That's how important.
So at this point in time, Wild Growth is still 2 mana. I thought for sure it was going to be nerfed at this point in time, man. What the hell? We can see Frostlich Jaina's in. So this was in hero cards. Kara's in, still in. So what rotated at this time? League of Explorers was gone. So no more Reno. Blackrock Mountain was rotated, right? And TGT. So those 3 are gone. So now it's Old Gods, One Night in Karazhan, Ministries of Gadgeson, Ungoro, Knights of the Frozen Throne, and I don't know if Cobalt and Catacombs was in the game yet. I don't know if it was. I appreciate it, guys. Some of you still triggered for Vicious Fezzling? Yeah. Vicious Fezzling. No Kobolds yet. Okay, so this is just after Knights of the Frozen Throne. Okay.
That card is to his deck. That's right.
Well, let's see. What is the flag? It's just the Chinese type. I don't know what that is actually. Maybe it's a sub-region of China. Couldn't tell you. I don't want to be wrong. This is very quiet. Let me turn this up. So Jade Druid was the thing. Who? Just a quick little poll here before we get into this. Who was a fan of Jade Druid? Type 1 in chat if you like Jade Druid. Type literally anything else if you didn't, because that fucking duck. Oh, you guys weren't there. There's actually some fans in here. Wait, there's fans in my chat of Jade Druid? Wow, a lot of you guys. Well, will you appear in the grand final? What do you mean? I'm there right now. You just don't see me. I'm there. Never tried it, but it seems funny. Oh, interesting. Ban all of them. Okay, let's see how this goes.
The infinite board presence has made for the Druid. And we see Tom off to a strong start with Jade Idol into Wild Growth with Nourish
Even familiar.
still in his hand.
Wait, Cobalt is in. Cobalt is in. So Cobalt and Catacombs is in. That's a Cobalt card. I completely forgot that's a Cobalt card. No, that's, yeah, isn't it? And then Branching Path is for sure. Yeah. So Cobalt's in.
Not what Frozen wants to see. One of the few cheap spells in his deck.
What's it? Kermit, thanks for coming back, bro. Appreciate it. Many fans starting larger, man, dude. Guys are cringe.
Tom does have this branching paths, and unlike those other control matchups,
This is gonna be interesting to see. So Hearthstone in this year was really good. This was a really good time for Hearthstone. Once, I think Quarter Creeper was nerfed, and I think this was when Hearthstone was really good. They had a really good selection of cards for the game.
Frozen does pick up a Dragon's Fury
Now,
off of this.
I know who wins this chat. I don't know if you guys do, but Arcane Tyrant, God. Nourish was still 5 at this point. Nourish, I believe, got nerfed to 6 at some point, right, chat? It's been a while, but I believe. This Patches era, Patches would have been nerfed at this point, I believe. Patches was nerfed. We learned that recently around Cobalt and Catacombs, so Patches was probably nerfed. That being said, Patches was probably here.
This is a matchup that is very much about pressure and attrition.
Damn, Tom slapped.
To keep enough pressure on Frozen,
Ooh.
so he can't just sit back and ultimately get to Skulkengeist and Jaina and really shut everything down, turn things around on him. So without the ultimate infestation already in his hand, if he does nourish for mana to ramp up, he does run the risk of just running out of breath. But it will
We saw that last. Oh, ultimate.
Have thrown ultimate infestation immediately, so I'm sure.
Damn, he really wanted the ramp there. He went for the draw, respectful. So we saw that last time with Dr. Hippie where he went for the ramp instead of the draw and it didn't pay out for him.
completely different scenario. He would have been able to ramp
What we got? My wife. She's mine, chat.
As this J train continues with Eye of Blackball.
Frozen with the
Ice barrier into immediately the valet.
down Aya, but that does leave
Like that.
behind. And Tom, with a bit of a mana advantage still, thanks to the wild growth, is able to keep the pressure on here.
Good play, man.
Wonder if that card
I'm gonna tell Nicole.
Frozen ends up being one of those factors that allows Tom to build even more.
It's just a meme. I don't actually. What is this shot for, bro?
Look at
You think we need the perspectives, dude? We're watching the game here, guys.
all very powerful tools, but eventually the Jays will get out of range.
I guess you could.
One of the things about it too was the fact that Frozen plays
What the hell?
cards like Ice Barrier, right? It increases the chances compared to the normal.
What was the point of that shot? Like, what the hell is that?
Dragon's Fury here hits a 4.
Ooh,
so does
huge.
Not kill the Jade Behemoth. This is a big part of why Tom chose to take that attack with his 3/3 Jade. It allows a small hit
Like
off
this.
the Dragon's Fury. He knew was in
This is an interesting time in Hearthstone, right? This is probably when, at least this matchup where Hearthstone was really slow, right? This was a very slow archetype. J Druid was like the infinite deck, and Frozen's going for the grindy mage deck with big spells, Frostlet Jaina. This was a good time, guys. Did he just hit his dude? No, okay. He did.
I was going to say he has a hand. That
Oh, he's
is,
doing it for Ultimate Infestation. Okay, fair enough.
Infestation, but Tom recognizes that. He wants to cast Infestation next turn. And
You don't want to burn
run
too many
the risk of
cards.
Potentially burning cards. So he just damages his own minions.
Firelands Portal.
Spellstone,
Good
which
card.
does leave it vulnerable to the Firelands.
Oh, that sucks because it just dies. Oh, Frozen do it too.
Deals 5, draws 5.
But it is what it is.
5 armor, creates 5 Reddit threads.
Yeah, and it'll be key.
Raise 5 Reddit threads. Oh, and the Tyrant too. Tom is chilling.
Here. Frozen, of course. Small
And these Jades are only going to get bigger and bigger.
would have made his life a little bit easier.
And the positioning from Tom here with his smallest minion in the middle.
We'll see.
does
My first run to Legendary was with Control Warrior with Belcher. My second was with Drager because I didn't want to try. True.
What is impactful is Frost.
True. The tilt aspect. The tilt aspect, I should say. So Frostlet Jaina gets played. One of people's favorite cards of all time, for sure. Yeah, this was a really cool card. Slow as hell, but when it was played, it was so fun. Great gold animation.
From Tom's side now, he needs to try to.
For the record, I would smash.
Out of range of most of the
In case you were curious.
in Frozen's deck. He is of course afraid of polymorphs.
The problem with the mage deck, though, is I just don't know if it has enough value to really handle J Druids, right?
Tend to go both tall and wide very well.
Yeah, it's difficult because at 3
Like just another cinematic perspective here from the Hearthstone team.
to manipulate things with Blizzard, the 3 damage adjacent from the meteor.
Cohen asked. At this time, Life Coach is already retired. Yeah, Life Coach is last year, I believe, was the previous World Championship.
Make a little 1/1 sheep. That can also get tricky. Tom's just gonna try and extend to the board.
Tom's just doing his thing, man.
Low health minion count. We'll see if Frozen will opt to go for an immediate water elemental or perhaps.
Dude, look at that removal in the hand, man. That's so crazy. Oh, that's gotta feel weird.
Create a water elemental on the Arctic Tyrant, so able to convert some removal on multiple.
Ugh. Lines it up for the water elemental, though, which is huge. Malfurion, man. I'm confused, Rarran. You told us you won all these tournaments. I did. This is. Oh, you thought this was the. Oh no, we're just watching something. We're just watching something. When is the smash or pass video every Hearthstone card? When I hit 200,000 subs, that's when we're gonna do it. I said that 200,000, and we'll talk about it. You ever try to make it to the final? I'm there, dude. No, I'm kidding. Not really. No. I played the game way more casual, and until I basically until Demon Hunter came out, then I tried really hard.
Which can mitigate future possible water
And then, yeah.
preemptively from Frozen if he doesn't
Don't
aid
chat.
away.
Don't make bonds.
Tom is into his deck.
This is the tournament to decide who gets to be the runner-up. I'd Rare. True.
So far ahead of the mage draw that even if the Skulking Geist comes, maybe the Jays are too big for the mage to even overcome.
Yeah, so I think this matchup's tough because from the mage side, you have to constantly be making water elementals, and Druid kind of can just hang out and do whatever they want to do. And again, we see this common thread here, chat, that Druid has been a part of every championship we've seen so far. So Druid's just been a good class.
Consider the threat of
Druid is just good.
we talk about branching paths and how it can be used for burst. That's 8 damage just staring at him if he lets it go.
Man, look at this play. Thalnos last to make sure he gets the ping with the hero power. Great play. Fandral plus Wrath plus the hero power. Fandral is a really cool card.
Draw the Jade Idol potentially and then shuffle it in.
And there's that Jade Idol.
There's the Jade Idol.
Still does not have Skulking Geist.
One of the most hated cards of all time. So was Skulking Geist printed, chat? Skulking Geist was printed at this point in time, right?
Yeah, but he needs to kill off this Blood Mage Thanos. Deny the easy ping here from Frozen.
Easy ping gone.
Get that as well.
We're chilling, man. We're chilling. Popular opinion, Taunt Druid was way worse than Jade Druid. Well, Taunt Druid had, Taunt Druid I think is next year, right? But Taunt Druid had didn't have unlimited value, right? Yeah, Jade Druid did. Jade Druid could go on for theoretically ever.
Can just continually create both threats and the future.
Oh, the voice lines for the Death Knights were so good.
It doesn't allow him to skip the turn. Usually when you have the Jade Idol Infinites, and assuming you're going toe-to-toe with resources, Druid one turn has to skip.
I don't know how Druid, I mean, Druid just has...
But I don't even know if the game will progress to that point, Kimber, because Frozen will try to get to the Skulking Geist.
You're watching all the finals, right? Not every single World Championship game? No, just the finals. Are you... Dude, you know how much time World Championships went on for? They're like at least 10 hours for each one. At least, like, probably 20 hours. The year I stopped playing Hearthstone, I think. Hunter, Death Knight is peak Hearthstone. Dude, the polymorph feels so bad there because you just know it's only going to get bigger and bigger. Oh, God, Roth. Hate to see it, dude.
Wrath and the Plague Lord ability from Tom both have...
Title says you are? I mean, get the hell out of here, Misha.
Dig, I believe. Yeah, just wants to draw. Trying to find more Jade Idols. Just keep the...
Get the hell out of here. We're technically doing it. If I've watched one game, I've technically watched all of them.
Larger and larger man. Larger and larger
man. Larger and larger man. Yeah, just pass around. It's all good. It's good. It's the best meta in your opinion, Angoro? Angoro slapped so much ass, dude. It was the best. After the quest, the road quest was nerfed. That's when it was the best. I loved after the road quest was nerfed. Such a good time.
Tom is done setting up his pressure here.
That's another Jade if he wants it.
Another Jade. God. Fangel lives for multiple turns. Just so good. Like, you can see Frozen right now. It's like, I see. I don't know this one, guys. This one's looking a little, it's looking a little rough.
That is Skulking Geist.
There's Skulking, though.
Frozen crucially needs, but is it in time? Tom has already created so many large Jades.
But how do you, I guess you have to ice block here, right? Well, technically you don't. You could hit the 9/9 and then you don't die. But you probably want to block now.
I think Frozen could have drawn Skulking Geist to still have a chance in this game.
That's a big deal. You notice that Tom's deck went down significantly. I actually don't remember who wins this.
Other than the hero power and any kind of burst coming out here. So he's going to try to see if he
Gets the life, gets the freeze. Big deal, man. I don't even know it's... So I guess Frozen wins this one, right?
I believe just a Jade Blossom left in his deck. So he is working with everything that he will have for the rest of the game.
Spirit Blossom with more dudes.
22 damage. Can't even pop the ice block this turn. That is so crucial. And
This is so much stats. Skulking Geist was such an important card for them to print.
Frozen has no water elemental. This is the life total he has to work
Yeah, you have to hit face. You're never trading into any minions anymore. There's literally no reason for Tom to do it.
because it does mean that Frozen can't preemptively damage any of these minions.
Spreading Plague, man.
To then get Dragon's Fury.
So the weird thing about this is that Frozen doesn't have any freezes, but he has another block just in case, and he still has one up. So this is good.
Copy of Flame Strike. It is 1 in 4 to hit the ideal Dragon's Fury.
Single cost of Flame Strike. Let's see what happens here. Oh,
3 damage. That is not enough to clear off.
Tough, but he does get the ping.
It does set the Iron Golem into range and
Use
allow
LA.
to kill off several of these. But
I mean, he's actually kind of doing it. Last card is a Jade Blossom. So basically after this Jade Blossom, it's kind of just nothing for Tom except for the Druid hero power. But this is what really showcases how good this Druid Death Knight was. Just so good. Watch this match at my desk as a young office lad. Boss walked by and said, "No, you can't do that here. Trick for young players." Alt tab. True, dude. I would alt tab.
Is his last minion or minion of substance remaining?
Imagine not alt tabbing.
Frozen can deal with these minions and, importantly, sustain himself against the Malfurion hero power. Because even if
Curious to see who actually ends up winning this, man.
minions, if he doesn't make water elemental, it's possible for Tom to just punch him in the face and break his ice block and then kill him the following turn. So here, Tom's looking.
What does he do? So he trades into the water elemental. He wants to pop the block at a low enough life total, which is really important here. So hero powers pushes it to 1, so you pop the block at 1, forcing Frozen to have the second one. But you also, even if he does, still keep him at 1. No Reno Jackson anymore.
More complicated for Frozen to get the 1 damage icy touch and converting to water.
Another 11-11.
Picking up polymorph here would be pretty huge.
Yeah, what do we got? Flame Strike. The Flame Strike at this time still did 4 damage. Not 5 as it currently does. You have to block yet. I mean, he could ping himself to get a water elemental. Am I right or am I right?
So the threat of the 5 direct damage, even if it will send Tom deep into fatigue.
Dude, you could just look how. Okay, I know we're focusing on the gameplay here, but could we just take a moment and look at our players' faces during this game? Hearthstone at this time was pretty incredible to watch. Frozen is already huge braining it, but Tom, giga thinking at the moment. He is using every single brain power that he has to think about how he wins this game. What does Frozen do here, man? You have to block. So I wonder if he meteors to make sure he just kills the 11-11 now. But if he kills the 11-11 now, well, he can trade into the 8-2, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Then it's just the 10-7.
With the follow-up board too, even if it's just a single scarab that survives off spreading play, he'll die.
How does Frozen win this?
He does have Dirty Rat, which can get in the way of smaller minions, but yeah.
Yeah, you meter this, you ice block. The 2-2 goes into. Wait, the 2-2 is going face.
No reason to bother to attack this minion. Tom is fatigued, but
Guess it's Frozen for 2 turns, though.
the ice block. As you said, spreading plague.
Ooh, I would have traded, I think.
Just that scarab alone.
Yeah, because it's gonna die anyways, right? What was he calculating for? Fatigue? What is he thinking for? He was praying for something. What does he get? Oh!
Oh my goodness, he picked up an arcane artifact.
Huge draw into the Flame Strike and the ping. It's GG.
Wow! This from Frozen sets him to 8 life. He's out of range of infestation, and he pings down the scarab to create a water elemental.
Wow.
I think all of a sudden,
GG.
Tom is he locked out of this game?
Wow, it looks so
He has
close.
to kill the arcane artificer, but then he's not dealing the damage necessary for the ultimate infestation. The
Oh,
water elementals
man.
gain damage. Perhaps that fist pump was more than just happiness to see the draw, but it could be the happiness that he has sealed this game.
Tom had Frozen at 1 life. Both.
I mean, chat, to be fair, guys, it's a 1 out of, it's probably a 2 out of 9. I guarantee he probably has 2 Arcane Artificers in there. Right? It's likely.
Without a way out of this.
Hearthstone's all about playing to your outs, so.
He's thinking about maybe Frozen just has only minions.
Tom is cheese, though.
Oh, he concedes!
Oh, that's a good feeling, man.
With the enormous comeback, takes game
All right, so huge game 1. Huge moment. There's Pavel. We saw Pavel there. Look at all the boys.
By USA's Frozen.
All right. So what do we have here? We have Raza Priest and we have Tempo Rogue. So who? And obviously we're not going to watch all. There he is, chat. Hold on.
Yeah, it's essentially just.
I have to watch this moment.
Frozen. He's okay with that because Holy Smite doesn't seem like it'll do much right now.
Oh, he's still at charge.
Tom has gone a bit wider here.
He's still charge. Anyways, okay, hold on. So winner of this one is who wins this. Did Frozen win this? All right, so Frozen's up 2-0. I don't even know what the format is. I guess it's the same as last year. It is the same as last year. Oh, it's best of 5 now instead of best of 7. So maybe they thought it was too long last year. But you bring 4 decks and 1 is banned. So both players bought Raza Priest. Raza Priest was insane. Both players bought Druid, which is probably J Druid. We saw the big mage from Frozen. We saw, this is Temper Rogue from Tom. And I believe Cube Warlock was the last deck in this format. Cube Warlock was banned from both sides. So that makes total sense. Okay, so then, well, I'm going to just spoil this at the moment here, chat. Let's just say Frozen does not have a good time with his Jades. He ends up losing to the Raza Priest, almost guaranteed here. Tom has insane amount of Riz.
Still go either way, right? And we have
Tom, W Riz, insane. Next, we have the Druid versus Rogue. I guess we're going to see how the game ended real fast.
He can make. We saw that backstab moused over.
Did he backstab his dude? He did, man.
He knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Tough.
That is a 10-10
10-10 Edwin on turn 2. Druid does not have an answer to this, so I would imagine the way that this game ends is with Edwin Van Cleef just smacking his ass. Non-consensual. Happens. It happens.
Wild growth seals it. Frozen is going to take lethal damage from Leroy next turn, and we
he had to hero power to protect himself.
game number 5.
Just as fast as it began, it has ended. Frozen
Actually,
can't believe it.
almost got there, to be honest. If he would have hero powered here, he could have won the game. Until Rogue drew an Eviscerate or something, but there was a potential for it, right? Oh, the wild growth there. He definitely risked it, and I respect it from Frozen. Anyways, we go back to the last game of the series, chat, which ends up being a Druid mirror match, which is, I don't know anything more poetic than a Druid mirror match here, chat. Let's look at the faces here. We can see how, hold on, let me hide my camera. We can see how stressful we are. Very, very, very scary here. I will mention too that this is the first finals of Hearthstone World Championship finals that actually got to the very last game. So that's really cool. So we'll see what we got.
Wow. Oh, interesting. That is not something I expected to see. Tom keeps Ultimate Infestation.
So let's just take a moment here. Chat, based on the opening hand, who do you think won this game? Based on the opening hand, who do you think won this game?
He finds Wildguard. He finds Jade Blossom.
Will that pay off? I mean, Frozen had 2 ultimate infestations, but he opted to go for the early game ramp opportunities.
Well, Tom has that ramp. Wild growth.
Oh,
Gets the engines churning.
no worse feeling in the world. Ooh, innervate though.
He can coin out the Jade Blossom, and then next turn he can innervate out Nourish. Frozen's build includes 1 copy of Interfate.
Yes. And that early game tempo does matter, as being able to get your Jade count ahead of your opponent often will tilt the battles in your favor. The early game minions, it used to be Jade Spears.
Dude, look at this craziness, man. Jade Druid finale.
Watching in the past, wanted to highlight that DRHP's Dragon Warrior was pioneered by P. Forneyhoff, a name that I hope throws you
P. Forneyhoff. I do know who Forneyhoff is, yeah. I never really watched his stream, but I do know who he was. I don't know what happened to him. What happened to him? Thanks for the dot. Is that Tom Hanks? Spom Spaghetti. What a name.
Wow. Tom already up to 7 mana next turn.
Tom's at 7 mana. Frozen's at 5. Not looking good for Frozen. You don't want to be behind. Innervate, I believe at this time was only giving you 1 mana crystals. Am I wrong here, chat, or am I right? I could not tell you.
Crystals can help him jump ahead of Tom's ramp.
Who thought giving one class so much ramp was a good idea? Apparently, developers of Hearthstone throughout its entire history.
Nourish and still have the branching paths to fall back on if he can't immediately find an ultimate infestation.
Nourish for ramp, most likely. That's the hero power, absolutely. So now Frozen is ahead in ramp, but he didn't really develop anything.
He knows that Tom still doesn't have the armor gain. He would have to generate through Malfurion.
Thanks for the great content. Can't watch these streams at work since they block Twitch, but true, man. Angel puts Wrath really good against the Violet's school teacher.
Now Tom is firmly ahead of the board.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak. Tom's spaghetti. Tom's chilling, bro. They're both kind of chilling. I'd be a lot more nervous than this. I don't think I would hold my composure.
If he does find an ultimate infestation next turn, he will be
I wouldn't know, man.
This turn it looks looks like it's time to be a Death Knight.
Yeah, so Death Knight time. This was a really important card to play in this matchup, though. It's a very, very big tempo turn and value.
It's always spider time, and you know, now we're starting to reach the climax of what these early game decisions will lead to. Frozen chose to throw away the ultimate infestations, and now is looking a little weak on the card draw outside of branching paths.
Branching paths is going to draw.
Is going to have plenty of.
Tom kept the ultimate infestation in his hand, so. Oh, the Jades start piling on, and he has Fandral, man.
And a wild
and a growth.
Next turn, Jade Idol plus Spellstone lets him empty his hand.
Frozen's version was way less greedy and was at a disadvantage in the mirror. Ah, see, you hate to see it, man. How many glizzies can you raw dog in one sitting? Bun and everything? Probably 3. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me give you some context here. My mom used to make us hot dogs when I was younger, man. I haven't had hot dogs in a hot minute. It's been a very long time since I've had hot dogs. Anyways, when I got the Wonder Bread plus hot dogs, it was about a 3. I'd put ketchup, sometimes mayo, sometimes mustard. Felt satisfied. I could probably miss 5 if I really had to. But I don't know.
Frozen does not find ultimate infestation of his own.
I haven't really tested that theory. Theory is peasant numbers. True.
Branching paths does let him go quite wide here. Even has potential to mark of the Lotus as well.
Interesting.
And this ability to go wide is much stronger against the threat of an individual ultimate infestation.
Mark of the Lotus was a good card too.
Doesn't quite have the tools.
You the glizzy gobbler? I'm not. Best Timmy's donut? Best Timming donut by far is the Boston cream. Don't fight me. I would eat 10 million of those.
This Fandral is now going to stay onto the board, which allows Tom.
So Fandral's been on the board for quite some time here. It's actually like, if we're talking about Frozen has a very low value deck, this is horrible to leave Fandral on the board. And he's still gonna live, and then Frozen fills up his whole hand with ultimate infestation. Frozen's feeling great. Not Frozen. Tom's feeling great. Frozen's feeling like he's melting. Am I right or am I right? Thank you so much.
I guess the solace is that Frozen is still kind of keeping up in the Jade.
I believe Tom mentioned in his stream that he practices off Jade mirror match. Mana ramp doesn't matter, but UI matters. True.
He does have the board tempo though.
Well, he clearly knew what he was doing going into this, right? I didn't know what he was doing.
That is a lot.
I was watching like, haha, big numbers. And he got wild growth.
Needs a big draw right now. He's shaking his head. He did not find it.
Oh, so tough. Yeah, it's just so much tempo, man. How do you do it? How do you get back into this game if you're Frozen, right? Aya Blackpot is a card though. It's a good way of getting back into the game.
It is, but his Jades are still smaller than Tom's.
Smaller Jades. So far behind at this point. Oh my god, and the beat just keeps coming. You get to play another ultimate infestation here and drop the Arcane Tyrant.
Lots of advantageous trades here. With the
just so far behind. There's no way Frozen ever comes back on this, right?
Yeah. The builds of the decks are really starting to show. Frozen doesn't have these Arcane Tyrants for the swings. And Tom with the early gambit of Ultimate Infestation is paying off in spades.
Another
rough.
Ahead. Spreading Plague.
Well, we do have Spreading Plague, which is a very good card. So you'd love to see that if you're Frozen. It's just, it's looking like it's rough. Man, why are you in this compilation? Don't ask, man. I don't know. They cut me. They cut me, man.
Frozen choosing not to remove a minion. Instead, play Oaken Summons on no minion just for the armor gain.
Oh, interesting. Guess that's fair. It's just so it's tough watching for Frozen's perspective because he just knows that every single turn he's gonna have to do the same thing over and over again. This is kind of the definition of insanity if you're Frozen at the moment. It's tough. It's just, how do you win, man? At this point in time, how do you even come back in this? I don't know if you can.
Behemoth makes more Jade, swipes to the face, lets all these 4-attack minions take down the Scarab.
So like further behind, and this is before you know, there really was a card that could save you from this. There was no, like, Yogg was hard nerfed and rotated at this point, right? No, Yogg was still in, but people didn't run Yogg at this point.
For his ultimate infestations, he chose not to keep them. now Tom has all the time in the
Dude,
world
look at
to
Tom.
establish his board presence.
Tom's thinking about what he's gonna Uber Eats after
USA
this.
player.
Tom finds
Oh,
the high
my
of his
wife.
own. He has
Just GG,
so
bro.
much pressure.
I have a feeling Frozen's gonna concede the next turn.
Even with such a sharp advantage, Tom is still looking
I just
to
don't-
make zero mistakes here.
Yeah, Frozen shaking his head.
Tom marching.
I saw Ben Bro behind the
Jade
curtain on the
Golem.
stage drag Rarran out of BlizzCon and take away his chance to become champion. Santa Claus laugh and all.
Victory.
Ben Rue is still here. Yeah, you're right.
might be too much,
I remember that moment.
This is so
But me and Ben
much
got dinner
music.
after. It was a good time.
15, 25, 30, 31, 34 plus burst into hand. Ultimate Infestation is finally drawn.
I mean,
It's too late.
it's too late. So,
Cards, but Tom has a board.
Frozen looks so sad. Is it just over? It's not over. He can't kill him. He has enough armor to live at least one more turn. But
28 on board. The branching pass allows him to
oh my God, Tom's thinking big here.
38. Swipe is 42. 43. He'd still be short, even if he could go all phase with everything.
yeah, the UI mattered a ton. Well played from Tom. See, this one was cool to watch. Like, at least this matchup was, because you could really see how much the deck building mattered. It was right in front of you, and it's very rare that you see Hearthstone. You really see like you outplay your opponent in such a way like in a game like Hearthstone. Like in League, you can see yourself outplaying somebody. But
Tom's victory is his.
poor Frozen.
Tom 60229 is the 2017.
So Tom ends up winning this game. Doug's not here to ruin it once again. Let's see who we recognize. Is that Ludwig? No, it's not.
Not anymore.
Muzzy.
All the contestants
Surrender.
coming out to congratulate him. We have a winner. TJ is waiting with Tom.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm standing on stage with the current world champion, Tom 60229. And I guess the first question to ask is, how does it feel?
Oh yeah, answer.
If we're not on the stage, I'll probably start crying right now.
Oh.
It's okay, man. I'll try and keep it short. It's okay.
All right, where's the trophy? Who hands the trophy to him? Oh, well, let's see if I can recognize anyone else here. I see some boys. I see Calente with this super ass long hair. Why does his neck / head movement remind me of Master Uguay?
What a match. It's been an incredible year for the Hearthstone Championship Tour. Over 50,000 players from 76 countries competed for the right to be here today. Only 16 made it, but only one made it to the very end. Let's hear it for our new world champion.
Good moment. Good moment, man. That was good for Tom. All right, so that was the year of Hearthstone that I think people enjoyed the most. That was my personal favorite year of Hearthstone. Really liked it. At this point, was that was 2018, right?
Now, moments away from.
Where the hell is 2018? Did I not get 2018? Am I trolling? Hold on. (2018) Summer Championship. Was there not a 2018 finals? I must have just not got it. Maybe they just didn't do a finals. Did they do one? I guess they did. There was no in 2019. There was 2 in 2019. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Because we had this one. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna talk about now. I just spoke about how last year or that year was my favorite time in Hearthstone. Now, this one by far was the best world championship of all time. This one was so cool to watch. This was a really interesting year for Hearthstone. And this was post Gen and Baku. So this one really had to make a huge difference. This final is amazing. If you guys haven't seen it, it's 2 hours. I would highly recommend going to watch the full thing, but we will do what we did last time. So at this point in time, we have Viper. Viper was a very good player, notorious in Hearthstone esports as someone who has just basically always been really good. Never really won anything at this point in time, but he was a really good player. And then we have Hunter Ace, who is, what the hell? That's not, hold on, that's not Hunter Ace. Where's Hunter Ace? Then we have Hunter Ace, who is, I think, the youngest player to ever be. No, I don't know about the youngest, but he was very good. He was dominating this year, man. He was popping off. He was probably the best. Like, if we're talking about like peak gameplay performance, Hunter Ace this year was probably it. But yeah, we'll see what the format is. Oh, this is nice. This is when Hearthstone really started to pop off. So we actually get to see the decks here. Again, best of 5. You bring 4 decks. One of them is banned. Control Warrior was banned, and Miracle Rogue was banned. And we have Tempo Rogue, Summoner Mage, Control Shaman, Shizou Warlock, Mid-Range Hunter, and Summoner Mage. There's no World Championship for 2018. That's why. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna watch the first game because I think the first game really gives context. It will be fast. The last game, chat, is it's popping. Okay, the last game is incredible to watch, and I can't wait to watch it again. But we'll get here. Let's watch these two players play some aggro.
All that you can ask for, sans a backstab.
Completely true. Couldn't agree more. And I don't want to go there again this
Not
tournament.
touching that one with a 10-foot pole, Raven.
You've done enough, Sol. But I will say, before that draw, Viper's opening is not too shabby either. Just as much as the
Hunter Ace has a really good hand.
Is a key card in Rogue because the power level of Lack is.
Rogue is really good during this expansion.
Death Rattle, which is perfect outside of maybe
pass. Yeah, probably going coin miscreant.
But there is the question mark. The Reform, a 7-drop. Never mind about Reform. Never mind about what it does. It's a 7-drop that cannot be reduced in mana cost that is in your hand from turn 2. From turn 1, sorry. That just isn't good.
Reform, dude. 7 mana, 7/8.
So that's just a fact.
Michael pick was really good, yeah. Good card.
People argue it with me if you want. I am used to it. But the 1/1's being played here. It's
just gonna get arguments now. Reform doesn't cost 7. You
I'll be like, okay, I don't know. We see the 1/1s now just being able to fill out this curve.
Ty's still playing, yeah. Ty's still playing at this point in time. Yep.
I don't know if he really needs to rush this Evil Genius. He can't really play
interesting.
Anyway this turn, so there's no inherent instant gain. I do like going wide and saying, yeah, Hunter Ace, I've got 3 sticky minions. You're already in trouble, friend.
Yeah, coin miscreant. What an insane play.
You know what deals pretty well with 3 1/1s?
A 1 million.
Yes.
With quad win.
So at this point in time, I want to mention, I haven't really brought it up because I think the last year really showcases like peak Hearthstone. This is when Hearthstone started to take a little bit of an interesting turn. A lot more generation was added to the game. A lot more just like extraneous variables started to be put in front of the World Championship. Yogg Saron was probably like the peak of that. Discover was good, but it wasn't like tempo and value. This is when Hearthstone's design philosophy very much changed. Because now most of the time, if you were going to get generation, it was not really at a tempo loss. So you'll start to notice that a lot. You got a 1/5 here that gave you 2 pretty good lackeys almost all of the time. You're really happy with playing this card. So yeah, this was probably the turning point of the design philosophy.
Lackey and Rush Lackey are probably
and
right
I should say, just to give Hearthstone some credit, this was after the year of Get and Baku. And Get and Baku was basically the most samey gameplay in every single game, right? If you're playing Odd Paladin, it played the exact same way. So I think they desperately wanted to do something completely different because a lot of people did not like Get and Baku. Get and Baku, the year of the Raven, was Hearthstone's worst year in terms of the loss of player base. So I understand why they did that.
With the spell lackey in this matchup, I would say, just because it is so board-centric, so tempo-based, and those are the fantastic lackeys for achieving tempo.
I think as long as the rogue has the minions, though, right? You know, as long as there's something to combo them with.
There's a 1/5.
Con is good. Thank you for doing this. No worries, man. I had this plan for a while.
Importantly, there is the
I just like
that
it.
can combo with it. It kind of.
I guess.
Thanks for watching, chat.
Card that you didn't start with in your hand, so the fence gets buffed. I don't know.
But Hunter Ace has important decisions to make starting next turn. His hand has played itself up until this point. Coin the lackey, see what happens. Now he has to decide, does he want to shadow step the lackey and go digging for more lackeys and go for the 2 damage and key spells like Fan of Knives off Ethereal Lackey to try and get him over the line that way. Does he want to go the SI7 route where multiple Shadow Steps on a SI7 can represent so much board control for Rogue in this matchup as well?
Yeah, side note as well, the mana fountain there just not...
Mana Reservoir?
Nah, tomato.
You might be right, actually. I'm not entirely
sure. I might well be wrong. But most importantly, there are Soulfires in this list. So, and potential spells from the lackeys,
point.
right?
Look at all these
So,
lackeys, man.
A
lot of goblin boys.
Wow, we are rushing through this game.
Why are there 4 of them, Raven?
Because Miscreant got played twice and it can happen. I don't really know what you want from me here.
Of course. Sorry, how foolish of me.
Trade that in. Yeah. See, this is where you see what I mean, chat. Like, this is when a lot of generations started to be really impactful in tempo. Like, Goblin Lackeys were just such an insane card. It really showcases like the design philosophy changing here.
I mean, it's removing zoom in.
What's your favorite Hearthstone content creator besides yourself? I don't really watch Hearthstone content creators. I'm so invested in the game that I don't want to watch anymore. But like Dog is the only person I really watch if I'm going to watch any Hearthstone content.
There are no backstabs. There are no Fan of Knives available. Also, does Hunter even play Fan of Knives? He does not, right? No, he doesn't.
Interesting. So Direwolf Alpha still being played in 2019. That was pretty funny.
There's no, say, prep for the raiding party to really get things cooking. He does have
bone in and boneless wings. I like both.
Yeah, I think with Pick and one Corsair already in his hand, like the necessity of casting raiding party anytime soon this game really does go away. So I think he can, he can live without a prep for now. I think one of the big problems he's walking into right now is that because all of these lackeys are the rush version. He doesn't really have like a good combo activator for his SI7 this turn.
Just so weird watching this game, man.
The only minion he's going to want to rush next turn is the SI7 agent itself.
Really buff the transform the Direwolf Alpha.
That just doesn't work.
I guess the stat line in that 0-6 is more annoying. Aha! See, I see. Reforce, great, good charge, or good change.
On the board.
Yep.
But that is a pretty beefy minion in itself, a 4/4 now, but not technically because the Direwolf, but you get the gist. That is a bit of a sticky minion.
Right.
Huntrace is going
to look at the hand from the Rogue, man. So wild.
Play fence and just rush it with the Goblin. I think this Direwolf is actually priority number 1 for me right now. 4.
It's pretty crazy.
On the board.
I'm gonna start adding more portraits into the game.
We saw what a Direwolf being left on the board can do.
I want to say it really got influxed with
more than anything.
Absolutely, yeah.
The battle pass, I think, is probably what it changed. Oh, Waggle pick's so good. League tonight, maybe. I might actually play after we're doing this, though. We'll see.
But the Corsair's just already dead. And I just said, we've seen what one Direwolf can do.
Oh,
Grim Rally.
Grim Rally.
Grim Rally is nutty.
That's so much damage.
And that enables one singular clean trade for this Dread Corsair to die with this Argent Squire.
So you attack with one of your minions, probably the 2/1. You Grim Rally it, you buff your whole board. Feels so good. Rogues in shambles.
More damage.
It's probably just GG, right?
Hunter Ace looking cooked this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at his face. He's kind of just like, welp, I guess that's just going to be it for now because he just doesn't really have much he can do. The prep is...
Recommend watching a tryhard streamer and the end of month. The self-inflicted psychological damage is very entertaining.
That's okay. That's kind of mean, isn't it? But I don't disagree with you. Watching people try hard and try to get to like the rank they need to get into tournaments is fun. But man, I don't think I'm gonna watch someone just suffer. That's what I'm here for. Dude, thanks for the donation, man. I just answered you. Did you not listen to me? What the fuck?
Means he can double Goblin prank, so he can get 2 trades if he wants.
Prep raiding party finds him his second Dread Corsair sometimes.
Yeah, there's 2 burglars.
GG.
That's not it.
That's just GG.
So now with no defensive options.
Just SI rush.
Well, I mean, SI rush isn't bad.
SI rush.
So the 3/2. Ooh, that's good play.
It leaves less minions on. Oh no, because the rush the rush will die, right?
It's just 2 different ways of doing the same damage.
You're right. You're right.
Gets the Waggle pick though.
He could Shadow Step, replay, swing, replay.
Yes.
What do you do here, man?
I don't know if that's better.
I think Viper wins this one. I'm pretty sure he does. Maybe I'm wrong.
It allows him to not take the damage on the SI.
He takes 3, goes down to 5, and then he SIs the other 3/2, and he's alive by 1.
Makes the line by 1.
Yep.
Hunter is not happy.
1 damage off. Does Viper get it?
A lot of pressure.
Soulfire, I believe, is still in the game at this point. So he's going to tap.
There is not, but there is a live tap.
Ooh, not lethal yet.
Still not. But what's the next turn look like? Even if Viper didn't get lethal.
Well, there's a stealth boy there, so.
He's at 1. He can't take a single damage.
A bit unlucky. Soulfire was out.
2 Soulfire's in the list.
No, Soulfire was in.
And a knife juggler.
To degree in, I have computer science, bachelor in computer science with a major in mobile computer.
Stealth has just turned out to be the lethal draw here because that's the card that Hunter
Ooh,
Ace
explosive
right
trap.
Liar. Technically, liar.
So he pokes the Argent Squire, he backstabs the Flame Imp, and he equips the explosive trap.
Yeah, pretty much what he does have to do there.
Yeah, see, the generation,
Let's
man.
take a look now.
Comes in super clutch here.
But this explosive trap has to be played. It's the only way this imp dies. You look at, oh, the fence, great minion, because it can go now. Doesn't matter, it can't attack a stealth minion. Now Viper, just gotta consider this carefully. Another Witchwood imp.
So now he has to make the decision of reforming here for the. Oh, he's just going for it. Okay, never mind.
Taps.
You're
I
so.
assume this interaction happens simultaneously, where the minions both die before the extra health is given.
I believe so, but I'll be honest. Not something I've run into too much right now. Hunter hasn't been playing traps.
Viper just. Viper's not even phased here.
Yep. Passes all the health over for the Void Walker.
It does die though with the rush, Goblins. There's a Vis.
No
I mean,
way.
Viper.
No way,
So,
Raven.
my next question. Yes, there were
Viper just had to trade the M.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he just realized that. I think that's what his back of the head was. Right. Yeah,
Yes.
I think.
I think it was definitely a justifiable line that turn to just drop the huge minion and threaten lethal.
Weapons cannot be used to kill it.
You have to keep in mind that Viper's dealing with an unknown secret though there, so he didn't have the knowledge that he was about to play.
It's just easy. You top deck Soulfire, right?
And now Viper has decision time again, life tap to find lethal, or just play the huge minion.
And the problem now is the board is wide enough that
it just kills it.
Well, one juggler.
He's going to go looking. This is everything. That's nothing.
He might be dead.
Waggle pick of this coming out from Hunter Ace.
So
that's absurd. That is ridiculous, Raven.
It's unfortunate for Viper. A lot of people don't realize how much of a mental game Hearthstone is, especially in a tournament setting like this. So I can understand where Viper was coming from, right? Also, to be fair, like they said, you're playing against every secret, right? So you might have been punished if you traded right there. Would you have? I don't even think you would have, to be honest, actually. I think he just goofed. Was there any secret that would have stopped him from winning the game there if it wasn't exactly explosive? I couldn't tell you. Watering Monster. Watering Monsters from Cobalt and Catacombs, it would have rotated. It would have rotated by then. So it would have been, it could have been Watering Monster. Freezing doesn't matter. It was still lethal regardless. Yeah, it was still lethal regardless. No, it was a Hunter's Secret, so it had to be. I don't think there is one. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's literally nothing that would have mattered there. Okay, anyways, this is a really good championship. Again, we're not gonna watch it totally. We'll kind of skim through it like I've been doing. We get to see the slower mage. That is pretty fun to watch. Both of them end up playing it. This one was the summoning mage, I think, from both sides here. Pretty cool deck. Very, very slow mage. One of the cooler mages for sure. Conjurer's Calling was a really, really good card. You could see how insane some of them. Here, I'll show you guys in case so we can see it, so you guys can see the full combo. It was fun to watch this.
Book of Spectres.
I am a prophet.
So I think this is just a really cool matchup.
There is one minion. Psych, there is two minions. If this is the 8/8, I am a prophet.
Go. Hunter Ace is taking a deep breath. He's going to play it. And the steal is a 1-1. Not what he was after at all. Factually, the worst steal that was available on board. But he had to go for it.
Yeah, he had to go for it. Anyway, so we get to see the pop-up turn from Viper here, which is just, this is insane. Draws the Conjurer's Calling. We had Khadgar in the game. This is what this deck was capable of, and it was one of the best mage decks of all time. It's really good. But
you can't win them all. These things tend to even themselves out over time.
Oh,
Hunter is just saying, come on, give him to me.
Insane, man. And then he does it again.
The key play.
So you have to play around MC Tech here, which is a pretty interesting time.
Draw is Hunter Ace.
But yeah, he ends up just getting a full board, and as you can probably imagine, it's just GG, right? Okay, so Viper ends up winning this one. We go to the next battle, which is the Mage again versus Hunter Ace playing Mage. And then we get to see it's like a combo mid-range type of Hunter. Pretty cool deck. The idea is that you build these big boys, and because the Dire Frenzy was in the deck, you keep putting them into your deck for infinite value and healing. Fun deck, but I believe the winner is Hunter Ace for this one. We get to go to the next battle, which is the Hunter deck against Shaman. Hunter outvalues the Shaman deck, and the Shaman ends up losing to the Hunter. And that means we get to go to... What the hell is this? Okay, that means we get to go to our finals. Now, chat, this finals is 30 minutes long, okay? I don't think we're going to watch all 30 minutes of this because, again, we have more finals to go to. We still have a bunch. But I will catch us up to the point where I think it really matters. Arch Villain Rafam says, replace all your hands in deck with legendary minions. Okay, so just like before, Viper is playing his deck. He's playing aggro. I believe he decides to actually keep it. I just want to double check. So he decides to keep Rafam, because if he keeps Rafam, that means he has a win condition against the Shaman deck if he doesn't have enough aggro, right? So we're going to go to the point where Hunter Ace keeps delaying. He keeps delaying. I'm going to go to the point that makes it the most exciting, okay?
Or Giggling Inventor. A great choices here. And now there's the brew.
Leaked mod. If I get time, but I'll probably play maybe League on stream after this.
I can present an additional theory here, which is Viper has not wanted to sit back and life tap too much because he doesn't want to push himself too close to fatigue. Whereas with Rafam and drawing one per turn,
I can't play right now. I'll see. Depends when.
Again, it's not like there's Dr. Boom, Omega Devastators, and so on, and he's playing the even
full
longer
like 2 years, probably the best deck of all time, right? I don't know about best deck of all time, but probably Mage. Like I showed it for the best combo, best Mage deck of all time. I think it was for that video.
Theory. Yeah, I mean, it's all we can work on, because again, I've not tried exactly this playstyle versus exactly this deck.
It's
all right, so his board gets cleared.
I'm really sold on. I think
he totems. You can see that again. Hunter Ace is at 12 life at the moment, right? So because Hunter Ace is at 12 life, it is very likely that he's probably going to lose this game. Now, at this point, Viper just spams Rafam. Because most of the minions in his deck currently are going to be absolutely useless for the Shaman deck, and he would rather get random legendaries.
But Subject 9, mediocre. Nat Pagel, very arguably mediocre to bad. It does not.
Now, there's a lot of bad legendaries in this game this time. Beforehand, I should have mentioned beforehand, one of the biggest differences in Hearthstone where most of the legendaries were just fine. Most legendaries fine. At this point in time, most of the legendaries in the game kind of you need to build around it, so they're not individually good in a vacuum. Shutterwalk in the game, I believe Shutterwalk is in this deck yet.
It's a bad card because he won't want to draw extra. Or will he if he wants to power him down with legendaries? I honestly don't know.
One way or another, Rafam is deciding this championship.
Hex into Omega, easily playable. Removes the Rafam threat, and then basically says, Hunter is basically saying to Viper, okay, how good is your average legendary, friend?
Yep.
Because we're about to find out.
And I would argue the answer to that is not good.
Let's see. Katrina. Okay,
Katrina?
that's a good one.
Good legendary.
Okay, well, there's a lot of small minions, but there is a Rafam.
See,
okay, 1-3.
The funny thing about this is Viper is basically just hoping that he gets good legendaries, and then Hunter Ace basically has to answer every single legendary.
He's just seen the Hex. And
I remember Nat before being nerfed.
That's 6-8.
Yeah, you're old. I remember it too, though, so don't worry, I'm also old.
Certainly looks that way. There is going to be a big old procession of zoo minions coming out from that thing over the next few turns.
It's going to be really, really interesting.
He is?
I think so.
So Swamp Queen, another new card they added into this game during this expansion, Rise of Shadows.
He can play Ancestral Healing next turn. Let's see what he gets. Voltaic Burst looks the best to me, but there is Elemental Reaction if he wants to draw.
Yeah, I think
Rain of Toads.
the option.
Rain of Toads.
Storm. Sign me up.
Rain of Toads. Draw a card, Rain of Toads, I think is what he will have picked, and yes, it is.
I like it. Does he taunt up the Hagatha? How scared are you?
Yeah, I think you're fine. Okay. You're asking for your opponent to have some kind of legendary that leverages from hand and kills this 2/6.
I don't remember like what he really does, to be honest. I don't remember the matchup. I just remember how it ends.
Scary.
It's a big ask.
I think if anything, taunting
Rise of Shadows is one of my favorite expansions. Yeah, Rise of Shadows was good. That was in English. Rise of Shadows was a good expansion. For a little bit. Dr. Boom was kind of annoying.
Maybe you can do that anyway.
Yeah, I mean that just moves the ball from your court to your opponent's court, right? By taunting it up.
Taunt Totem, definitely not bad. Solves that problem in my book.
Oh! Azalina Soul Thief, man. What a good time. I should also mention, in case you guys didn't know, in this format currently is the Witchwood, Boomsday Project, Rostacon's Rumble, Rise of Shadow, and the Classic set. So this was not a full power year of Hearthstone yet.
Nope.
Azalina, as if the game was not already ridiculous enough.
You play Nat Peggle because you're gonna play Azalina anyway. It's gonna replace your hands. You don't want the Subject 9.
Azalina Soul Thief. Viper, first things first, he checks the horror. Realizes that Hunter Ace has a very powerful tempo turn, and look at Casper's face.
I don't even know how to respond. Not only does Viper fill his hand with cards that actually do something, he also has now full information -1 card of this draw as exactly what's in Hunter Ace's hand.
This was the year of the 2 weakest sets. Last year was rough. Like the year of the Raven was rough. Rise of Shadows definitely increased it quite a bit, though.
Seen in my life cracked a smile when that frog appeared.
I'll say that. Anthony, thanks for 5, bro. Appreciate it, man.
I will tell you now, this grand final and this game has not disappointed in any way, and it's not even over yet. The Walking Fountain, I guess Hunter Ace is just thanking
good card.
Something that the Walking Fountain wasn't already in his hand too, because that would be
That's a
truly
spooky
great.
card. You can never leave that card alive.
Viper also solves the mystery of what on earth was going on with Hunter Ace's early game. Oh, he had double Ancestral Healing in his hand.
This was Rise of Shadows. This expansion was Rise of Shadows. Wow, not playing the Walking Fountain. See what he gets first. Spell. So another key difference here, by the way, is Spell Totem. The Spell Power Totem was still in the game. This is no longer in Hearthstone anymore. Well, I guess new Hearthstone. They got rid of it. It's still in Classic if you want it. They replaced it with a totem that gives you +1 attack randomly to another minion at your end of turn.
It's a frog off.
And that's what's kind of scary to me in this scenario, is that if Hunter Ace doesn't play his big tempo card first here, Viper has the option to do it before him and really push him onto the back foot.
He does have Walking Fountain.
The Spell Power, the thing about the Spell Power Totem, and this is a good representation of why they removed it, right? This was such a giga high roll for Hunter Ace because it did make a difference, right? It basically full clears the board now guaranteed. With the old version of Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm has also changed at the moment. It now does 3 damage no matter what. But you can see the difference here, right? This Spell Power Totem allowed him to do a pretty big trade here. Basically clears the full board guaranteed.
There we go. I like this.
And, you know, Viper's not going to roll spell damage because he's a Warlock.
Yeah.
The Froggy Boys jump down. Even the Healing Totem getting a little bit of value.
And it matters on the reverse, right? Because if he had the Spell Power Totem on Viper's side, it was almost a full clear on this side as well, right?
2 cards. Give 1 to your opponent, 1 to yourself at random.
Yep.
Crazy card. Not the best constructed card in the world. But again, Viper.
Viper.
And in case
Viper's so stoic, man. No reaction. Hunter Ace is freaking out over there.
Then decides which of those 2 cards you pick go to you or your opponent.
This is a tough game.
Actually just isn't that good.
It's, I mean, the
So,
Azalina.
just to spare me some time here, chat, because this is going to take a while. I'm going to play this on 2 or 1.5, I guess.
Is so, like, I can't emphasize enough how big that Azalina is, because
Sorry to come on video ideas so long that you've been making content. Kind of. Let's snuggle in your hoodie.
In the deciding game of the World Championship. Okay, what does Viper pick? Because these decisions get hard. You want to give Hunter Ace a good minion.
What is my life right now? What even is Hearthstone?
The problem with Drifter is you hand over a lot of the time the
What is
tempo
my
to your
life
opponent
right now?
because
What
you
is
give them a
ours?
minion or something with full mana. You have to spend mana
So
playing
Grift is a random card.
So you lose a certain amount of tempo. Let's see
50-50,
what things
he got
were.
the Tiger.
Trigon and Gurubashi Berserker. So he just picked two 5-drops, 2 decent cards?
I guess.
Augur, Rain of Toads.
Now we're just going to see what happens, because this game has evolved into a true mess in the best of ways.
True mess is a good way of putting it, yeah.
Trace has to just be careful here. He is overloaded.
Overloaded, enormous.
Yeah, only on 5 mana. He needs to make this 5 mana work very nicely for him, and I believe that's going to include hexing a 5/5 to keep his frogs alive.
Like, so remember at the start of the other video, or the other match of this, I talked about how this is where we saw the biggest change from Hearthstone's Discover philosophy, about how Discover is much more tempo oriented. It used to be on a tempo loss. Now it's not the case, which means that games would often just end up like this, right? If a game went on long enough, it was just like, what is going on? This is completely nonsense. And I guess when it's at the world stage and you're watching players play this for an infinite amount of money, and not infinite, but a large amount of money, and it's for FOM with random legendaries, the game gets really wacky, and it ended up being a really cool championship.
Legendaries, that's terrifying though. Hex a 5/5 and all manner of things can be in those remaining 13 cards.
It's true, but I think you need to make some strides. I don't think he can have a lackluster turn.
I mean, the big problem is that he can't play many of his other cards because the way this board is pared down, he can't kill off any of his own minions to be able to play.
So
for example,
random.
Zodiacs.
Witch's Brew, a great card too. What's each deck's win condition? Each deck's, so Zoo Warlocks, the way that Viper built it was you have a good early game, but then if your early game sucked, you play Reform to get a bunch of random legendaries, which was really good, right? Like there's a reason why he's in the finals right now. Hunter Ace's win condition is Hagatha, or just stopping your opponent from basically winning the game. So this was a pure attrition deck. And this is one of the last attrition decks we really saw. We're going to see Hagatha at this game at some point. And you'll see what that card does.
Because Lightning Storm cannot be spell damaged.
Not the one he played already, not Swamp Fiend, like the OG Hagatha, the hero card.
As it does become a 5/4, similar to potential low rolls as well on some of the frogs.
Last night, this is some of the worst legendaries.
Sign me up, Subtle, because that will do it. I know it, you know it.
Oh, Vargoth plus Lightning Storm.
Vargoth Lightning Storm. He's a Warlock, and he's casting Vargoth Lightning Storm this turn, Raven.
It's not fair, sir. Viper, though, this is huge. And Hunter Ace's face, just watch the face of a man who's about to get wrecked.
It's so funny when it's spun up. Let's everyone pay attention to Hunter Ace's face.
Viper even plays it. He bails out.
He doesn't know because of the overload.
No, you play no matter
I don't
what.
think you can just leave stuff up.
I think Hagatha shows up. I'm pretty sure Hagatha shows up. He plays it no matter
He
what.
off the 5/2. He can trade in and still push for 5 and not worry about that 5/2. Or do you think he passes? I think he pushes 5 damage.
Vargoth is one of the best cards in the game.
It's okay.
Res Shadows.
Hunter Ace can't believe it.
Oh, it's tough, man.
Now he has to keep his composure.
Oh, MC tech.
Every draw. Woo! Every draw is like a boxer in a Rocky movie just throwing another enormous right hand at his opponent.
The only difference is, it's a modern one, so of course the film is 3 hours long. There's the steal on the 5/5. Looks good to me. Yes, Vargoth might have been flashier, but there weren't spells that really benefited at this point.
What an insane card. Giggly Inventor, what a nuts card. Caligos!
Oh, there's the spell damage.
And Paggle. I'm so glad MC Deck is gone. Yeah, I hated that. I hated it.
The chosen one all along. Was Reform the chosen one all along? The redemption story of Reform and Subtle. Is he going to have the last laugh? The big deal here is 6 mana. The heavy overload from the double Lightning Storm means that Viper has less mana to play with. That is the air quote punish for having that amazing turn last turn.
It's starting to matter less and less because Hunter Ace's deck does not have the tools to beat this level of gas.
Yes, 100% true. So this is why this matchup is so interesting, right?
2-2. No, he did not.
Hunter or Viper's at a point where they have so many legendaries in hand, and Hunter Ace basically has to survive.
Minions that feel more impactful trade.
And honestly, as you know what, as much as people will give shit to Hearthstone about Hearthstone having a lot of Discover, this is a truly, truly well executed and piloted game from Hunter Ace, right? Given that there's so much against him at this point, it's really well done.
Bonus. That is something he has to keep in mind, and he has to keep his calm. There is, frankly, silly things happening right now in this game of Hearthstone. That's basically the most important game of Hearthstone these two players will ever play in their lives, almost certainly. But
Walking Fountain to get some life and clear.
What is the best play? How can he progress in this game? And I think making just use of this board he has is extremely important.
So, great play for the Walking Fountain here. Trades both 4/4s.
No more, friend.
And on board.
No more. Cancel off the not Peggle if he wants, but does he want? Can I just ancestral healing call that?
Oh, the ancestral healing is so good, actually.
I think Hunter Ace has to establish himself as the aggressor here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Like I said, he has the minions that can trade, right?
Yeah.
Undasta.
There's a Stranglethorn Tiger in his hand.
It will summon a
There's
tiger.
a freaking Stranglethorn Tiger in his hand, Raven, that he picked from a grifter.
That Span of Hearts, that's pretty funny. The casters go hard.
Playing Zoo.
Why do we even need notes?
You can't prepare for this.
Dawson's really interesting
this,
here.
That you may have heard is Sol ripping up Viper's zoo list. We don't need zoo cards anymore. We've got every card in Hearthstone.
So Indosta gets another full health.
Cannot believe it. He is receiving mental blow to mental blow. Farsight now. He's going to be able to dig him a little bit deeper.
We're basically at this point waiting for him to draw Hagatha.
From this
which we'll see what that is very shortly.
I feel like he needed Hagatha several turns ago. I feel like all of these minions that are in play right now needed to generate value for him if he was going to keep up with this from Viper.
Oh, interesting. Gurabashi Berserker into the Ziliax to the Anoyatron. Excellent play from Hunter Ace here. What game be streaming? I guess until we're done.
Risa, whatever. Sorry, you're a decent card.
It feels like
but it doesn't matter.
It feels like the first draw in the last 6 or 7 that hasn't just felt like a giant punch to the face.
Absolutely.
Except he can play it with Varisa. Risa.
So the thing about Caligos too is Caligos is originally a mage spell, but it discovers you Warlock cards here.
Maybe he wants the spell damage for the sick Caligos.
Yep.
Now the Viper, if he's hovering this Giggling Inventor, he feels under threat, and kind of so he should.
He absolutely is under threat. There's a lot of damage being represented on the board.
I'll say the good thing for Hunter Ace now is he's seen most of the Azalina cards, right?
Yep.
So now he's back to almost, well, he's got random legendaries. Let's see what this Farsight's going to be, though.
6 mana
Oh.
Okay. That is a high value minion right now.
Shutter Walk.
Wait, does he want to play it before Hagatha? Because he's the aggressor with the minion focus. He doesn't want to deal 3 to his own board.
It's possible, but he does have the Twilight Drake in his hand, which does make it better on the following turn anyway. But I like your thinking. It's a very, very good Shudderwalk right now.
He gets a Drusvar again.
He gets a Drusvar again, and he casts the Battle Cry of the one that he's already played again.
Tech.
Mind Control Tech.
I'm excited to hear Shudderwalk sped up.
And is this Gurabashi Berserker that Viper gave to Hunter Ace going to be a potentially game-winning card?
Why are we saying this in the last game of the World
Because this is our lives now, Raven. This is what we do.
Now there's a Houndmaster Shaw. In his last night can attack in the same turn as play.
With Witch's Brew.
The sped up version.
Synergy.
It took me a minute to realize. Why are we casting Hunter, Paladin, Mage, Shaman cards in Zoo?
One last time for old sake. It's pronounced Shaw.
Tap. Another Azalina, man.
Game now, you're just being silly.
Oh my god, the stress on
5-1 going into a 5-6.
the stress on Hunter Ace's face here, dude.
4 minions in play though.
How do you deal with this? You definitely kill the Acolyte here. It's
And
too
Viper
spooky.
is going to value trade. The Mind Control Tech in this Shudderwalk is live.
Sign Hunter Ace up for 1 Shudderwalk, please.
Is this the Shudderwalk turn?
It's not getting any better, right? Yes, you kill 2 minions. You can kill off the Shaw, you can kill off the 1-2, leave 2 4-attack minions on board. The Walking Fountain,
Dude,
whether you heal it or not, is dead.
I wonder at this point if Hunter Ace is ever considering that there's a second Azalina. I don't think so.
That is the play. Hex, you've got to say, has limited impact right now. Farsight, if it draws Hagatha, like I said, I don't think that's good enough.
Does he play it? No, play it. I have to hear it. My jaws, that bite.
Farsight, he's still very heading fatigue. 2 cards now.
Giggling Inventor, pretty cracked.
But now he might gig first to go wider. He doesn't. He goes now, and you know what? Let's just see what's going to happen.
There's the big help. He does, even though the Omega Defender activation didn't activate the first time around, it does still just recheck again. And look at all this value, look at all this board pressure.
That walk has just opened up lethal at 16 attack and 16 health. Means Viper has to be a little bit worried. High Priestess Jetlick means that he's going to be taunt with lifesteal along with Witch's Brew. Means that there's a chance. But there's frankly 1 million attacks on the board for Hunter Ace now.
Remember, everything has rush.
Oh,
Caliga. See, you get Warlock spells here.
Life on the line.
So Twisting Nether? Oh, Demon Bolt.
To me. The best he can do is a Witch's Brew, and isn't he just dead?
He has 0 mana destroy minion.
Demon Bolt,
he has 0 mana destroy a minion, Raven.
I'm an idiot. Oh, I can't take much more of this, Sol.
So funny.
Where's the Saronite Chain Gang? Because I don't know how much longer this can go on.
Oh my.
Sometime.
Where's the Saronite Chain Gang? True, man.
Which shuts down any kind of aggressive push from Hunter Ace.
What does the Drusvar do?
So obviously that Shudderwalk was really good. It brought Hunter Ace in. It made Hunter Ace the aggressor. Viper had to respond. The Caligos obviously saved him. If the Caligos didn't get removal, the game was over right there.
Totemic Smash is aimable. It is not just like throw it out there Zul'jin style. You can aim that 2 damage, which might end up being clutch.
Giggling Inventor and just push face, I guess, at this point, right?
This Caligos has to go, right?
Why?
It's a 4-12. Is there going to be a bigger thing to Hex in those remaining 4 cards?
It is only dealing for a turn with 1 attack, Sol. I don't think it does.
Okay.
There are no spells outside of 1 Witch's Brew.
Another Peggle. See, not great.
That's air. 100% pure air.
Air.
That will disappear into the ether when Azalina is played, as potentially the last card of the game for Viper.
Now, does Viper have to make a gamble, Azalina, and hope there is a spell that he can cast for free?
Dude, just
Witch's Brew.
Again, I just want to mention again, I don't think enough of this is actually said in these finals, but dude, imagine your mental state playing this game currently. You would be like, You're a Hearthstone player who plays this game time and time again to practice these matchups. And this is where you are in the very last game of the World Finals, man.
Already has it.
Next turn then.
Pretty wild.
He goes up to
the Witch's Brew with Last Night?
Witch's Brew this turn, but can he afford to?
Pretty spicy play.
Having other options.
I don't know. That's it's just a very slow turn.
Sorry, just look at this Glass Knight just chilling. Just, oh, another Divine Shield. Oh, another Divine Shield.
He is going to stop and drop the Jet Click, which I do agree with. I think he needed to do something else.
Oh, with Rush too. It's huge.
So that's 2 mana. He's only got 3 cards left, so I can't see the Peggle getting anything done here. He may as well Witch's Brew.
But is he on a minion or his own face?
I think Howlmaster Shaw. I see a lot of 4 attacks there, Sol.
Going to the face.
Okay.
That's a good question. I mean, honestly, it might have been worth to put on the Master Shaw. The rush there is so important for Viper to come back because he doesn't have any spells.
Hunter Ace is staying relatively toe-to-toe here without even having access to his
Like, what is happening this year? Like, what is this? This is crazy.
And Viper has a chance of stealing the Hagatha for himself if he can time the Azalina.
But he's got no minions left.
The Glass Knight was never really played, right?
Like, left this Glass Knight once and for all after the Frank taunt with this Divine Shield.
So yeah, Calgus is kind of whatever.
Glass Knight gained like 6 Divine Shields last turn, but it doesn't quite work that way.
It's another ancestral healing, which is really, really important.
On full health and slightly ahead of
Remember when Hunter Race was like really low chat?
But you've got to say, just has more access to heal potential than Viper does because of the Hagatha coming down.
So again, you ignore the Calgus. There's really no point to worry about it.
Outside of a Deathwing, in which I'm staring at a Hex. That might be what Hunter Race is saving the Hex for, you know. Literally a Deathwing.
You might be right.
What 1 card beats it now? Deathwing off the top, Slamic game.
Does this 3-2 change the equation more than a random Hagatha card later?
Nosdormu, that doesn't look good enough to me.
All right, here's the standard of how ridiculous this game is. Nosdormu was drawn, and you could hear a pin drop in this arena. No one cares about Nosdormu. That is the standard we've set.
This is it, Azalina for a dream. And there's the 0 mana Hex.
You get the Hex, because Calgus on the board, yeah.
Is it enough?
Pyromancer as well.
Pyromancer is kind of spicy here, too.
Right now.
Jesus.
Second Azalina after the Reform as well. Still no Hagatha for Hunter Ace.
What is this game, dude? This is
good to me. Totemic Smash
I've seen this like 3 times and I'm still like, what the hell's going on here?
Which I think any minion is good right now.
Yep.
That's I didn't see play. Only if you got it out of packs. Use it. Yeah, I don't think it was very good. The 4 mana 4/3 Divine Shield wasn't really like worth it, and the payoff just didn't really feel great in Paladin at the moment.
Oh, for sure. It's just when I say that, I'm saying he's considering, do I play Pyros with it? Do I play 1 Pyro with it, 2 Pyros with it? What am I going to do to leverage my 2/3s against his 2/3s next turn?
Is this going to be double Pyro? Oh, he's going for the horror, right? Going for the horror on the Pyro.
Totemic Smash. He just does 2, right? Because you don't get the overkill here. Oh my god, overkill. What a mechanic.
Totemic Smash does not deal with this board.
He chooses to not overkill as opposed to overkill, though, which is
Gruul.
interesting in that scenario. Gruul.
The Dragon Killer, I believe, is the full title, not official. Of course, but still. That's a big minion, but is 1 big minion enough? There's only 1 more draw left, and unless that Gruul is played and hexed, and the next draw is Deathwing, I think that's going to be it. Well, we've said that about 50 times.
Major Tournament of the Glass Knight and Demon Paladin? I don't remember it. I really don't remember ever being played.
You are
Don't get me wrong.
Hagatha, bottom 3 as hero form. He has played Swamp Queen, but
not
Hagatha
he hasn't seen the Hagatha yet.
That would have Hunter's hand would be full right now.
He's kept up. Somehow he's kept up.
His hand would be full.
Gruul was actually running a competitive deck?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
For what? 4 cards.
It wasn't randomly generated or anything. No, it's in the deck.
I thought the first one was significantly bigger. Yeah.
I'm just like, again, imagine the situation you're in. And I don't know how much this match is worth. Considering, think of it like this, right? If you're in a best of 5 and it comes down to the very last game, it might as well just be a best of 1, right? So this is a best of 1 for whoever wins the championship and the money that comes with it and the notoriety. And this is what's happening in your game.
Pyromancer.
That's all he's got.
And now he's slightly ahead on board. He's only overloaded for 2, which means Gruul can be played next turn.
He now has this board, plus a Gruul, plus 1 random
legendary
minion remaining. That random legendary minion can be another Azalina, and then we're back to square 1 again. It can be all manner of things. It can be a Jan'alai.
It can.
Twilight Drake.
But the question is this Hex. And Hunter Ace
Trade.
would probably love to save minions for Hagatha.
Blood Mage Thalnos.
That is terrible.
It's really
What
bad.
about a non-legendary 2-drops at the moment in time?
And that is game.
I don't know how he fishes himself out.
I'm looking at our answers on Hunter Ace's board and in Hunter Ace's hand for everything that he needs to answer. The board pairs down evenly right now. There's a Hex for Gruul. Blood Mage is irrelevant.
Blood Mage gets him to death quicker because of the fatigue. And without even I think a drawing Hagatha would win him this game. Purely in fatigue at this point. Gruul has to be played. Viper's got no choice. And
He knows Hex is there. He knows Hex is there.
But Viper knows there's a Hex. He knows. He hexed from the Azalina. He knows he's there. He knows Gruul's dead.
Competing for 250k, yeah.
Sorry, not Swamp King.
Just the
The sped up is making me... Yeah, it's funny when it's sped up, man.
But still, that looks like game to me.
It's very funny.
It doesn't really matter. Hex this and take the damage from the 5-3 this turn, or play the Hagatha this turn and take the damage from the Gruul.
I think it's because he wants worst case. He wants like Pyro Hex, right?
Yeah. Worst case, best case scenario, he can kill this 8-5 without using a Hex, and then he beats Deathwing as the last card as well.
He can kill it now with Totemic Might.
Beautiful.
To clean it up, and I believe...
Solve game. Hunter Ace finds a way to maximize his chances, and after beating a seemingly unbeatable Refarm, everything came together for that deck.
Anyways, so that's the end of this championship. Let's watch Hunter Ace pick up the trophy, because that's always fun to watch. Hagatha never showed up. I must have misremembered. Where does he get the trophy?
Congratulations! You are the winner of 2019 City War Champions!
Holy shit, that was so hype.
Casper's
really tall, yeah.
Let's welcome the Senior Global Franchise Lead of Hearthstone Esports, Sam Braithwaite, and your 2017 FCD World Champion, Tom 60229! 掌声欢迎我们大哥以及我们的 Sam， 我们来进行 Congratulations!
Audio's lagging? What happened? What happened? Is it?
再次让人掌声给我们的 Hunter Ace， 也给我们所有的选手以及我们所
Leave and come back? Audio's fine? I thought the audio was just me. Okay, we're going to the next video anyways. It's fine. I don't know. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what happened. Anyways, so because Hearthstone didn't have a world championship in 2018, they decided to do this after the first expansion in 2019, which leads up to the actual world championship in 2019. Okay. So this was what was supposed to be the actual world championship in 2019. All right. This is what it was supposed to be. And this time was really interesting because we have a very special winner this time, chat. Very, very special winner. Who was on the desk? Shout out to Gallon. Gallon currently works for Hearthstone as one of the game designers. So shout out to Gallon. Big pog for him. Cool. Sottle's still there. VK Lion was the female representative from China, I believe, who made it to the very finals.
He really has his own opinion on things. He practices mostly with...
And this is when so at this time, I believe Hearthstone was on YouTube for this one, right? I don't know about the Rise of Shadows one, but I believe this is when Hearthstone went to YouTube. And this is where we started to watch the decline of Hearthstone. This was a pretty big moment in Hearthstone's career because we didn't have the exposure to Twitch anymore. People didn't really like YouTube. I am streaming this on YouTube, and I don't even know what it is, but this was a big moment. This one, I also believe, was at a really weird moment in time because this expansion, or where this was when they did the Tombs of Terror, I think it was called. And the Tombs of Terror is when they brought back a couple of old cards, back into the standard format that really messed things up before Descent of Dragons was released. And Evolve Shaman was one of them, so we'll watch it. This one's pretty gross. Not a huge fan of this metagame. This was probably Hearthstone was one of the worst.
Make a board of sticky 1/1s, but it's not enough. You need that big...
Quest Druid was also there.
Pressure Druid out of the game, right?
Yeah, and I mean, he just didn't have it. But again, that was a pretty...
We watched the finals where you won. That's what we've been watching this whole time. What do you mean?
That massive board that we were talking about.
Gallon's a pretty good caster, by the way. Why is Hearthstone... Is it just me, or does this one look like the colors like super like muted compared? It's not as bright.
Turn 5 is actually extremely high. You know, you see it so often because it is so likely to happen when you mulligan correctly for it.
Basically, for people who weren't playing during this time, if you played during Undertaker Hunter, Evolve Shaman was almost the same idea. Really toxic. It was just dominating the game.
These really powerful...
Not great.
They have early game draw engines. I'm talking about Combo Priest with Northshire Cleric, Wild Pyromancer, Circle of Healing. I'm talking about Evolve Shaman with Spirit of the Frog and Chief spells like Zap, Mutate.
Yeah, body. Yeah. You're right. Bloody Face is now known as Luna Love.
Game Plan has already picked up her first copy of Evolve. Doesn't currently have any 0 mana options to go with the Frog on the follow-up turns. But this is the beauty of the Frog is that...
I'm just waiting for the Evolve Shaman to happen.
Right now,
Too bad. I loved Uldum a lot. I thought Uldum was one of the better expansions for sure.
Is fixed by Spirit of the Frog. That's just how powerful that card can be.
It also feels like a lot of
There's
bad
passing.
hands with Evolve Shaman are just a single card away from being really fantastic. Right now, Lion is one card away, specifically Desert Hare away from just having this massive
I wonder if she still plays Hearthstone. Does VK Lion still play Hearthstone? We don't really see anything about her. She's also from China, I believe, so it's tough to really tell.
Very little to do this turn, just a hero power whiffing into the ether, smacking a taunt.
Do you think she can line running down? Probably probably notes about the game. Keep reminders what she's played. I don't know. So all right, so this, I'm just gonna prep everyone. This is basically to sum up what this metagame was like, what she's about to do. And let's just be honest. Lion announced on Twitter a while ago.
I imagine she's interested in zapping her Spirit of the Frog first. Getting another evolve.
And you always play the one that you just drew. She throws out the quick prayer. I'm not even joking, it is actually important to play the one that you just drew in that situation.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
So pretty good board. Turn 4.
And she also has,
this one's tough because this metagame was so whack. It was like their very first time trying something new, which bringing old cards back into the standard format, which I thought was really interesting. I wish they did a little bit more balance around it. But you can see this game's pretty much over.
That they survive until the next turn. Generally, I think you're probably casting this next evolve to just get as much tempo as possible. So as long as the minions survive a swipe, you're pretty happy.
And then we get to see the reverse, or what happens after this. Shaman as a whole is the cringiest class in my opinion, even worse than Druid. You have old aggro Shaman, this evolve Shaman, and so on. Shaman lives in a weird paradox where it's either absolutely broken or just the stupidest class ever.
Alongside that as well, I did it. I said Murloc, I didn't say Forest. I'm so proud of myself.
And by stupid, I mean like awful. Like, it's not good. Yeah, so VK Lion just plays a bunch of stuff here.
It's not actually a huge upgrade.
And then we just evolve again, get another board. We put Soul of the Murloc. And yeah, this game's looking pretty over.
4.7, but you can see like it's barely pushing that next full
really stupid metagame here. This one's tough to watch.
Already, Lion is just so far ahead from that second.
Just disgusting. Like what do they do? Like what did they do here?
Oasis Surger here, but it doesn't really accomplish anything.
It's over.
He gets to clear the 5/5 and the 4/5.
Sick.
She looks so bored. I mean, this one's over. Like there's nothing Druid can do. I would be very surprised if we just don't see a concession here, right? Like the Oasis Surger, even though the quest is finished, just does not do enough.
But I mean, do you see an alternate path through this game, Gallon?
GG.
I see very few paths through this game, Sabo.
Okay.
Right, they traded it to the 5/5 and the 4/5, or I guess the 6/2 actually. Yeah, good point.
6/2 instead does limit a board a little bit.
Just drop a Sea Giant again. It's completely awkward here. There's just nothing that can be done.
Did have to respect the idea of just taking maximum damage off the board here. Lightning Bolt in hand from Lion means that she has 18 total this turn. But that Sea Giant being dropped, 8 health minions are the absolute bane of Druid's existence.
Yeah, Hidden Oasis here is good enough for 12 damage or 12 healing plus a 6/6 taunt, which puts them back up to 17 and have a 6/6. But again, doesn't do anything. Zephyrus was played in this deck because Zephyrus was just a really good card. Lethal with the spell damage that goes removed. I don't think so. Also, I don't think it was lethal though. I don't think so. I think at this point it still wasn't removed. I think they removed it in Forge of the Barons. Nourish, yeah. They're just looking for something to do. Yeah, this one's over. This one's just like you can just see how stupid that game was. Didn't feel like a real game, to be honest. I felt really bad watching this one. This one just felt real. Anyways, continuing down the path here. We can see who's in this, in case you were curious. A lot of people. So that we have another Quest Shaman with the Evolve package, Quest Druid. Again, we're not going to watch this, but we'll just see who wins. So VK Lion ends up winning this game. Pretty gross. Go back to more ads, talking. Is this the last game? I want to make sure. This is just, okay, so At this point, this is just the last game. All right, this is what it comes down to.
Which is super interesting to me, the way that there's perhaps a little bit of a diversion.
You made this video? That's probably up.
I mean, I think from Lions.
But also, this stream will just be up the whole time. So if you want to just go back and watch it, just go for it.
Use the priest up. That's a really bad matchup for her.
It sure is, but she has a very reasonable matchup ahead of her. I don't think she could have asked for an awful lot more. Again, she is on the doorstep of history here. One game away from taking home $200,000 in prizing, taking home the title of the global champion.
All right, so let's see how well this goes. This is the Highlander Hunter. Now, hold on.
Shout out to Rarran for cultivating a good community that doesn't make transphobic or misogynistic jokes. Legit. Love ya.
Thank you so much for 20, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, good job, chat. Proud of you guys.
She has a 1-drop. She has Zephyrus. She is on the play versus Quest Druid. All of those things are so good.
So let me ask you a question.
This is the Highlander deck. Zephyrus the Great on turn 2.
Is that better than denying the Quest Druid the coin by having the
Did you notice this game looks more desaturated? That's what I said at the start. It looks weird, right?
If you can play things as early as possible and push damage with them.
If you're content landing, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. My cat's on my desk now. Hi, Moon.
I was talking with Saiyan earlier about
This one's just... I feel so bad for Bloody here, or Luna. It's just rough.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Lion just has a 1, 2, 3, 4.
No deck tracker. Oh yeah, they didn't have deck trackers yet. Deck trackers were basically added during COVID. Thank you for 20, dude. I appreciate it, Tom. Thank you so much.
Bloody Face's life total right now.
And speaking of pressure, the life total is indeed getting pressured here, and the curve keeps going.
Curve keeps going. It's just gross.
A mask contender on 5 if nothing superior is picked up.
Silence a minion here.
Just gonna keep on ramping up. 8 more.
There still needs one more turn for the quest to be completed for Druid, so
this is gonna add up very, very quickly if Bloody Face cannot turn the corner.
This is what it is. It's just bad. BG lobbies? BG lobbies?
So far. She is missing.
God, I haven't even played it. Look at it. It's again constant reacting. Didn't even get the quest completed. It's just unfortunate.
How about you? This looks like a turn.
That card's been around since 2016. I thought they didn't use them in competitive. Didn't use them in competitive.
I think is also pretty impactful.
Yep.
Snipe is good. Mask contender for another one.
Mask contender gonna land here.
Go face again. So far behind. It's so unfortunate because there's nothing the Druid could really do here, right?
And his quest isn't even completed yet.
And he is facing down
Just
9
lethal.
damage on board, plus a hero power that deals persistent damage, plus a kill command in hand.
Why did they decide to let players use deck trackers? I think it was just because COVID. Because when COVID happened, they couldn't really stop it, right? It was just easier if everyone was on the same playing field.
It just heals, and then the way the sequencing works, the taunt will be removed.
Swipe is played. The quest is finally finished.
Very, very close, folks.
They do have the Ferocious Howl for the next turn, but again, it doesn't really matter.
Beast off the top is one of the best cards you could possibly hope for.
Does Lion ever want to start squeezing in these hero powers, though? Is there ever merit of doing that? Is there just too much healing in Druid to start going down those lines?
I think there's a lot of merit to it.
We used the hero power here. I don't remember.
And hero power sets up hero power for next turn is just lethal. If you play an Unleash the Beast now, the minion will get sniped, but then the 5/1 can trade into the 5/5, and the 5/5 can trade over the 2/3.
Yep.
Gallon's a smart player, man. Gallon's really good at this game. It's cool that he's on the team.
How much of that is influenced by the fact that we are staring?
Video audio is fine, thanks. I'm good. I'm good.
Sight unseen. Do you play around? You know, it could just as easily be looking at hands that have a hidden Oasis in it and don't have an Oasis Surger, in which case, like, having the persistent minion damage on board is super.
So I don't even know what they do here, right? Probably Oasis ally to protect themselves. There's no reason to use the Ferocious Howl because you can't really do anything past it. Actually, the Wrath.
Incredibly tense moment for Bloody Face.
I can't remember if they draw the.
Right now, the secrets are lining up pretty good for him, though.
Do they end up drawing? I can't remember. Does Lion draw the brand?
In play right now, so no freezing trap, no rat trap that needs to be worried about, no snake trap that's going to add extra damage to the board as he's able.
I don't even know what secrets are. I know Snipe is one.
Relevant secrets in this situation are all missing.
So they have to think about freezing trap for sure. That's why I never take anyone seriously when they say the worst year of Hearthstone this year has been the most fun esports since 2018. Well, this one I wouldn't count. The last one, absolutely, but that was supposed to be the 2018. This is 2019.
For Bloody Face, it's a $100,000 play, let alone with the title of global champion on the line.
What are his other options? He could go Ferocious Howl, Wrath, try to pick up a...
It's just not good enough, right? There's just nothing good enough. Ferocious Howl. I mean, yeah, they keep the 5/5, I guess, but so far behind. I guess the Druid was thinking about like the freezing trap, right? Because if there was freezing, it's so awful. Bran? Oh, not Bran.
There is a rat trap. Well, there's also
Come on, I'm gonna beat this, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Thanks for time, man.
We can see that it's snipe and pressure plate, so he would get away with it. But yes, Bloody Face has to play around all unknown scenarios. But Lion here gets to just go Divine Shield, Wind Fury with Siamat, which is
Divine Shield, Wind Fury.
You can do against Druid because they have a nightmare dealing with that minion.
And Nubisat Defender, while normally good against these kinds of spots, doesn't even do anything here.
Just gets sniped.
The Unleash the Beast can just run over it, or the Lynx, exactly.
Yep, just gets sniped, gets hit by a 1-1, gets hit by Desert Spear. The pressure plate is going to remove this 6/6 taunt.
So they have the pressure plate on board. It breaks the 6/6. Druid gets the 12 life, which is good. But you can see Hunter at this current format was really, really good.
In play right now for Lion,
GG.
which means if nothing more is added, kill command and hero power does end the game. And even if this Anubisat Defender is played, it gets sniped, which means it just dies to the Lynx from hand anyway from Lion.
I think we're in a checkmate position here.
I am not seeing it.
Pressure plate was a really good secret, yeah. Really, really good secret.
The player that he is to invent some kind of magical out here, but I do not see it.
Tough game.
Bloody Face has the length of this rope to perform a miracle this turn, but I do not see it, Galen.
A Nubisat Defender is going to get sniped.
This Highlander Hunter deck was really, really good. Really, really strong.
Looks up in expectation, just waiting for this turn to pass to her, and it does. 17 damage in play. Desert Spear is going to come through.
But it does keep our tradition of seeing Druid in the finals.
The first woman to reach the pinnacle
of
competitive Hearthstone. She is your 2019 BlizzCon champion and your 2019 global champion.
So VK Lion ends up winning the tournament, which is awesome. We'll see her hoisting I love that word, hoisting the trophy. Where is it? I love watching people pick up the trophy. I don't know what it is. It's like euphoric for them. I feel good for them. She has the trophy already. She has the trophy already. Where does she get the trophy? Someone show me. There we go. She really went with the sweep. Yep. She brought good decks. She played well. Hunter Ace passes on the trophy.
Present the trophy, 2019
Fun fact.
champion Casper Hunter Ace Noto.
Hunter Ace had that for the least amount of time compared to everyone else.
With our winner, shall we? First, the most generic question in esports. For a moment like this, we have to ask it.
Aw.
Lion, you did the impossible. Everyone was watching.
No offense for air, but aren't those constantly the worst performing videos? Twitch only has 2.6 viewers. I don't understand what you're asking. What are you asking? I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyways, VK Line's finished. Then we move on to 2020. Now, what was 2020? 2020 was the year of Demon Hunter. And as you can see, both of the players, Yarla and Glory, both brought Demon Hunter. Now, in my opinion, this is where we start to see the most dramatic change to Hearthstone. This is the most dramatic change in Hearthstone, in my opinion. Because Hearthstone now becomes a much more aggressive game at this point. Almost every class is a win condition, and it gets pretty spicy here. So what do we got here? We got Warrior for both sides. No Druid. Druid is gone. Pretty crazy, actually. Demon Hunter is here. Rogue is here. Priest is here. Warrior is banned on this side, and Paladin's banned on this side. Yarla is the nuts, like the smartest player in Hearthstone. He didn't win an MT. Yarla is a good player. He's a very good player. It's weird that he hasn't won something that's significant, but he's really well known. Anyways, watch the first game here, which ends up being a pretty spicy one, I believe. Oh my god. Okay. This one's 15 minutes long, and then we go to the last one. The last one, again, another really long one. We also got to see the Demon Hunter deck. Okay, now the cool thing about the Demon Hunter deck, don't worry about the spoilers. Shh. We'll watch this. So this is Libram Paladin.
All right, well, here we go. Game number 1 has begun here. The grand finals of the 2020 Hearthstone World Championship. Yarla starting.
Okay, so we have a slower combo warrior deck. This was the Silas Warrior. And this is Libram Paladin.
Things off on the right foot. Outdoor Attendant on 1. No Librams in hand just yet, but more importantly, just to get some board presence and maximize this Hand of a Doll opportunity to pressure that warrior. Keeping that armor count in check is going to be really crucial, as well as just consistently piling on the pressure while making sure.
Force Ace Cold 0. Jesus Christ. What a broken card.
Some of those
Remember that, chat?
We know that
See it twisted?
Warrior runs
Or no,
Brawl,
actually.
Blade Storm, and all these other great ways to sweep up big, wide boards. Can Yarla find a way to navigate?
This was I think this, like, if I was going to show someone like the biggest difference between Hearthstone, it'd probably be like this year and last year. Like the difference is so insane. These decks are so consistent at the moment.
Factors will be how does Yarla time the Argent Bragger, that 2-mana.
So Yarla takes like, I'm gonna watch this on 2.5 or 1.5 speed chat because Yarla takes about 8 years between his turns.
Keeping the tank, wondering how best to space out his threats. Is it time to use Hand of a Doll? Is it time to just kind of load up the board pressure a little bit?
I feel like I was gonna say this is like the quintessential Paladin opener, which is 1-drop into
very good Paladin opener.
The game, right?
Evil Quartermaster, pretty good card.
You know,
so I should also mention at this point in time, this is Rise of Shadows, Savers of Uldum. What's the last expansion? Descent of Dragons, the mini set for Descent of Dragons. Then we had Ashes of Outlands, Scholomance Academy, and Darkmoon Fair.
You know, it'd be week 2.
So we have a full 6 set here.
Pretty much just Blade Storm. He's playing around that situation, and so he just plays first day of school and goes wide with 1-drops. And now he has the opportunity to play Hand of a Doll and value trade.
Yeah, Yarla takes a sweet time, man.
Against Blade Storm, and
Yarla really thinks he's a good player.
Deal to get it on the board like super early. I think it's a little
ooh, huge draw, man.
Is to get down a big Argent Bragger, right? It's not, you know, like this pure Paladin deck that relies completely on.
Remember when Rarran took a lot of time and actually won games?
So I definitely like this opening from Yarla.
Yeah.
And hits a Libra of Wisdom with the Libra.
I used to take my time.
So this is quite a good
start. Nowadays.
Yeah, and he has a couple of ways that he can equip this Libram as well. He could use it to try and make a Blade Storm a lot weaker and spread out the threats, so he doesn't actually have to get rid of any of the small 2/1 minions. He can just use the Outdoor Attendant to trade instead if he wants to keep those resources distributed.
Face 5. I just want to go on face.
The upside too is that by keeping a healthy 5 HP minion on the board, it's really difficult for Goy to remove that effectively.
But the numbers in the bracket section the players mean, I think it's like
this is totally
in the top 16 what the record was.
Making a taller minion, which I think Glory's deck is.
That's what it is. Random. I haven't played it at all. I had other things to do. I was too busy.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Also
Dive,
Zelda.
Can pick up
I'd rather play Zelda
that's something that he wants to do right now.
Than play Hearthstone off stream.
You know, the
For Transreds, yeah.
Is because you usually have a rush minion in your deck, whether it's Kargath Blade Fist, drawing that, or actually drawing the Kargath Prime once Kargath Blade Fist has been played.
Was Penflinger nerfed here?
Really
I think it was.
Rush minion in the deck. But you know, the further Glory falls behind, it honestly feels like he needs to be ahead in tempo the whole game in order to be favored, because he needs to kind of make things awkward for the Silas turn from Yarla, right? The main win condition in his deck is 1.
Dude, it's just when Libram Paladin gets going, it's just so good. Libram Paladin was like when Penflinger was unnerfed, which I think at this point it was nerfed. But God, when Libram Paladin had Penflinger, it was just such a stupid deck. It literally was early game, mid range, and late game.
That spells bad things for Glory.
Crazy. It's 1.5 times, yeah. Because Yarla takes about 5 years per turn, so we have to make sure we go a little faster here, which I think is completely fine.
In the Hand of a Doll, finds a Kargath Blade Fist off the stage dive, and now Glory just kind of ramping up the resources.
This isn't a great matchup for Glory. Rattlegore, baby.
A lot of people might feel the need to try and win back some tempo, but he didn't really have any good options. So Glory says,
There's
you know
the Brawl too.
I'm win the board. Draw cards that help me rebound into this game, like Brawl, to deal with the fact that Yarla has a lot of powerful tools this turn in particular. And then from Yarla's
you end up
perspective,
doing
how best
here?
to extend without overextending. His opponent just drew 5 cards.
Squirrels.
So, you know, actually 6 if you got the natural draw as well.
Wow, interesting play.
There's a lot of opportunity for Glory to find ways to deal with his board, so he doesn't want to get too crazy here.
Bulwark of Asenath, another really cool card. This matchup is just basically, can the Paladin kill the Warrior before the Warrior gets the combo off? And this is hard because the Paladin, because of the way Librams work, they always have infinite threats.
Because he's behind,
yeah, yeah. Shield Slam OTK is what he was playing. Is this Penflinger days with Libra? No, I think Penflinger is gone at this point in time. I think it was nerfed before Darkmoon Fair was even released.
Silas is definitely a possibility.
Oh, wow.
Stick a board and hope that he could put Rattlebore in the middle. He's going for... okay.
Honestly, that's like the best case scenario that isn't him winning.
Yep.
Cool. Scroll one.
Squirrel, barely able
like
to
how
slide,
everyone predicted.
And, you know, kind of staring back at Yarla, saying, like, what else do you want to do here, boss? Because right now Yarla has to load up more pressure. His best minion right now is without Pupil. Is it time to start thinking about how we want to handle our hand as well? He's got a lot of ways to draw cards through the Sal's Pride and later into the deck. And by gathering those resources now, he can avoid picking up the natural...
Yeah, Yarla really takes his time to think about these plays. Like, I'm trying to think about what Yarla would do here, right? But like, I'm not in the brain state to even think about this. So many decisions to make. Oh my God, was Zephyrus still a thing in 2020? Zephyrus was in the game, yeah. He fell a little bit out of the favor when Demon Hunter came out because there was just better stuff to do. But he was still always around. Zephyrus was still a good card no matter what. This is a straight up good card. Zephyrus was always a really good card.
To be very threatening to Glory. Yarla was thinking about the second squirrel, but the first squirrel is still good enough to discourage any kind of high value Bladestorm opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think you need to get too fancy here. Playing the squirrel makes it so that it's a little bit harder to get that good Bladestorm, but it also plays into the possibility of brawl. So, not a huge deal.
Do we see Galacron Priest? I hope we don't see Galacron Priest.
Glory.
Zephyrus rotates. Let's find out. Zephyrus is still in. This is the last expansion for Zephyrus.
Yeah. He would get the Libram, which is a pretty big deal, but honestly, at this
point,
point,
Highlander deck's weren't as good.
On Silas to steal back his Rattlecore. I don't know. Like this,
yeah, you know, there's a little bit of the mind control battles that goes on there, similar to, you know, how Priest versus Priest.
This is a weird time for Hearthstone. I just want to mention, I haven't really talked about like how I've been feeling about this, but over like watching these back to back, it's actually kind of mind blowing how different the game feels. If you take a photo of what the screen looks like right now and go back to 2014, like it almost feels like it's a completely different game. It's pretty incredible how much Hearthstone like innovates and moves on. Well, innovates depending on how you feel about the game.
What I'm using on Glory's side is that he just used Battle Rage to draw another Battle Rage, and that was not what he was looking for at the moment. Does not have a way to clean up this board. Was looking for other options there. He does have the opportunity, like you said, with Silas Darkmoon as time goes on, but we first have to clear several conditions. The first is, can you even deal with this second wave of threats? This is not even necessarily Yarla's true form yet. He's just kind of testing.
Orc of Asnoth was such a cool card. Really like that card.
More ammo in the deck.
It plays 2014 as well, and it's a completely different feel when you load it up. It is a different vibe. 100% is. Came back to the game for almost 2 years. I want to play Deathknight, but I don't want to waste my dust, so I want to ask any good decks to focus on. I'm not the best person to ask, if I'm going to be honest. But like, look up HS Replay on Google, and I'm sure you'll find something.
Both shield blocks in deck, like all those ways to generate armor for these shield slams.
Ooh, one draw for Battle Rage feels bad.
But again, that doesn't help deal with this board that's in front of him.
No brawl. He used to brawl pretty early on there for like a pretty small board, but
I just don't know.
You can't let Paladin stay on the board. That's the problem with it.
Yeah, there's not much that can be done.
I think no one would like to play against Force of Nature for charge for 9 years. I completely agree. Completely agree with you. It's important the games innovate, right? People give a lot of crap to Hearthstone because Hearthstone is a game that doesn't feel the same as it used to be in Classic. But it's important for games to innovate because people don't want to play against something that's fixed over and over again. Sometimes they go a little overboard.
At the same time, he does have a good amount of damage on board, so
but sometimes they do get it right.
He did pick up Lately Agent, for example, but it's not the highest amount of value.
Also, I guess a different game.
Feeling like Glory.
I guess when games feel different, it attracts a different audience, so maybe they get new players.
I mean, this is a really aggressive stance from Yarla, seeing Glory unable to deal with the board for a couple turns.
Yeah, this is huge. This is why Librams are so good, and they just keep coming back to your hands.
In this matchup, there's no Iron Begowl from Glory's deck, so doesn't have to worry about silence, and it can craft a board that's the most possible resilient to Bladestorm. Could even play around Brawl slightly, but I don't even know if that's worth it so much. And at this point,
my God, so much damage here. He's playing around Bladestorm too, which was another pretty popular card at the time.
One of the minions with Librams doesn't die, and you have an extra spell in hand, but Yarla's setting up lethal, so there's just no point. Going has to kill these minions.
Easy top deck, easy.
I mean, second brawl, but
doesn't really matter though, right? The thing is with Librams is that they just come back. Yarla's cheese. He's like, are you serious?
Yep. Okay.
So a
one
again.
And this is gonna overdraw, or not gonna get.
Oh, there's Penflinger.
First, so only 3.
Wait, was Penflinger unnerved?
Overdraw from Yarla. Solid Pride's useless.
Yeah, Solid Pride's
oh my. Okay. So I was wrong. Penflinger wasn't nerfed yet. I guess it was nerfed after the World Championship here. This card on the board that I'm highlighting right now was arguably the most frustrating card of all time to play against, especially with Libram Paladins, because the Librams kept coming back in your hand after minions died.
The deck was but now it begins.
Yeah, very much
And you're
so.
gonna see
Yarla just
why.
stacking the Penflinger,
Look how different this game is, chat. Look how different this game is. If this was like, this is a good representation of how decks started to get like more ways to get lethal, so you wouldn't have to go on an infinite value train in order to win games. Look at this.
You know, usually the fastest way to try to kill people with Paladin, but it's very effective to be resource efficient because you're going to get those Libras back, and you can do this every turn because you have guaranteed targets with the hero power. So this is a really strong position for Yar to be in, and Glory is still very
So gross, man. So gross. I hate watching this card. Why was this a common? I mean, it didn't really matter, right? The only way that makes a difference is if it's a legendary, but it's not that cool of an effect, right? I also probably think that they probably thought that Penflinger wasn't going to be much of an issue. What's Spell Burst? Spell Burst is after a spell is played, after a friendly spell is played.
Yeah, I think that if Glory has Blade Storm, though, maybe Yarla feels okay with that. He doesn't actually have the lethal the following turn, though, or does he?
Is Penflinger unnerfed in WoW, chat?
And then, kind of go in.
Because I know it was nerfed. It was nerfed so it can no longer go face, but I don't know if it's unnerfed.
Play responsive, and if he doesn't, he kills him. And if Glory does play responsive, but doesn't have enough mana to set up everything around the range,
It's just GG.
then he kills him anyway.
There's nothing Glory can do here. No, it isn't. Thank God.
And it's not looking good.
Probably
right
for
now.
the best.
You have to dig for a way to respond to this board state. Commanding Shout. Lord Baroff. That is not going to solve this current board state situation.
Wait, Lord Baroff was not good enough, yeah.
So I'm curious why he didn't.
It's just GG. It's just GG, man.
He didn't just go for Silas there. He could have gone for Soulbomb, Ash Tongue, Silas.
Even Glory's like, are you serious, dude?
Remainder of the Librams because
It's so gross. It's so gross. Ew.
But I think he just realized.
Yeah, that Paladin deck was really, really good. Anyways, yeah, so you can see how crazy it is. Chat, I'm going to be right back, guys. I have to go to the washroom. I'm going to put the priest gameplay on. I'm going to go to the washroom. I'm going to get some coffee and a snack. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, but I'll leave this gameplay on. If you guys are liking the stream, I'd really appreciate a subscription and a like on the stream itself. It helps me out a ton. Thanks for chilling, guys. I'll be back in 5. I promise. Continue watching this. I'll be back in a sec. Thanks for watching, guys.
So discounts will be coming. Can these discounts be impactful enough to really help Yarla swing the board state now that we have a big Edwin Van Cleef? And Glory still can deal with it. Some of the discounts have already come down. It's not like it would have made the biggest a difference this turn, but next turn, if you get like Cobalt Spellkin and the opportunity to play a one-mana spell that has a high impact, it potentially could. That's not going to stop Glory from pushing in here now. Finds a opportunity to pick up even more tempo resources, finds a Firebrand for eliminating a 4-health minion potentially, and Yarla just can't believe the amount of stats and pressure being generated. Glory with a small little clap to show his pleasure with being able to pressure the priest this much before turn 5, and now Yarla needs to go digging for answers because he does not have any right now.
Yeah, this hand came together quite effectively for Glory, I'd say. Preparation being drawn there allowed him to get this questing online and clear off the minion. Mind Vision sees the Shadow Jeweler Hanar, so that's pretty bad news. And now things are just going to get quite bad. Sees the Hanar, but doesn't see the secret, so doesn't know what this could be.
TJ, it is indeed a finals of a world championship, and we haven't really seen Edwin Van Cleef completely destroy the field as it did in years past, but he's always kind of been there, looming either as a winner or as a threat to the winner. And so it's only fitting that on the grand final stage once more, in a different decade, that we still see Edwin Van Cleef crushing faces on turns 3 and 4 for the Rogue. Yarla needs to find a response right here, right now. I think it's Mass Dispel or bust.
Shadow Word
Ruin?
Like
he's busting.
Would have been okay as well. What about any minions in his deck? Now, Asmani Bloodweaver not going to really do it. Now, Yarla's not dead. He's still at 30 health, and Glory just couldn't possibly get this questing adventure big enough. But now Glory, with the secret in hand and 6 mana available, has an opportunity to, pretty much get Counterspell, which locks out Soul Mirror, which then wins the game, right? The only other thing I can imagine...
Rigged Fair Game is a really nice card to play here, just because it's unlikely Yarla's going to be able to deal any direct damage. You can get his resources in, but as we mentioned, I feel like we're at the point of no return. Even if Yarla finds a really good single target removal, he needs to find a way to disarm both the questing adventure and the Edwin Van Cleef that is absolutely running away with this game. And now, Glory just a turn or two away from being able to even up this series at 1 game apiece. Thinking about any possible choice off this Wand Thief that could come in handy. I was kind of thinking about Devolving Missiles in case you need to get past a taunt. But it looks like Glory's going to go for a little bit more disruption. Spellbender can really mess with any single target removal. Not that Yarla has any. Yarla's got discounted minions, and that's about it.
Needs Wave of Apathy. Hits double Embalming Ritual. Oh, no.
Perhaps a peek into the future, as or perhaps just a little on the nose there. As Glory's going to take game number 2 in dominating fashion. Yarla is just dead. Embalming Ritual indeed. So as we go into game number 3, you get to see a little bit of the downside of Priest, right? It does struggle versus tempo decks. Historically, it still is very much the case now, and partially why it's still held on the outskirts. You know, TJ, you did mention that in Top Legend, you do see Priest a lot more than you see at lower ranks. I do think it's partially due to the easiness to mess up and get punished. Not to mention that there's still a lot of good decks that match up well against that Priest at high ranks. But, you know, it is one thing to note that this Control Priest does climb in win percentage the higher skill ranks that you go up. So it's really interesting to see that Control Priest still is able to do well, even though like, that game finally feels like that's the Priest that I know, TJ. There's so many times where I feel like whenever I play any kind of matchups and I'm like going up against a Priest, I'm like, sometimes they just die. They don't really have anything to do. And I think that was an example of Yarla not actually having any of the draws to really pull himself out there. He didn't find a single removal piece, let alone finding a way to wipe the board.
Yeah, every single rogue ladder opponent that I've ever faced as a Priest has had an 8/8 or larger Edwin. And I could never deal with it. So I sympathize with Yarla. But this is a little bit of a different story already than the first time that these players met. That's the first time that Glory has beaten Yarla in a game in the 2 series that they've played so far. And Glory, with that win, has also doubled Yarla's game losses throughout the entire World Championship to 2. Just by beating him in that one game. So now we're going to move on. Control Warrior again for Glory, like you queued in the first game, and the Priest for Yarla. So this one again. This is where the Soulbound Ash Tongue comes into play, which is not as reliable of an OTK, I don't think, just because you need to amass the armor, but it does require less cards. The problem is Mind Render Elusia exists in Yarla's deck. So again, it feels like Yarla has checks to whatever Glory has as win conditions in his warrior. For Rattlegore, he has Cabal Acolytes, Wave of Apathy. Soul Mirror also works well in that situation. For the Soulbound Ash Tongue OTK and Silas, he has Mind Render Elusia.
I'm back.
I don't know. This one's going to be tough again.
It's going to be tough, but it's going to be a little bit slow to start things off. Does not seem that Glory has much going on that is actually threatening, and he won't be. You know, he's a Control Warrior, Control Priest, 2 of the slowest archetypes that are available currently in the metagame. Although Yarla does have ways to speed it up. He's got the Nazmani Bloodweavers waiting in hand. And last time we saw Yarla play...
Made you a bagel sandwich?
Like
Damn.
He was able to really capitalize off of nice discounts off his Nazmani Bloodweaver, and I feel like these kinds of games are more Yarla in his element. I think, finding the control versus the aggro decks, pretty straightforward, right? Just keep wiping their stuff, eventually you'll get a resource advantage, and then you win the game because they're either exhausted resources.
Okay, so... Sorry, I was so hungry there, chat. All I was thinking about was eating. I had to go eat there.
Hey Rarran, hope you're well.
Harry, thanks so much, man. I hope you're well too. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay, so he's still playing the warrior deck. We have the Nazmani Priest. Nazmani Priest is a fun deck. I want to see that. I want to show the combo if I can of this. Okay, so he has 32 armor, chat, right? I just want to show it. So he does the he actually, oh god, Mind Render Elusia. Let's just have some PTSD, shall we?
Because yes, he wants to destroy that size combination, but
he only has 3, so he's gonna do this, then Mind Render.
That's just some PTSD here. Oh, I hate that card. So he ruins his combo, which means he can't do it anymore. But it doesn't really make a big difference because the Rattlegore is still in the game, which means that Yarla just kind of loses here. I hate Mind Render Elusia, such a cringe card. Wait, does he? What the hell? Wait, this game, holy crap, holy moly, this game went for so long. No, there's no way he wins there. Rattlegore wins.
Yeah, so Masters for the Asia Pacific region. If there's one deck that I want, so I think.
Imagine playing that game. What the hell? Ew. Okay, anyways, let's go to the finale. Now, I have to talk about this real fast. This OTK Demon Hunter deck. Now, this is the first time we are seeing Demon Hunter at the World Championship, okay? Now, with Demon Hunter, this deck was the premier Demon Hunter deck to play because it was not only a Reno Jackson combo in itself, but it can OTK your opponent out of absolutely nowhere thanks to Il'gynoth. And we're going to see this deck basically next year because Il'gynoth might be one of the best cards ever released into Hearthstone for Demon Hunter. And this deck made a full return the following year. And we're going to watch how good it is.
While they existed in some capacity in previous iterations of Soul Demon Hunter, not to this extent.
It's a mirror match, which is going to be great. This is, what do you even call this deck? A combo? It's a combo deck, but it's control. It's not aggro for sure. It's some kind of combo control deck. Really, really good.
Win this series, he needs to get through this Demon Hunter with his lifesteal combo Demon Hunter deck, featuring the new legendary from the Dark Moon Fair expansion, Il'gynoth. And Glory, no turn 1 play. It's probably a relief there.
Do you think the takeover of Blizzard by Microsoft will affect Hearthstone anyway? Maybe pricing, but I can't imagine it affected too much. This OG, this is the OG one. So this one's at 4 mana. I think it's nerfed in the next one, but think about that. At 6 mana, it's still played as one of the best decks in the format.
You have the opportunity to combo your opponent when time comes with big lifesteal.
This is a pretty crazy deck. This is like, see, one of my biggest complaints about Hearthstone currently is that it feels like there's not really set up for combo. I mentioned earlier with Freeze Mage that you could kind of see it coming. Like they play the Emperor Thorson or they have to play the Alex. This one's just like they're drawing. And unless you see them use a combo piece, you're basically just waiting for them to do the full combo against. You're going to see it now.
For some reason, these hero powers back and forth are the most tense Demon Hunter hero powers I've ever experienced. Both players are just not playing cards and hitting the hero power, and it feels so dramatic.
Also, the
finally Glory plays a card. I needed to cut that.
The 1,000 Demon Hunter skin is very nice. It is very nice.
Next turn, if he doesn't want to, waste the healing, he can hero power Jockey Warblades and have that skull. It's not crucial to do it that turn.
I only see 2 Warlock entries throughout the years. Yeah, Warlock is
Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Yarla not picking up any card draw. And
this is a bit unfortunate, right?
Huge deal because as this game progresses, Glory's damage is going to ramp up considerably, and these first couple turns are where the Soul Demon Hunter is kind of letting you get away with things. They're letting you get away with a little bit of extra card draw because they're trying to ramp up their damage.
Yeah, this is just so much draw here from Yarla. Thinks about literally every tiny thing here. Glory's like, all right, this looks pretty good. Let's just go with that.
To remove the board, or to just heal
you can tell Glory's face here is really saying a lot about the current state of the game.
Yarla has some tools to be able to stall. But honestly, Aldraki Warblades equip and just stop, just pass. It might be the play here from Yarla.
Yeah, it makes sense. There are
uses
a
the
lot
full
of
turn
to yo-yo your life back and forth and kind of tempt Glory to overextend or have big swings. I've seen some dramatic comebacks.
Thank God for 1.5 speed.
The previous series where Yarla looked like he was taking a ton of
I couldn't handle it. But I think live Yarla roping makes a little bit more sense because you're definitely more invested in his play himself. But I couldn't sit here and watch it again.
Or if you make a simple early game mistake and cost you the entire game, you have to
Consume Magic. I forgot Consume Magic has existed. Man, Demon Hunter is just such an interesting class. And I think Demon Hunter really pushed the power creep of Hearthstone because when Demon Hunter was introduced, the game felt like it took a huge step forward in what classes can do. Should Arclight Rumble? I've not yet. I'm waiting for the iOS release for it. But I hope it's good. I don't know. I watched gameplay of it. It doesn't look that great, but I could be very wrong. I hope it's good. Maybe it's more fun when you actually play it.
So. A welcome sign for card draw there, and Glory picks up Twin Slice, more damage being picked up.
Again, maybe 1,000 win skin, probably Warlocks. But I'm also a Warlock enthusiast.
There's also no Soul Fragment, so Social Lapidary shut off. But he does have opportunity to.
You probably put the Warblades here so you can play the Skull Golden next turn. Oh, I'm a World Championship, baby. Let's go.
But I think goal number 1 here is just to get that Skull into Outcast position going to.
I've been playing. Is it good? So let's see. Yarla's hand's so full.
Written all over Glory's face every single turn that he's not playing something big. He's a little nervous about what's to come here, but. Some of his most powerful turns are certainly coming soon, as he does have all those really strong buffs.
Yeah, that's a pretty nuts hand.
In the meantime, picking up more card draw, another Spectre Sight opportunity.
Yeah, Yarla doesn't have. Yarla has some of the tools.
Exactly. Yarla still feels
I think his deck got way better like the following year, though.
That's when it starts to get to mission critical to ensure that your life total is getting higher, so that way they don't combo you out of the game.
I know how I don't know how Glory feels because I've never played in a World Championship final, let alone a World Championship.
True.
I know how he feels like kind of bracing yourself for OTK Demon Hunter because it feels like even on turn 3, oh no, it's turn 3, I didn't play a minion. I'm dead. He's gonna kill me. I'm dead from 30. Sometimes that's what it feels like, especially if they're drawing.
Yeah, that's exactly how this deck felt like. Warlock was what I hit Legend with, dude. Hell yeah, Mon.
It takes a lot for that to be able to happen.
Warblades are fine. Or the Ooze is fine. It doesn't really make a big difference in this matchup. Wow, he didn't play the... Really?
Unfortunately, that's not going to stop this damage coming through, plus a Bladed Lady being
played here. Ooh, huge smack to the face here.
Puts Yarla all the way down to 13. Now, granted, Yarla still has a good amount of lifesteal in hand. You have to keep in mind that every bit of lifesteal card that he uses is less damage as the game goes on. Oh, man.
Okay.
I mean, Outcast.
Outcast card in Outcast position, but he has.
So if people don't know what Outcast is, by chance, Outcast is a Demon Hunter specific keyword that does something additional if it's on the right or on the most right or most left side of your hand. So you can see Outcast is yellow. It means it's. You can see Skull Gul'dan is yellow. That means it's Outcasted.
And go for a setup. Browsing Glory's deck because I don't see weapon destruction in his deck.
It's tough not playing that Skull Gul'dan though. I'll tell you what.
Second charge previously.
You want to? Oh my God!
Skull of Gul'dan.
Disgusting.
They're both outcasts.
I hated this card. Insane draw, man. Again, another card that if you showed someone from old Hearthstone, you'd be like,
So can't get Bladed Lady down this turn again.
card used to cost 5 mana.
This is so much damage over the next couple turns. The one limiting factor for Glory here is that he doesn't have any Soul Fragments in his deck. He does have Soul Shear, but Yarla's not really playing minions, so he doesn't really have a Soul Shear target.
Oh
he could
my
go for something
god.
weird.
Remember when Skull was 5 on release? So I was there. I remember.
Like the
God, Demon Hunter was such a class. Do you guys, weird question to ask here, weird question to ask. Do you think that the addition of Demon Hunter was beneficial for Hearthstone? What do you guys think, chat? Like, I think it was, because I think more ways to play Hearthstone is great. But I think you could definitely make the claim that this class, like, maybe ruined Hearthstone for you. Like, I could 100% see you being like, because I hate this class. I literally can't stand this class. And I've been saying that for a while. There's a video on my channel, I believe. Yeah. Chat, I did a video. When I was a wee lad, I did a video called My Rant on Demon Hunter. Because I absolutely hated this class. This video I remember is pretty cringe. Maybe we should watch it. I don't know if I'm in the mind state on it, but
Shard Lapidary in order to get the Soul Fragment into the deck, right? Because you'd be at 6 attack. So
Death Knight I think is a much better addition to the game.
It would be 2 mana. Soul Shear's free. And then the Soul Shard Lapidary would be 7 mana, hero power for 8 mana. So that's plus 4, plus 5, plus 9, plus 10. It's not
$30 hustle, yeah.
But that is a lot of damage.
To the consumer or Blizzard, I guess both. But I think as I was talking mainly as a consumer, obviously. Only class I don't have 500 wins with. Yeah, I think most people would agree with that. I don't even have a gold yet. I just
make hand space before he even gets there. Is he just gonna draw?
He captures the well-intended hero. Sure, that's also a good claim. Yeah, I think the design of the class is good, but I hate playing against it. I think I legitimately like every time I queue up against Demon Hunter, I'm like,
there's a Soul Shear target, which is another big thing. Shard Shatter Mystic, not big.
I mean, it feels like Glory
another Skull of Gul'dan. Yarla's cheesed. God, ew, 1 mana Il'gynoth, dude. It's GG.
So, this is
Look at Glory.
Has the kill from
Glory knows. This is the final game of the World Championship of that year.
Would be a 6 mana total spent for 11 attack. And you double that damage with
Ooze isn't. Ooze is. Oh, Ooze is a big deal there because it stops a lot of the damage from Il'gynoth potentially.
Almost a guaranteed lethal, I think, with Il'gynoth next turn because it would have been 24 damage maximum. And that was just with his hand. So that Ooze shut down so much.
That was a big deal.
From Glory. That pretty much saved Yarla the game. The weapon destruction tech in his deck. That is quite insane.
Yes, twice the Ooze, twice the devastation.
Twin Slice, another really good card.
It's not like Glory doesn't have damage still. It's just that without the Archaki Warblades, that kind of.
It's a class identity for Demon Hunter.
Is no longer available for him.
Make you suffer.
You see,
make you suffer.
He has a philosophy
and wish you weren't playing against it.
That damage in now and life stealing back up to basically full life. He is going for a full life swing.
Did he get the damage off? Yeah. So he's going up to 30, which is probably good.
Down to 15. This is so
this is very tense.
Does not have the window that was wide open just a couple turns ago.
So how do you win this game if you're Glory?
Worry about
Spirit Chiller into silence.
Have a lethal on the backswing here by playing
Marrow Slicer. So he has no life steal. The problem we're having, the problem that Glory has is that he just has no healing, right? So 15 is a very scary number to have.
I mean, this has been so back and forth. Yarla able to snatch the game from the jaws of defeat to keep it going and perhaps swing it, and he has the Il'gynoth, the Moarg, and the I-beams ready to go.
Is it lethal? Oh, he just plays it.
He knows. Oh man. Like he had so much damage in hand, but at the end it just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yarla, he's got the Il'gynoth, he's got the Moarg and the Moarg, but he doesn't have the mana to play both the I-beam and the Fell Screen Blast at the moment.
Oh yeah, I thought he was on 10. It was almost.
So you double the 1 to 2.
Demon Hunter class reads back the balloons. Yep.
Just off that one Fell Screen Blast. And the I-beam, of course, goes from 3 to 6 to 12. So still that same interval that's right now clogging Yarla, and he needs to find a way to survive here.
I get that, man.
To buy himself a single turn.
Zephyrus is in the deck too. Wow.
Not active with 7 cards remaining.
It's real likely.
The 2 up left in the deck.
He can part ways with one Moarg and use a Immolation Aura, but still doesn't solve the biggest problem of trying to deal with the board. Not to mention that.
Yeah, if this was at 10 mana, Yarla just won the game here. It's really unfortunate. He played really well. So he has to use the Moargs, I guess, unfortunately, to, or at least one to heal. Doesn't kill.
But then doesn't have lethal setup for the following turn. Misses
Wait.
the attack as well, I believe.
Don't you just always kill Il'gynoth there? I think Yarla ran out of time.
Could be the difference maker. Glory picks up the Mana Feeder Panthara, immediately going for it.
Oh, it's. Is it lethal?
How much damage is this?
I mean, it's not enough for a kill, but it's a lot. It's a 2-turn lethal setup, I'm certain, because it's 4 from the Il'gynoth. It's 10 damage on board, plus the Twin Slice. This is like 20. And Glory throws it all out there. Jarla does not have lethal damage with the double Moarg, plus Il'gynoth and Fellscream Blast. Like you mentioned, that's only the 12.
Oh, my God.
Nope, still not enough mana.
And still duplicates in the deck remaining here for Jarla. The Zephyrs only has 6 cards, and yet there still manages to be copies of cards in the deck.
How does... Interesting. Did Glory use both weapons? Yeah, he got both of his oozed.
Blood Mage Downnotes plus Immolation Aura, and then you draw Chaos Strike in Hero Power Blade Dance?
I believe it was oozed.
Okay. So that's one possibility.
How much mana is that? That's 4, 6.
Demon, Moarg, Fellscream Blast. He can't go for the lethal push.
Looking at the cards left in his deck, he's got Blade Dance, Fellscream Blast, Lorekeeper, Skull, and 2 Chaos Strikes. Okay, Moarg Artificer, so this makes Immolation Aura deal 4 on the first tick, but then still only 1 on the second tick, if I'm correct on that.
So it clears everything but the Il'gynoth.
It clears everything but the Il'gynoth, then you can Hero Power, but then you go down. So he has to Moarg, and then...
Oh my God.
Okay, I guess
how does he win, though?
But this is scary because now that's the damage win condition out the window. And the only damage he has left in his deck is Chaos Strike and Zephrys.
He didn't go for the ill because he didn't want Glory to heal. Oh, I guess that's fair. Playing Zephrys in a non-Reno deck. Dude, Zephrys was such a good card that he was ran in these type of decks. It's probably GG.
And I mean, Jarla has to find ways to clear this again. Another threat check. Yeah, Jarla heals back up to full.
Chaos Strike off the top, activate Zephrys.
Okay.
Okay, Zephrys is
Twisting. Twisting Nether is active. From Zeph. Yeah, the card was really good. Zephrys is just a really good card. But it's also played into a deck that draws an absolute crap ton, right?
Also Flame Strike in this spot. Jarla has a Chaos Strike. That's 2 damage. Not to mention, he still can also just directly burn Glory for lethal if he finds a way to do this.
That's the other big thing about it.
So Il'gynoth is still going to deal direct damage with that Fellscream Blast. Jarla could punch for 5. He could even potentially use Zephrys to freeze the board through a Frost Nova play.
So he's going to go base and just go full defensive, Blade Dance, Immolation Aura, or Immolation Aura, then Blade Dance.
Wait, he didn't want to twist another. I guess he thinks he needs Zephrys for lethal.
So in that instance, he'd push 5. He'd put him down to 9.
He could full clear this with Blade Dance. Blade Dance was another card I just hated.
Oh, he's trying to get there just through straight up Zephrys power.
I was thinking he was going to leave these minions on board, and then, because there's no Skull, there's no way that he can die from 29 with that much damage on board. And then Zephrys for Pyroblast, but there's Soul Fragments in the deck. Even though there's no lifesteal left, there's still Soul Fragments, so he can't fully rely on it. Now he has 2 cards left, and his last remaining cards are Lorekeeper Polecat, which is a 4/5 body, but other than that, useless, and Blade Dance, which again is not that useful with not much.
He doesn't use the Relentless Pursuit here, right? Because he can kill a minion with it, which is a big deal.
Consume Magic used though on Glory's side. Can he just simply play Tyrion and try to win that way?
Oh, is he going for Tyrion?
So there's left in Glory's deck.
Wait, I would have just picked the Pyroblast, bro. Oh, okay, I guess it's not worth it.
So every card that he has left is either a way to gain additional attack or Blade Dance to use the additional attack to clear off minions.
Oh, this is huge, actually.
Pursuit allows him to actually crash through the Tyrion.
Oh, he's on a clock now.
He is on a clock. Jarla has no minions.
And he's got Blade Dance as his last card, so he can clear any minion at any time with Ashbringer.
Okay.
Wait, this is kind of insane.
Too much, gonna push 6.
I don't.
The Lorekeeper and Il'gynoth. Oh, Jarla, he's
I know who wins this, but I don't remember why. This is why Jarla's a pro and you're not, dude. Believe me, I know how much better Jarla is compared to me.
Playing Lorekeeper Polkelt would mean that if Glory draws Blade Dance, he would be able to kill the Polkelt and the Il'gynoth. So it would clear both minions, but he'd also take too much damage in the process from the Il'gynoth that the Ashbringer swing would kill him on the next turn. It's a very specific out here for Glory. He needs Chaos Strike into Blade Dance with fragments in between. Chaos Strike? Soul Fragments in between.
My God, no way. That's disgusting.
Found the Blade Dance.
GG.
Oh my goodness.
It's just GG.
Soul crushing for Jarla. He took the risk. Knew that the majority of the cards in deck were Soul Fragments. How does he get here? He just has to hope that he's going to kill him in 3 turns.
Okay, so Glory's last, he's got Soul Shard, Lapidary, and Relentless Pursuit. So if this card is Soul Shard, Lapidary, the next card, he wants to draw that before Relentless Pursuit to change the clock. So he's drawing his Soul Fragments. That's expected. Ooh, the Relentless Pursuit. So there's 1 Soul Fragment left in the deck. He's not going to take fatigue damage. So he's
Wait, doesn't Jarla just always lose this, though? Because he does the 6 here. He has to swing.
Jarla pushed the 6.
Pushes the 6.
There's no other way to do it. He finds a Soul Shard Lapidary for the extra 5.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Man, it's got to feel really rough, like in Jarla's perspective. Yeah, you can see it on his face. It's got to be really rough to lose a game like this.
King of Asia Pacific. Please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Hall of Champions, Glory from Japan. Is your 2020.
So, unfortunately, we don't get to see him hoist the trophy because this is done during COVID. This was like the first year of COVID. This was actually the big year of COVID when it first came out. first came out. I imagine like a company released it. When the pandemic first started, this was the year. So no hoisting of the trophy, unfortunately. That was a pretty disgusting Famer draw, but we didn't even get to see the real combo of this deck, which is really interesting. But both players in the finals brought the Demon Hunter deck. Really, really well played, to be really well played, to be completely honest. So then we move on to Possessi and Glory. Okay, this is another one. Again, we see Demon Hunter in both of them. Druid is brought. I don't remember what the Druid deck is. There's Rogue and Hunter. So Rogue was playing what? We're going on a little long. Oh, this Rogue deck was insane. Really good Rogue deck. This is what the hell is that deck called? Garrett Rogue. Garrett Rogue was like really good Miracle Rogue game. Rogue is playing, or Druid's playing the freaking Celestial Alignment. Anyways, we're gonna go to the final game just to showcase. I just want to watch the final game with you guys because I think the final game really cements how ridiculous Demon Hunter is as a class. And it's funny that it ends up being another mirror match.
Greed, for glory, and because of that, it's essentially a mirror.
And as you can probably tell, as I said before, this is virtually the same deck that we just saw almost 1 year later. The only difference is the deck is more consistent. Final Showdown makes the deck absolutely disgusting because of the questlines from Stormwind. And most importantly, Il'gynoth is now 6 mana. But does it matter?
A match with the most tense of players. It's
board. I'm going to help you practice.
It doesn't.
And that was part of the reason.
We're going to go to the final game. Yeah, Kurmar 100%, man. I don't need to see the Stormwind meta anymore.
Turned into the best of rivals here at the finals. We
Absolutely
already saw
not.
just how well they know each other and how well they know the matchup with that next level exchange of the Rhino bait into not taking the bait in the last match.
How long
I would
is this
love to see
matchup?
what they have in store for the Demon Hunter mirror, but right off the bat, we saw Glory with the full keep, just with tradable cards, any guaranteed draw effect for that first layer of quest progression.
This is a really interesting one. A lot of these cards are from Stormwind. Stormwind was such an impactful metagame. So in this one, what is in this format? There is, so Dark Fair rotated. No, Dark Fair was in the game. So this is Barons. No, is it Barons? It's Outlands, Ash of Outlands, Skullman's Academy, Darkmoon Fair, Forge of the Barons, United in Stormwind, and I don't know if the last card came out, or the last expansion was out at this time. It might have been Alterac Valley. I'll have to pay attention.
You will be able to get that first layer done. Mulligan makes a lot of sense. For Possessi, things need to be planned in advance. There is a glide, but that's a card that you generally want to save to deal with your opponent's Kurtrus.
Oh, with two of them in hand, though, things start to get
This is so gross.
very
This is a weird.
I think if your opponent draws a whole bunch of cards on
This is the racing game. Yeah, so this is okay. Now, to be fair, most combo decks are going to be like this, right? Most combo decks really are just you finding your win condition faster than your opponent. But the interesting thing about this deck specifically is that this one showcases how much more draw is in the game compared to what it used to be.
Going to go with the glide anyway, or maybe if they even just leave the coin in hand, you'd go for the glide. It's still a reasonable way to disrupt them, shuffle some mediocre cards back in. But like you say, for Possessi, a turn 3 glide is far from the dream scenario here, because you would much rather shuffle that Kurtrus in and turn the tides. But for Possessi, I guess if he goes for the glide first, if Glory,
it's so interesting watching this. Like, look at their whole hand is basically draw, right?
Need to disrupt Kurtrus because he'll be the player
Look at this.
doing it first.
It's just funny because we watch Ancient Lore. Yeah, someone said like, why was Ancient Lore played in the original Classic Championship? Because draw was so good. And now look at like, every card in their hands is draw basically, right?
Stage 1 for them. So in some ways, it's a relief for Possessi.
Also, fun fact for you: Glory is on the verge of being the first person to win 2 Hearthstone championships, not ever, but in a row.
Commit the card draw effects to finish stage 1
Pretty impressive.
here. Stage 2, of course, needs 5 draws, so the glide, even in outcast position, will not be able to benefit Glory here. Possessi's just going to see when it's in his second studies here. It's a Spectral Sight, which is
the glide,
an amazing card to put back in the deck post-glide, and he is just going to start the train of shuffles. Let's see what both our players get back in hand. Not particularly great for Possessi. 2 tradables, but
My cat is like below the camera and she's like, "Are you done yet?"
Yeah, far from fantastic. Whereas for Glory,
I'm looking for some pets here if you haven't noticed.
Not ideal because right now this is not quest progression on this turn quite yet. But it's not bad, right? It's guaranteed on the following turn, especially with this Tusk Piercer picked up. So it might mean that it's a turn off the pedal and setting up for quest progression next turn instead.
There's Il'gynoth had 5 mana yet. Was nerfed.
If you then offset that initiative,
Or he must be traumatized from the metas he had to go through. Yeah, I mean, but you could argue that the players who are playing this game right now liked Hearthstone a ton, right? But I don't know how long Glory's been playing.
Was last turn.
I mean, look how far we've come from glaive-bound tennis to quest tennis. Glory choosing not to use his last mana on the studies, I think.
Yeah, it's the tradable, so he doesn't have to worry.
If I were him, that studies could just be held onto as an emergency switch. If
I am.
his purchase sooner than Glory, then
She's
the
trying to
studies
sleep,
is
though.
one last chance to maybe glide it away if he hasn't drawn his natural glide and had it in outcast.
Did someone win 2
position.
championships?
Glory
Well,
still
we're
has
gonna
space
have
for
to wait and
progressing
see,
his
shall
own
we?
quest, even without the studies, with the Tusk Piercer preloaded, with the acrobatics, and of course
Look at this
with the
gameplay. What do you guys think of this gameplay? Are you guys a
definitely
fan of this
Possessi is
gameplay?
ahead here in terms of getting Kirchus online.
I love
Glory still
this
has,
gameplay.
of course, as I said, guaranteed quest progression on this turn. I think most likely he's going to be trying to actually save this Illidari studies here, right? Because he can go for just a nice clean quest progression on this turn, pray that he draws double jump to try and get glide even more consistently, and then next turn you
Actually
break
wild.
open the Illidari studies to look for glide, you break open the hopefully drawn double jump to find glide as well, and you just try and get that opponent's Kurtrus back into their deck.
Crazy, man.
Getting
I'm a
so
fan,
tense
really?
here.
Literally no
Pleasure,
minions have
of
been
course,
played.
shuffled
Yeah, how
back
you're right.
before the Tusk Piercer break, and he is considering holding on to
Catching a
acrobatics
stream
because
before
he
everything
can
shuts
just progress
down?
quest by
What does that
using
mean?
the 2 tradables instead.
Why is
Acrobatics
Rush Viper
obviously
not
is a
played in
great
this
card
meta with
after
basically every
Kirchus
class
to
having a
get
weapon?
even further card draw.
I guess it's just better
So
stuff to
I
do,
like the
right? I don't
deviation
know.
From Glory here. Gonna go ahead and dump a talented Arcanist as well. I agree. Get rid of combo pieces that aren't necessary.
He just plays the
in
1/3?
case you get Glidden.
Glided. What's the past tense of glide? Glided? Glided, it sounds weird.
That's the question. That is the question indeed, because for Possessi here,
Not
while he
glided.
is definitely aware of the fact that glide is definitely what Glory wants to do most of all. There's
Such an
not
interesting
much you
matchup.
can do about it. You're never gonna
Imagine
not
this is
complete
the
quest
final,
on
like this is
turn,
the finals, right?
unless I am
It all came down to
truly
this
astounded by a
moment.
very wild Possessi
Glided.
play. You just get it in hand, hope to play it next turn, or at the very least, hope to redraw it if your opponent does glide you.
Yes, gross.
He's going for it. Kirchus in hand after this last card draw effect is committed with the Guild Trader and then the Tusk
Another
Piercer
happy
break,
Guildie.
You'd have to imagine. Oh,
Look at this. This gameplay is so weird. It's just really interesting to see the comparison between this World Championship, which obviously we're not watching all of them. We're just watching the final game. We're to like 2014. What the hell?
Studies. There are a lot of ways to get to it,
I don't know what the hell just happened.
but so far none are guaranteed.
Very possibly the most important Illidari studies of Glory's life. I don't even know if we're going to get to see the options. There we go, but that is a miss on the glide. Possessi, the tension is absolutely killing him, but surely he has to know
Oh,
now
wow.
his opponent isn't going to BM him like this. If it
That was
wasn't
really
there,
bad.
he would pick it straight away, and it does mean no glide. Possessi gets down his Kurtrus, and he is
How's the deck work against other classes? It's really good against aggro. Honestly, like this deck was gross. This deck was just gross.
Fantastic for Possessi.
This deck was like, I think in terms of like Hearthstone classes, this one was probably the best one other than Day 1 Demon Hunter, and it honestly speaks for itself that it was at two world championships, right?
Best thing you can do is play your own.
It's
Kurchus.
disgusting.
Yes, he ends the turn on 10 cards. Really, no choice about it in the matter because he had to play the spectral side to get the acrobatics.
So he has this
aura to
Kurtrus. No one has
activate.
glide,
So
which is good.
There is obviously a chance of losing on the spot if you overdraw Il'gynoth, but if he doesn't do that, still anyone's game. Obviously, Possessi's ahead by being able to play Kurchus first, but the Il'gynoth being already in hand is not really great for Possessi because it's so expensive.
It is, but it has been discounted, as has a Fell Scream and a Talented Arcanist, which means he's getting pretty close to getting.
What do you even do here? I guess you swing and get the tradable card and then you
Il'gynoth
put it back in your
lending a
deck.
hand as well.
Is that solitaire? Yeah, this is actually this is the solitaire world championship.
But I still think he needs
Sort of.
like,
this is it's the solitaire world championship.
Pieces. You need 0 cost
What it is, man.
or Moarg
Unlucky.
to really get this to pop soon enough. Glory is faced with a somewhat similar situation with discounted Moarg and talented Arcanist. But,
Yeah, so you swing, you get the tradable card.
A 1 in 15 for the craziest Worlds highlight you will ever see in your life off this next draw for Glory.
Well, let's see. He needs not Il'gynoth as the next card.
Thank God.
Central of Alacrity. Fine. The game continues here as with an opposing Kurtrus on the board. You're not happy, of course, because that is 7 damage you're going to take, and your opponent has the initiative. But it does mean he's at least still in the game. There's a chance for Glory to get that second World Championship trophy.
Job's done.
And what a story it would be. Glory's
No
so
front after you quit HS after snowing you. Yeah, I know, man.
We were always talking about how he
I miss Frodan.
Not that he is an inferior player by any means. He was just more reserved.
I miss Frodan a lot. Frodan was awesome, dude.
Comes out from his play more than anything, his work ethic, and it could culminate all in this. But Possessi has picked up a glide now. That is a way to reset the the expensive cards in his hand, but of course you want to dump all these useless cards first. Immolation Aura not in the deck for this matchup. I-Beam not necessary if you are going
Frodan does TFT now. He was doing TFT stuff, but I don't know if he works for Riot or anything. I think he works for something else.
Into combo pieces, and
I'm not
is
sure,
exactly
though.
what the glide does here. Glory doesn't have the chance of dumping his own cards, but could end up
Is that
with
good
enough
for
card draw.
Possessi? I guess it was, right?
Oh, it's so tense. Wait, it's all combo pieces for Possessi in hand. What is this?
That is not what you wanted to see. You need card draw as an incredibly high priority here, as Glory gets himself a much, much better hand here. Acrobatics, glide, tradables, I-Beam to kill off the Kurtrus. This is a nothing
good hand.
To get after glide. He could even be looking at lethal on this turn.
Oof.
Not particularly likely, but not impossible. He had to get
Wait, I-Beam?
absolute best outcomes. Vengeful
Okay.
Spirit off the studies coming back to bite him a little bit. Obviously, he didn't have any good options at that point, but it is a
You play
win.
the Vengeful Spirit here for
Possessi,
sure.
You can
and then you glide.
visibly see the stress getting
This is,
to him now.
I mean, to be fair, this is a very, very stressful game because there's like no, you can't gauge this game based on the board. This is purely just like in your hand.
Just dumping the non-combo pieces and non-card draw cards aside from the Vengeful Spirit, which would have taken away the studies aura.
Oh.
Another happy Gilby. Okay.
Again, he's just ended up drawing dead here. Both players have no card draw.
This is so silly. It's so
combo
silly to
piece they need.
watch,
This
dude.
is gonna be so scrappy for the World Championship
He just needs
title.
it. He just needs win condition. This is GG, right?
Tradable. He is one fell screen blast away from the World Championship.
Oh, oh my God, this is so, dude. It's GG. GG.
Oh my God, that's it.
That is 36 damage. The classic Il'gynoth, double Morg, talented Arcanist. Enough targets on board to get the combo damage there. Possessi is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
It's kind of incredible to watch. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to the players here before I end this. Just like look at Glory's face. Glory's face is like, okay, like what could I have done?
The combo damage there. Possessi is your 2021
What a ridiculous deck.
Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
Again, that deck was played at 2 World Championships, so take that in for a second. All right, again, we can't see him hoist the trophy, unfortunately. You can see a nice little B-roll of it. This is the most upbeat music that Hearthstone has. Why is it looking off at 4-8? Because they nerfed it from 4 to 6 mana, so they buffed its stats slightly, so it wouldn't be unplayable. Anyways, which leads us to our very last World Championship. Obviously, we're in the year 2023, and I don't even know if there will be a World Championship this year. I'm pretty sure there will be, but whatever. This one was with Bunny Hopper and...
Among the Chinese players.
Was it Bunny Hopper and Possessi? This is day 3. All right, so this is the final. This was against Dead Draw, and this was with Dead Draw and Bunny Hopper. And honestly, this was a pretty weird metagame to be in. There was a lot of different options here. Again, I'm just gonna watch what I believe. I don't even. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. to save myself from watching the longest game in Hearthstone history, which is a freaking pre-smear. Again, I want you to take a moment for how long this game is. When does this game start? This game starts at 9:28, basically. That's even before Mulligan, and it goes on for an hour. So I'm not gonna watch this all, but this really showcases what Hearthstone is currently and what control decks actually mean. And if you want to watch this, basically, I'll give you the rundown. Actually, we'll just watch a little bit of it. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but.
Here comes Zobel number 2. Gonna fetch some more.
Deadraw's falling asleep, bro. He's like, what? There's no way this is real.
And Deadraw almost certainly in control now. The ways Bunny Hopper has been cleaning out his hand with repeated whirlpools.
Look at this. Like, what the hell, dude?
Does seem to have eaten some of the value out of his deck as well.
Hearthstone currently is not control at all, though. No, it has control. Just a different form of control.
Still two Zoelas for Bunny Hopper.
Different win condition.
Even this all up a lot more.
For control.
But he needs them.
Anyways, this is a very long game. If you guys want to watch it, it gets really, really intense. But after a super long game, they go all the way to fatigue.
Both players have played extremely well, but I do think Bunny Hopper's plan is just solid.
Now, picture this moment. POV, you just played an hour-long priest game, mirror match.
Don't know here. Look at him. This is
Look at Bunny Hopper's face.
I think Bunny knows. He sees the emote, or at least hears the emote from Deadraw. And unless I'm missing something, that is going to be it. Deadraw going to go out on his own terms. And Bunny Hopper is your 2022 Hearthstone World Champion.
Again, we can't see him hoist the trophy because COVID, and they just didn't want to do it.
Can't even believe it.
And it's really awesome for Bunny. Shout out to Bunny, because Bunny's been one of the players who has been in the scene for a very long period of time.
Game a long time.
This is a very interesting one to watch. Really cool to see Bunny win after all these years, because Bunny is a really, really good player. He's an amazing player. He's been around for so long. But that's basically every single world championship up until this point. Now, what did we really learn here? Hearthstone's changed quite a bit. The game has obviously adapted through the times. I'm very surprised of the differences between each year, watching them back to back. Like, think about it. Last year, like the year before this one, was a combo mirror match, where this one is just control going all the way to fatigue. It's pretty crazy, right? But this was fun, man. I hope you guys had fun. It was really, really cool to go down memory lane here. You know what I will do, though? I just want to see something. So this was streamed 5 months ago, and this has 224,000 views. Okay, 24,000 views. Let me just go and look up. Let me just go up and look up 2014 World Championship. The 2014 World Championship has 1 million views, and it was also streamed to 240K. That's pretty insane. The amount of drop in viewership that Hearthstone has had over the years. It's a bit unfortunate. Hearthstone took a lot of really bad steps. I want to say around 2020, 2019 or so. So it's a bit unfortunate. But here we are, chat. Anyways, hope you guys liked it. That's basically what it is, chat. Where the hell am I? Go back to where I... Are you serious? I can't go back. All right, well, hopefully this works. Next stream idea? Nah, Lawrence, I'm gonna pass, man. I'm gonna pass. I did what I wanted to do. I did what I wanted to do. I think it was fine. I had fun, chat. I hope you guys had fun too. Hope you're still feeling fantastic after 4 hours. Yeah, that's fun. It's like, where's Rarran? Want me on loan? I'll donate if you win. Nah, that's all right, dude. I am thinking about doing a League of Legends stream though, or at least a video, because I think it'd be fun. I'm not sure if I want to do it on stream or off stream. No, I'm still thinking about it. I might stream on Twitch in a couple hours. We'll see. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. I will probably release another video today, which I think is also really, really good. If you guys enjoyed the stream, I appreciate you guys to like it and subscribe if you have not, and I will see you guys later. No Clash Royale. I'll stream on Twitch if I decide to, for the time being. I'm gonna go eat some food, relax for a bit, let my brain just decompress, because that was a lot of speaking and a lot of sensory overload watching Hearthstone for 4 hours like that. But if you guys want to see League potentially there on the second on the Twitch channel, so I'll be there on the Twitch channel, which I will link. I'm not gonna guarantee a stream here, chat, but if I'm there, I will send it to you. I will send it right here. If you guys want to go follow the stream over there, I might be on. We'll see. All right, bye, chat. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day.